Chapter 11. Fearful of the Night. Though my soul may set in darkness, it will rise in perfect light. I have loved the stars too fondly to be fearful of the night. Sarah Williams, The Old Astronomer. Will. After so much time of silence of only Jem's breaths raggedly in and out, Will thought for a moment he was imagining it, his best friend's voice speaking to him out of the dimness. As Jem released his grip on Will's wrist, Will sank into the armchair beside the bed. His heart was pounding, half with the relief and half with the sickly dread. Jem turned his head toward him against the pillow. His eyes were dark, their silver swallowed up by black. For a moment, the two young men just stared at each other. It was like the calm just as one engaged in a battle, Will thought, when thought fled and inevitability took over. Will, Jem said again, and coughed, pressing his hand to his mouth. When he took it away, there was blood on his fingers. Have I been dreaming? Will started upright. Jem had sounded so clear, so sure. What did Magnus mean by asking you if I knew you were in love with Tessa? But it was as if that burst of strength had fled from him, and he sounded dizzy and bewildered. Had Jem really heard what Magnus had said to him? And if he had, was there any chance it could be passed off as a dream, a feverish hallucination? The thought filled Will with a mixture of relief and disappointment. Dream what? Jem looked down at his bloody hand and slowly closed it into a fist. The fight in the courtyard. Jessamine's death. And they took her, didn't they? Tessa. Yes, Will whispered, and he'd repeated the words Charlotte had said to him earlier. They had brought him no comfort, but perhaps they would to Jem. Yes, but I don't think they'll hurt her. Remember, Mortmain desired her unhurt. We must find her. You know that, Will. We must. Jem struggled into a sitting position and immediately began to cough again. Blood spattered the white coverlet. Will held Jem's frail and shaking shoulders until the coughing ceased to rack his frame, and then took one of the damp cloths from the bedside table and began to clean Jem's hands. When he reached to wipe the blood from his parapetized face, Jem took the cloth gently from his grasp and looked at him gravely. I'm not a child, Will. I know. Will drew his hand back. He had not cleaned them since the fight in the courtyard, and Jessamine's dried blood mixed with Jem's fresh blood on his fingers. Jem took a deep breath. Both he and Will waited to see if it would produce another spasm of coughing, and when it did not, Jem spoke. Magnus said you were in love with Tessa. Is it true? Yes, Will said, with a feeling that he was falling off a cliff. Yes, it's true. Jem's eyes were wide and luminous in the darkness. Does she love you? No. Will's voice cracked. I told her I loved her, and she never wavered from you. It is you she loves. Jem's death grip on the cloth in his hands relaxed slightly. You told her, he said, that you were in love with her. Jem, when was this? And what excess of desperation could have driven you? It was before I knew you were engaged. It was the day I discovered there was no curse on me. Will spoke haltingly. I went to Tessa and I told her that I loved her. She was as kind as she could be in telling me that she loved you and not me, and that you two were engaged. Will dropped his gaze. I do not know if this will make any difference to you, James, but I truly had no idea that you cared for her. I was entirely obsessed with my own emotions. Jem bit his lower lip, bringing colour to the white skin. And forgive me for asking this. It is not a passing fancy, a transient regard. He broke off, looking at Will's face. No, he murmured. I can see that it is not. I love her enough, that when she assured me that she would be happy with you, I swore to myself I would never speak of my desires again, never indicate my regard by any word or by gesture, never by action or speech violate her happiness. My feelings have not changed, and yet I care enough for her and for you that I would not say a word to threaten what you have found." The words spilled from Will's lips. There seemed no reason to keep them back. If Jem was going to hate him, he would hate him for the truth and not a lie. Jem looked stricken. "I'm so sorry, Will. So very, very sorry. I wish that I had known." Will slumped down in the chair. "What could you have done? I could have called off the engagement, unbroken both your hearts. How would that have benefited me? You are as dear to me as another half of my soul, Jem. I could not be happy while you were unhappy. And Tessa, she loves you. What sort of awful monster would I be, delighting in causing the two people I love the most in the world agony, simply that I might have the satisfaction of knowing that if Tessa could not be mine, she could not be anybody's? But you are my parabatai. If you are in pain, I wish to lessen it." "This," Will said, "is the one thing you cannot give me comfort for." Jem shook his head. "But how could I not have noticed? I told you, I saw that the walls about your heart were coming down. I thought I knew why. I told you I always knew you carried a burden, and I knew you had gone to see Magnus. I thought perhaps you had made some use of his magic to free yourself from some imaginary guilt. If I had ever known it was because of Tessa, you must know, Will, I would never have made my feelings known to her. How could you have guessed?" Miserable though Will was, he felt free, as if a heavy burden had been displaced from him. "I did all I could to hide and deny it. You never hid your feelings, and looking back it was clear and plain, and yet I never saw it. I was astonished when Tessa told me that you were engaged. You've always been the source in my life of such good things, James. I never thought you'd be the source of pain. And so, wrongly, I never thought of your feelings at all. And that is why I was so blind." Jem closed his eyes. The lids were blue-shadowed, parchment-like. "I am grieved for your pain," he said, "but I'm glad that you love her." "You are glad?" "It makes it easier," Jem said, "to ask you to do what I wish you to do. Leave me, and go after Tessa." "Now? Like this?" Jem, incredibly, smiled. "Is that not what you were doing when I caught at your hand?" "But I did not believe you would regain consciousness. This is different. I cannot leave you like this, not to face alone whatever you must face." Jem's hand came up, and for a moment Will thought he was going to reach for Will's hand, but he knotted his fingers in the material of his friend's sleeve instead. "You are my parabatai," he said. "You have said I could ask anything of you. But I swore to stay with you. If aught but death part thee and me, death will part us." "You know the words of the oath come from a longer passage," Will said. "Entreat me not to leave thee, or to return from following after thee, for whither thou goest, I will go." Jem cried out with his remaining strength. "You cannot go where I'm going, nor would I want that for you. Neither can I walk away and leave you to die." There, Will had said it, said the word, admitted the possibility. Die. "No one else can be trusted with this." Jem's eyes were bright, feverish, almost wild. "Do you think I do not know that if you do not go after her, no one will? Do you think it doesn't kill me that I cannot go, or at least go with you?" He leaned toward Will. His skin was as pale as the frosted glass of a lampshade, and like such a lamp, light seemed to shine through him from some inner source. He slid his hands across the coverlet. "Take my hands, Will." Numbly, Will closed his hands around Jem's. He imagined he could feel a flicker of pain in the parabatai rune on his chest, as if it knew what he did not, and was warning him of coming pain, a pain so great he did not imagine he could bear it and live. "Jem is my great sin," he had told Magnus, and this, now, was the punishment for it. He had thought losing Tessa was his penance. He had not thought of how it would be when he had lost both of them. "Will," Jem said, "for all these years I have tried to give you what you could not give yourself." Will's hands tightened on Jem's, which were as thin as a bundle of twigs. "And what is that?" "Faith," said Jem. "That you are better than you thought you were. Forgiveness that you need not always punish yourself. I always loved you, Will, whatever you did. And now I need you to do for me what I cannot do for myself. For you to be my eyes when I do not have them. For you to be my hands when I cannot use my own. For you to be my heart when mine is done with beating." "No," said Will wildly. "No, no, no. I will not be those things. Your eyes will see, your hands will feel, your heart will continue to beat." "But if not, Will, if I could tear myself in half, I would, that half of me might remain with you and half follow Tessa." "Half of you would be no good to either of us," said Jem. "There is no other I could trust to go after her, no other who would give of his own life, as I would, to save hers. I would have asked you to undertake this mission, even if I had not known your feelings, but being certain that you love her as I do. Will, I trust you above all, and I believe in you above all, knowing that as always your heart is twinned with mine in this matter. Woman Shia, Jia Bai Shung Di. We are more than brothers, Will. Undertake this journey, and you undertake it not for yourself alone, but for both of us." "I cannot leave you to face death alone," Will whispered. But he knew he was beaten. The sands of his will had run out. Jem touched the Parabatai rune on his shoulder through the thin material of his nightshirt. "I'm not alone," he said. "Wherever we are as one." Will rose slowly to his feet. He could not believe he was doing what he was doing, but it was clear that he was, as clear as the silver rim around the black of Jem's eyes. "If there is a life after this one," he said, "let me meet you in it, James Carstairs. There will be other lives." Jem held his hand out, and for a moment they clasped hands, as they had done during their Parabatai ritual, reaching across twin rings of fire to interlace their fingers with each other. "The world is a wheel," he said. "When we rise or fall, we do it together." Will tightened his grip on Jem's hand. "Well then," he said, through a tight throat, "since you say there will be another life for me, let us both pray I do not make as colossal a mess of it as I have this one." Jem smiled at him, that smile that had always, even on Will's blackest days, eased his mind. "I think there is hope for you yet, Will Herondale. I will try to learn how to have it, without you to show me." "Tessa," Jem said. "She knows despair and hope as well. You can teach each other. Find her, Will. Tell her that I loved her always. My blessing, for all that it is worth, is on you both." Their eyes met and held. Will could not bring himself to say goodbye, or to say anything at all. He only gripped Jem's hand one last time and released it, and then turned and walked out the door. The horses were stabled out behind the Institute, Cyril's territory during the daytime, where the rest of them rarely ventured. The stable had once been an old parish house, and the floor was of uneven stone, swept scrupulously clean. Stalls lined the walls, though only two were occupied, one by Balios and the other by Xanthos, both fast asleep, with their tails switching slightly in the manner of dreaming equines. Their mangers were packed with fresh hay, and shining tact lined the walls, polished to bright perfection. Will determined that if he should return from his mission alive, he would make sure to tell Charlotte that Cyril was doing an excellent job. Will woke Balios with gentle murmurings and drew him from his stall. He had been taught to saddle and bridle a horse as a boy, before he had ever come to the institute, and so he let his mind wander as he did it now, running the stirrups up the leathers, checking both sides of the saddle, reaching carefully beneath Balios to capture the cinch. He had left no notes behind him, no messages for anyone in the institute. Jem would tell them where he had gone, and Will had found that now, in this time when he most needed the words he usually found so easily, he could not reach them. He could not quite conceive that he might be saying goodbye, and so he ran over and over in his mind what he had packed in the saddlebags: gear, a clean shirt and collar, who knew when he might need to look like a gentleman, 2 steelies, all the weapons that would fit, bread, cheese, dried fruit, and mundane money. As Will fastened the cinch, Balios lifted his head and whickered. Will's head whipped around. A slight feminine figure stood in the doorway of the stable. As Will stared, she raised her right hand, and the witchlight in it flared up, illuminating her face. It was Cecily. A blue velvet cloak wrapped around her, her dark hair loose and free around her face. Her feet were bare, peeking out beneath the hem of the cloak. He straightened up. "Ceci, what are you doing here?" She took a step forward, then paused on the threshold, glancing down at her bare feet. "I could ask you the same." "I like to talk to the horses at night. They make good company. And you should not be out about in your nightgown. There are lightwoods wandering these halls." "Very funny." "Where are you going, Will?" "If you're going to seek more Yimfen, take me with you." "I am not going to seek more Yimfen." Understanding dawned in her blue eyes. "You're going after Tessa. You're going to Cad Idris." Will nodded. "Take me," she said. "Take me with you, Will." Will could not look at her. He went to get the bit and bridle, though his hands shook as he took them down and turned them back to Balios. "I cannot take you with me. You cannot ride Xanthos. You have not the training, and an ordinary horse would only slow our journey down. The carriage horses are automatons. You cannot hope to catch them up." "I do not expect to. Balios may be the fastest horse in England, but he must rest and sleep. I am already resigned. I shall not reach Tessa on the road. I can only hope to arrive at Cad Idris before it is too late." "Then let me ride after you, and do not worry if you outpace me." "Be reasonable, Ceci." "Reasonable," she flared. "All I see is my brother going away from me again. It's been years, Will, years. I came to London to find you, and now that we are here together again, you are leaving." Balios stirred uneasily, as Will fitted the bit into his mouth and slid the bridle up over his head. Balios did not like shouting. Will gentled him with a hand on his neck. "Will," Cecily sounded dangerous, "look at me, or I shall go wake the household and stop you. I swear that I will." Will leaned his head against the horse's neck and closed his eyes. He could smell hay and horse, and cloth and sweat, and some of the sweet scent of smoke that still clung to his clothes from the fire in Jem's room. "Cecily," he said, "I need to know that you are here, and as safe as you can be, or I cannot leave. I cannot fear for Tessa ahead on the road, and you behind me, or the fear will break me down. Already too many that I love are in danger." There was a long silence. Will could hear the beat of Balios's heart under his ear, but nothing else. He wondered if Cecily had left, walked out while he was speaking, perhaps to rouse the household. He lifted his head. But no. Cecily was standing where she had been, the witchlight burning in her hand. "Tessa said you called out for me once," she said, "when you were ill. Why me, Will?" "Cecily." The word was a soft exhale. "For years you were my talisman. I thought I had killed Ella. I left Wales to keep you safe. As long as I could imagine you thriving and happy and well, the pain of missing you and mother and father was worth it." "I never understood why you left," Cecily said, "and I thought the shadow hunters were monsters. I could not understand why you'd come here, and I always thought, that when I was old enough, I would come and pretend I wished to be a shadow hunter myself, until I could convince you to come home. When I learned of the curse, I did not know what to think any more. I understood why you had come, but not why you had stayed." "Jem." "But even if he dies," she said, and he flinched. You will not come home to Mum and Dad, will you? You are a shadow hunter through and through, as Father never was. It is why you've been so stubborn about writing to them. You do not know how to both ask forgiveness and also say that you are not coming home. I cannot come home, Cecily, or at least, it is not my home any longer. I am a shadow hunter. It is in my blood. You know I'm your sister, do you not? She said. It is also in my blood. You said you were pretending. He searched her face for a moment and said slowly, But you are not, are you? I've seen you training, fighting. You feel it as I did, as if the floor of the Institute is the first really solid ground under your feet, as if you have found the place you belong. You are a shadow hunter. Cecily said nothing. Will felt his mouth twist into a sideways smile. I am glad, he said. Glad there will be a Herondale in the Institute, even if you do not come back. Will, let me come with you. Let me help you. No, Cecily. Is it not enough that I accept that you will choose this life? A life of fighting and danger, though I have always wanted a greater safety for you. No, I cannot let you come with me, even if you hate me for it. Cecily sighed. Don't be so dramatic, Will. Must you always insist that people hate you when they obviously don't? I am dramatic, said Will. If I had not been a shadow hunter, I would have had a future on the stage. I have no doubt I would have been greeted with acclaim. Cecily did not appear to find this amusing. Will supposed he could not blame her. I'm not interested in your rendition of Hamlet, she said. If you're not going to let me go with you, then promise me that if you go now, promise me that you will come back. I cannot promise that, Will said. But if I can come back to you, I will. And if I do come back, I will write to Mother and Father. I can promise that much. No, said Cecily, no letters. Promise me that if you do come back, you will return to Mother and Father with me and tell them why you left, and that you do not blame them and that you love them still. I do not ask you go home to stay. Neither you nor I can ever go home to stay. But to comfort them is little enough to ask. Do not tell me that it is against the rules, Will, because I know all too well that you enjoy breaking those. See, Will asked, you do know your brother a little, after all. I give you my word that if all those conditions are met, I will do as you ask. Her shoulders and face relaxed. She looked small and defenceless with her anger gone, though he knew she was not. And Ceci, he said softly, before I go, I wish to give you one more thing. He reached into his shirt and lifted over his head the necklace Magnus had given him. It swung, gleaming rich ruby red in the dim lights of the stables. Your lady's necklace, Cecily said. Well, I confess, it does not suit you. He stepped towards Cecily and drew the glittering chain over her dark head. The ruby fell against her throat as if it were made for her. She looked at him over it, her eyes serious. Wear it always. It will warn you when demons are coming, Will said. It will help keep you safe, which is how I want you. And help you to be a warrior, which is what you want. She put her hand against his cheek. Da bod ti goelum, but haven't dod, and the goth lidi. And I you, he said. Without looking at her again, he turned to Balios and swung himself up into the saddle. She stepped back as she urged the horse toward the stable doors, and bending his head against the wind, galloped out into the night. Out of dreams of blood and metal monsters, Tessa woke with a start and a gasp. She lay crouched like a child on the bench seat of a large carriage whose windows were entirely covered with thick velvet curtains. The seat was hard and uncomfortable, with springs reaching to poke her sides through the material of her dress, which itself was torn and stained. Her hair had come down and hung in lank handfuls around her face. Across from her, huddled in the opposite corner of the carriage, sat a still figure, entirely covered in a thick black fur travelling cloak, its hood pulled down low. There was no one else in the carriage. Tessa struggled upright, fighting a bout of dizziness and nausea. She put her hands on her stomach and tried to breathe deeply, though the fetid air inside the carriage did little to calm her stomach. She put her hands against her chest, feeling the sweat trickle down the bodice of her dress.
"Not going to be sick, are you?" said a rusty voice. "Chloroform does have that side effect sometimes."
The hooded face creaked toward her, and Tessa saw the face of Mrs. Black. She had been too shocked on the steps of the Institute to make a real study of the visage of her erstwhile captor, but now that she could see it up close, she shuddered. The skin had a greenish tint, the eyes were veined in black, and the lips sagged, showing a view of grey tongue. "Where are you taking me?" Tessa demanded. It was always the first thing heroines in Gothic novels asked when they were kidnapped, and it had always annoyed her, but she realized now it actually made good sense. In this sort of situation, the first thing you wanted to know was where you were going.
"To Mortmain," said Mrs. Black, "and that's all the information you'll get out of me, girl. I've been given strict instructions."
It was nothing Tessa hadn't expected, but it tightened her chest and shortened her breath anyway. On impulse, she leaned away from Mrs. Black and pulled back the curtain across her window. Outside it was dark, with a half-hidden moon. The countryside was hilly and angular, without spots of light to be seen that might have meant habitation. Black heaps of rock dotted the land. Tessa reached as subtly as she could for the handle of the door and tried it. It was locked.
"Do not bother," said the Dark Sister. "You cannot unlock the door, and if you were to flee, I would catch you. I'm much faster now than you recall."
"Is that how you disappeared on the steps?" Tessa demanded. "Back at the Institute?" Mrs. Black gave a superior smile.
"Disappeared to your eyes? I only moved swiftly away, and then back again. Mortmain has given me that gift."
"Is that why you're doing this?" Tessa spat. "Gratitude for Mortmain? He didn't think much of you. He sent Jem and Will to kill you when he thought you were going to get in his way." The moment she said Jem and Will's names, she blanched with memory. She'd been carried off while the shadow hunters had been fighting desperately for their lives on the Institute steps. Had they held out against the automatons? Had any of them been injured? Or, God forbid, killed? But surely she would know, be able to feel it if anything like that had happened to Jem or to Will. She was so conscious of them both as pieces of her heart.
"No," said Mrs. Black, "to answer the question in your eyes. You wouldn't know if either of them were dead. Those pretty shadow hunter boys you like so much. So people always imagine, but unless there exists a magical tie like the parabatai bond, it is but a fanciful imagining. When I left, they were fighting for their lives," she grinned, and her teeth sparked metallic in the dimness. "If I did not have orders from Mortmain to bring you to him unharmed, I would have left you there to be cut into strips."
"Why does he want you to bring me to him unharmed?"
"You and your questions. I'd nearly forgotten how annoying it was. There is some information he wants that only you can provide him, and he still wants to marry you. The more fool him. Let you devil him all his life for all I mind. I want what I want from him, and then I will be gone."
"There is nothing I could possibly know that would interest Mortmain," Mrs. Black snorted.
"You are so young and stupid. You are not human, Miss Grey, and there is very little you understand about what you can do. We might have taught you more, but you are recalcitrant. You will find Mortmain a less lenient instructor."
"Lenient?" Tessa snapped. "You beat me bloody."
"There are worse things than physical pain, Miss Grey. Mortmain has little mercy."
"Exactly." Tessa leaned forward, her clockwork angel beating double time under the bodice of her dress. "Why do you do what he asks you? You know you can't trust him. You know he would happily destroy you."
"I need what he can give me," Mrs. Black said, "and I will do what I must to obtain it."
"And what is that?" Tessa demanded. She heard Mrs. Black laugh, and then the Dark Sister slipped back her hood and unfastened the collar of her cloak. Tessa had read in history books about heads on spikes over London Bridge, but she had never imagined how horrific it would actually look. Obviously, whatever decay Mrs. Black had suffered after her head had been severed had not been reversed, so ragged grey skin hung down around the spike of metal that impaled her skull. She had no body, only a smooth column of metal from which two stick-like jointed arms protruded. The grey kid gloves that covered whatever sort of hands jutted from the ends of the arms added the last macabre touch. Tessa screamed. Chapter 12. Ghosts on the Road. Oh, ever beauteous, ever friendly, tell, is it in heaven a crime to love too well, to bear too tender or too firm a heart, to act a lover's or a Roman's part? Is there no bright reversion in the sky for those who greatly think or bravely die? Alexander Pope. Elegy to the Memory of an Unfortunate Lady. Will stood upon the crest of a low hill, his hands jammed into his pockets, gazing out impatiently over the placid countryside of Bedfordshire. He had ridden with all the speed he and Ballios could muster out of London toward the Great North Road. Leaving so near to dawn had meant the streets had been fairly clear, as he pounded through Islington, Holloway and Highgate. He'd passed a few costermonger carts and a pedestrian or two, but otherwise there had been nothing much to hold him up, and as Ballios did not tire as quickly as an ordinary horse, Will had soon been out of Barnet and able to gallop through South Mimms and London Colney. Will loved to gallop, flat to the horse's back with the wind in his hair and Ballios's hooves eating up the road underneath him. Now that he was gone from London, he felt both a tearing pain and a strange freedom. It was odd to feel both at once, but he could not help it. Near Colney there were ponds. He'd stopped to water Ballios there before journeying on. Now, almost 30 miles north of London, he could not help recalling coming through this way on his way to the Institute years ago. He'd brought one of his father's horses part of the way from Wales, but had sold it in Staffordshire when he'd realised he did not have money for the toll roads. He knew now that he had gotten a very bad price, and it had been a struggle to say goodbye to Hengroen, the horse he had grown up riding, and even more of a struggle to trudge the remaining miles to London on foot. By the time he reached the Institute, his feet had been bleeding, and his hands too, where he had fallen on the road and scraped them. He looked down at his hands now, where the memory of those hands laid over them. Thin hands with long fingers. All the Herondales had them. Jem had always said it was a shame he didn't have a bit of musical talent, as his hands were made to span a piano. The thought of Jem was like the stab of a needle. Will pushed the memory away and turned back to Ballios. He had stopped here, not just to water the horse, but to feed him with a handful of oats, good for speed and endurance, and let him rest. He had often heard of cavalry riding their horses until they died, but desperate as he was to get to Tessa, he could not imagine doing something so cruel. There was a deal of traffic, carts on the road, dray horses with brewery wagons, dairy vans, even the odd horse-drawn omnibus. Really? Did all these people have to be out and about in the middle of a Wednesday, clustering up the roads? At least there were no highwaymen. Railways, toll roads, and proper police had put an end to highway robbers decades ago. Will would have hated to have to waste time killing anybody. He had skirted St. Albans, not bothering to stop for lunch in his hurry to catch up to Watling Street, the ancient Roman road that had now split at Wroxeter, with one half crossing up to Scotland and the other cutting through England to the port of Holyhead in Wales. There were ghosts on the road. Will caught whispers of old Anglo-Saxon on the winds, calling the road Wallachinsstraat, and speaking of the last stand of the troops of Boadicea, who had been defeated by the Romans along this road so many years ago. Now, with his hands in his pockets, staring out over the countryside, it was 3 o'clock and the sky was beginning to darken, which meant that Will would soon have to consider the nightfall, and finding an inn to stop at, rest his horse and sleep. He could not help remembering when he had told Tessa that Boadicea proved that women could be warriors too. He had not told her then that he had read her letters, that he already loved the warrior soul in her, hidden behind those quiet grey eyes. He remembered a dream he had, blue skies and Tessa sitting down beside him on a green hill. You will always come first in my heart. A fierce rage blossomed in his soul. How dare Mortmain touch her? She was one of them. She did not belong to Will. She was too much herself to belong to anyone, even Jem. But she belonged with them, and silently he cursed the consul for not seeing it. He would find her. He would find her and bring her back home, even if she never loved him. It would be all right. He would have done this for her, for himself. He spun back toward Balios, who looked at him balefully. Will swung himself up into the saddle. "Come on, old boy," he said. "The sun's going down, and we ought to make Hawcliffe by nightfall, for it looks liable to rain." He dug his heels into the horse's sides, and Balios, as if he had understood his rider's words, took off like a shot. "He has gone off to Wales alone?" Charlotte demanded. "How could you have let him do something so stupid?" Magnus shrugged. "It's not my responsibility now, nor will it ever be my responsibility to manage wayward shadow hunters. In fact, I'm not sure why I am to blame. I spent the night in the library waiting for Will to come and talk to me, which he never did. Eventually I fell asleep in the rabies and lycanthropy section. Woolsey bites on occasion, and I'm concerned." No one really responded to this information, although Charlotte looked more upset than ever. It had been a quiet breakfast as it was, with quite a few of them missing from the table. Will's absence had not been surprising. They'd assumed Will was at his parapetai's side, so it had not been until Cyril had burst in, breathless and agitated, to report that Balios was gone from his stall, that the alarm had been raised. A search of the Institute turned up Magnus Bain, asleep in a corner of the library. Charlotte had shaken him awake. On being asked where he thought Will might be, Magnus had replied quite candidly that he expected that Will had already left for Wales, with the object of discovering Tessa's whereabouts and bringing her back to the Institute, whether by stealth or main force. This information, much to his surprise, had thrown Charlotte into a panic, and she had convened a meeting in the library, at which all the shadow hunters of the Institute, save Jem, were commanded to appear. Even Gideon, who had arrived limping and leaning heavily on a stick. "Does anyone know when Will left?" Charlotte demanded, standing at the head of a long table around which the rest of them were seated. Cecily, her hands folded demurely before her, suddenly became very interested in the pattern of the carpet. "That is a very fine gem you're wearing, Cecily," Charlotte noted, narrowing her eyes at the ruby about the girl's throat. "I don't recall you having that necklace yesterday. In fact, I recall Will wearing it. When did he give it to you?" Cecily crossed her arms over her chest. "I will say nothing. Will's decisions are his own, and we already tried to explain to the consul what needed to be done. Since the clave will not help, Will took matters into his own hands. I don't know why you're expecting anything different." "I did not think he would leave Jem," said Charlotte, and then she looked shocked that she had said it. I cannot even imagine how we will tell him when he wakes." "Jem knows," Cecily began indignantly, but she was interrupted to her surprise by Gabriel. "Of course he knows," he said. "Will is only doing his duty as a parabatai. He is doing what Jem would be doing if he could. He has gone in Jem's place. It is only what a parabatai should do." "You are defending Will," Gideon said, "after the way you always treated him. After telling Jem on dozens of occasions that he had dismal taste in parabatai." "Will may be a reprehensible person, but at least this demonstrates that he is not a reprehensible shadow hunter," said Gabriel. And then, catching Cecily's look, he added, "He might not be that reprehensible as a person either, in entirety." "A very magnanimous statement, Gideon," said Magnus. "I'm Gabriel." Magnus waved a hand. "All lightwoods look the same to me." "Ahem," Gideon interrupted, before Gabriel could pick up something and throw it at Magnus. "Regardless of Will's personal qualities and failings or anyone else's inability to tell one lightwood from another, the question remains the same. Do we go after Will?"
If Will wanted help, he wouldn't have ridden off in the middle of the night without telling anyone, said Cecily. Yes, said Gideon, because Will is well known for his careful, thought-out and prudent decision-making. He did steal our fastest horse, Henry pointed out. That bespeaks forethought. Of a sort. We cannot allow Will to ride off to battle Mortmain alone. He'll be slaughtered, Gideon said. If he really did leave in the midst of the night, we might yet be able to overtake him on the road. Fastest horse, reminded Henry, and Magnus snorted under his breath. Actually, it is not an inevitable slaughter, Gabriel said. We could all ride off after Will, certainly, but the fact is that such a force sent against the Magister would be more noticeable than any one boy on horseback. Will's best hope is remaining undetected. After all, he is not riding off to war. He is going to save Tessa. Stealth and secrecy best behoove such a mission. Charlotte slammed her hand down on the table with such force that the sound reverberated through the room. "All of you be silent," she said, in such a commanding tone that even Magnus looked alarmed. "Gabriel, Gideon, you are both correct. It is better for Will if we do not follow him, and we cannot allow one of our own to perish. It is also true that the Magister is beyond our reach. The Council will meet to decide on that matter. There is nothing we can do about that now. Therefore we must spend all our energies to saving Jem. He is dying, but not dead. Part of Will's strength relies on him, and he is one of our own. He has finally given us permission to seek a cure for him, and therefore we must do that." "But," Gabriel began. "Silence," Charlotte said. "I am the head of the Institute. You will remember who saved you from your father, and show me respect." "That's putting Gideon in his place, all right," Magnus said with satisfaction. Charlotte turned on him with blazing eyes. "And you too, Warlock. Will may have summoned you here, but you remain on my sufferance. It is my understanding that, as you told me this morning, you promised Will that you would do all you could to help find a cure for Jem while Will was gone. You will be telling Gabriel and Cecily where the shop is from which they might procure the ingredients you need. Gideon, since you are wounded, you will remain in the library and seek out whatever books Magnus requires. If you need help, myself or Sophie will provide it. Henry, perhaps Magnus can use your crypt as a laboratory, unless there is a project you are engaged in that would forbid it." She looked at Henry with her eyebrows raised. "There is," Henry said a bit hesitantly, "but it might also be turned to helping Jem, and I would welcome Mr. Bain's assistance. In return, he can certainly make use of any of my scientific implements." Magnus looked at him curiously. "What are you working on exactly?" "Well, you know we do not perform magic, Mr. Bain," said Henry, looking delighted that anyone was taking an interest in his experiments. "But I am at work on a device a bit like the scientific version of a transportation spell. It would open a doorway into any place you wanted." "Including perhaps a storeroom full of yin fen in China," Magnus said with his eyes aglint. "That sounds very interesting. Very interesting indeed." "No, it doesn't," muttered Gabriel. Charlotte fixed him with a dagger gaze. "Mr. Lightwood, enough. I believe you have all been assigned your tasks. Go forth and perform them. I wish to hear no more from any of you until you bring me back a report of some progress made. I will be with Jem." And with that, she swept from the room. "What a very satisfying response," said Mrs. Black. Tessa glared. She was crouched in the corner of the carriage, as far as she could get from the horrible sight of the creature that had once been Mrs. Black. She had screamed at the first sight of her, and hastily clapped a hand over her mouth, but it was too late. Mrs. Black had been plainly delighted by her terrified reaction. "You were beheaded," Tessa said. "How is it that you live like that?" "Magic," said Mrs. Black. "It was your brother who suggested to Mortmain that in my current form I could be of use to him. It was your brother who spilled the blood that made my continued existence possible. Lives for my life." She grinned horribly,
and Tessa thought of her brother dying in her arms. "You don't know everything I've done, Tessie." She swallowed back bile. After her brother was dead, she had tried to change into him, to glean any information about Mortmain she could from his memories, but they had only been a grey swirl of anger and bitterness and ambition. She had found nothing solid within them. A fresh surge of hate welled in her for Mortmain, who had found her brother's weaknesses and exploited them. Mortmain, who held Jem's Yin Fen in a cruel attempt to make Shadowhunters dance to his tune. Even Mrs. Black, in a way, was a prisoner of his manipulations. "You are doing Mortmain's bidding because you think he will give you a body," Tessa said. "Not that thing you have, but some sort of real human body."
"Human?" Mrs. Black snorted. "I expect better than human, but better than this as well. Something that would allow me to pass undetected among mundanes and practice my craft again. As for the Magister, I know he will have the power to do it because of you. He will soon be all-powerful, and you will help him get there."
"You are a fool to trust him to reward you." Mrs. Black's grey lips wobbled with mirth.
"Oh, but he will. He has sworn it, and I have done everything I promised. Here I am delivering his perfect bride, trained by me, by Azazel. I remember when you stepped off the boat from America. You seemed so purely mortal, so entirely useless. I despaired of ever training you to be any sort of use at all. But with enough brutality, anything can be shaped. You will serve nicely now."
"Not all that is mortal is useless." A snort.
"You say that because of your association with the Nephilim. You have been with them rather than your own kind for far too long."
"What kind? I have no kind. Jessamine said my mother was a shadow hunter."
"She was a shadow hunter," said Mrs. Black, "but your father was not."
Tessa's heart skipped a beat. "He was a demon?"
"He was no angel," Mrs. Black smirked. "The Magister will explain it all to you in time. What you are, and why you live, and what you were created for."
She settled back with a creak of automated joints.
"I have to say that I was almost impressed when you ran off with that shadow hunter boy, you know. It showed you had spirit. In fact, it turned out to the Magister's benefit that you have spent so much time with the Nephilim. You are acquainted with Downworld now, and you have shown yourself equal to it. You have been forced to use your gift in arduous circumstances. Tests that I might have created for you would not have been as challenging, and would not have yielded the same learning and confidence. I can see the difference in you. You will make a fine bride for the Magister."
Tessa made a sound of disbelief.
"Why? I am being forced to marry him. What difference does it make if I have spirit or learning? What could he possibly care?" "Oh, you ought to be more than his bride, Miss Grey. You are to be the ruin of the Nephilim. That is why you were created. And the more knowledge of them you have, the more your sympathies lie with them, the more effective a weapon you will be to raze them to the ground."
Tessa felt as if the air had been knocked out of her. "I don't care what Mortmain does. I will not cooperate in harming the shadow hunters. I would die or be tortured first."
"It does not matter what you want. You will find that there is no resistance you could mount against his will that would matter. Besides, there is nothing you need to do to destroy the Nephilim, other than to be what you are, and be married to Mortmain, which requires no action on your part."
"I'm engaged to someone else," spat Tessa. "James Carstairs."
"Oh dear," said Mrs. Black. "I'm afraid the Magister's claim supersedes his. Besides, James Carstairs will be dead by Tuesday. Mortmain has bought up all the yin fed in England and blocked any new shipments. Perhaps you should have thought of this sort of thing before you fell in love with an addict." "Although I did think it would be the blue-eyed one," she mused. Don't girls usually fall in love with their rescuers?
Tessa felt the cloak of the surreal begin to descend. She could not believe that she was here, trapped in this carriage with Mrs. Black, and that the Warlock woman seemed content to discuss Tessa's romantic tribulations. She turned toward the window. The moon was up, and she could see that they were riding along a narrow road. There were shadows about the carriage, and below, a rocky ravine fell away into darkness. There are all sorts of ways of being rescued.
Well, said Mrs. Black with a glint of teeth as she smiled, you can be assured that no one will be coming to rescue you now.
You are to be the ruin of the Nephilim.
Then I'll have to rescue myself, Tessa said.
Mrs. Black's eyebrows drew together in puzzlement as she turned her head toward Tessa with a whir and a click. But Tessa was already gathering herself, gathering all her energy in her legs and body in the way that she had been taught, so that when she launched herself across the carriage at the door, it was with all the force she possessed. She heard the lock on the door break and Mrs. Black scream a high whine of rage. A metal arm raked Tessa's back, seizing the collar of her dress, which tore away, and Tessa was falling, slamming down onto the rocks by the side of the road, falling and sliding and tumbling into the ravine as the carriage hurtled away down the road, Mrs. Black screaming at the driver to stop. Wind rushed into Tessa's ears as she fell, her arms and hands windmilling wildly against the empty space all around her, and any hopes that the ravine was shallow or that the fall would be survivable were gone. As she fell, she glimpsed a narrow stream glinting far below her, twisting among jagged rocks, and she knew she would break against the ground like fragile china when she struck. She closed her eyes and willed that the end be quick. Will stood at the top of a high green hill and looked out over the sea. The sky and sea were both so intensely blue, they seemed to merge one into the other, so that there was no fixed point upon the horizon. Gulls and terns wheeled and shrieked above him, and the salt wind blew through his hair. It was as warm as summer, and his jacket lay discarded on the grass. He was in shirt sleeves and braces, and his hands were brown and tanned by the sun. Will. He turned at the familiar voice and saw Tessa coming up the hill toward him. There was a small path cut along the side of the hill, lined with unfamiliar white flowers, and Tessa looked like a flower herself, in a white dress, like the one she had worn to the ball the night he had kissed her on Benedict Lightwood's balcony. Her long brown hair blew in the wind. She had taken off her bonnet and held it in one hand, waving it at him, and smiling as if she were glad to see him. More than glad. As if seeing him were all the joy of her heart. His own heart leaped up at the sight of her. "Tess," he called, and he reached out a hand as if he could pull her toward him. But she was still such a distance away. She seemed both very near and very far suddenly and at the same time. He could see every detail of her pretty upturned face, but could not touch her. And so he stood, waiting and desiring, and his heart beat like wings in his chest. At last she was there, close enough that he could see where the grass and flowers bent beneath the tread of her shoes. He reached out for her, and she for him. Their hands closed on each other's, and for a moment they stood smiling, and her fingers were warm in his. "I've been waiting for you," Will said. And she looked up at him with a smile that vanished from her face as her feet slipped, and she tilted toward the edge of the cliff. Her hands tore out of his, and suddenly he was reaching out for air as she fell away from him, silently fell, a white blur against the blue horizon. Will sat bolt upright in bed, his heart slamming against his ribs. His room at the White Horse was half full of moonlight, which clearly outlined the unfamiliar shapes of the furniture. The washstand and side table with its unread copy of Fordyce's Sermons to Young Women, the overstuffed chair by the fireplace in which the flames had burned down to embers. The sheets of his bed were cold, but he was sweating, He swung his legs over the side and walked to the window. There was a stiff bunch of arranged dry flowers in a vase on the sill. He pushed them out of the way and unlatched the pane with aching fingers. His whole body hurt. He had never ridden so far or so hard in his life before, and he was weary and saddle-sore. He would need a ratsies before he started out on the road again tomorrow. The window opened outward, and cold air blew against his face and hair, cooling his skin. There was an ache inside him, under his ribs, that had nothing to do with riding. Whether it was the separation from Jem, or his anxiety over Tessa, he could not say. He kept seeing her falling away from him, their hands unclasping. He had never been one to believe in the prophetic meaning of dreams, and yet he could not undo the tight, cold knot inside his stomach, or regulate his harsh breathing. In the dark pane of the window, he could see the reflection of his face. He touched the window lightly, his fingertips leaving marks in the condensation on the glass. He wondered what he would say to Tessa when he found her. How could he tell her why it was that he was the one who had come after her, and not Jem? If there was grace in the world, perhaps at least they could grieve together. If she never truly believed he loved her, if she never returned his affection, at least mercy might grant that they be able to share their sadness. Nearly unable to bear the thought of how much he needed her quiet strength, he closed his eyes and leaned his forehead against the cold glass. As they made their way through the East End's winding lanes from Limehouse Station toward Gill Street, Gabriel could not help but be aware of Cecily by his side. They were glamoured, which was useful, as her appearance in this poorer part of London would otherwise doubtless have excited comment, and perhaps resulted in their being hauled into a broker's shop willy-nilly to look at the goods on offer. As it was, Cecily was intensely curious, and paused often to gaze into shop windows, not just milliners and bonnet makers, but shops selling everything from boot polish and books to toys and tin soldiers. Gabriel had to remind himself that she came from the countryside and had probably never seen a thriving market town, much less anything like London. He wished he could take her somewhere befitting a lady of her station, the shops of Burlington Arcade or Piccadilly, not these dark, close streets. He did not know what he had expected from Will Herondale's sister. That she would be just as unpleasant as Will? That she would not look so disconcertingly like him and yet at the same time be extraordinarily pretty. He had rarely looked at Will's face without wanting to hit it, but Cecily's face was endlessly fascinating. He found himself wanting to write poetry about how her blue eyes were like starlight and her hair like night, because night and starlight rhymed, but he had a feeling the poem wouldn't turn out that well. And Tatiana had rather frightened him off poetry as it was. Besides, there were things he couldn't put in poetry anyway, like the way that when a certain girl curved her mouth in a certain way, he wanted very much to lean forward and— "Mr. Lightwood," Cecily said in an impatient tone that indicated that this was not the first time she had tried to get Gabriel's attention. "I do believe we passed the shop already." Gabriel cursed under his breath and turned back. They had indeed passed the number Magnus had given them. They retraced their steps until they found themselves standing before a dark, ill-favoured shop with clouded windows. Through the murky glass he was able to see shelves on which sat a variety of peculiar items. Jars in which dead serpents floated, their eyes white and open, dolls whose heads had been removed and replaced with small gold birdcages, and stacked bracelets made of human teeth. "Oh dear," said Cecily, "how decidedly unpleasant." "Do you not wish to enter?" Gabriel turned to her. "I could go instead." "And leave me standing about on a cold pavement? How ungentlemanly." "Certainly not." She reached for the knob and pushed the door open, setting a small bell somewhere in the shop tinkling. "After me, please, Mr. Lightwood." Gabriel went blinking after her into the dim light of the shop. The inside was no more welcoming than the exterior. Long rows of dusty shelves led back toward a shadowy counter. The windows seemed to be smeared with some dark unguent, blocking out much of the sunlight. The shelves themselves were a cluttered mess, brass bells with handles shaped like bones, fat candles whose wax was stuffed with insects and flowers, a lovely golden crown of such peculiar shape and diameter that it could never have fit a human head. There were shelves of knives and copper and stone bowls whose basins were marked with peculiar brownish stains. There were stacks of gloves of all sizes, some with more than 5 fingers on each hand. An entire defleshed human skeleton hung from a thin cord toward the front of the shop, twisting in the air, for there was no breeze. Gabriel looked quickly towards Cecily to see if she had quailed, but she had not. She looked irritated, if anything. "Someone really ought to dust in here," she announced, and swept back towards the back of the shop, the small flowers on her hat bouncing. Gabriel shook his head. He caught up to Cecily just as she brought her gloved hand down on the brass bell on the counter, setting it to an impatient ringing. "Hello?" she called. "Is anyone here?" "Directly in front of you, miss," said an irritable voice, downward and to the left. Both Cecily and Gabriel leaned over the counter. Just below the edge of it was the top of the head of a small man. No, not quite a man, thought Gabriel, as the glamour peeled away. A satyr. He wore a waistcoat and trousers, though no shirt, and had the cloven feet and neatly curling horns of a goat. He also had a trimmed beard, a pointed jaw, and the rectangular pupilled yellow eyes of a goat, half hidden behind spectacles. "Gracious," said Cecily. "You must be Mr. Sallows." "Nephilim," observed the shop owner gloomily. "I detest Nephilim." Said Cecily. "Charmed, I'm sure." Gabriel felt it was about time to intervene. "How did you know that we were shadow hunters?" he snapped. Sallows raised his eyebrows. "Your marks, sir, are clearly visible on your hands and throat," he said, as if talking to a child. "And as for the girl, she looks just like her brother." "How would you know my brother?" Cecily demanded, her voice rising. "We don't get many of your kind in here," said Sallows. "It's notable when we do. Your brother Will was in and out quite a bit 2 months ago, running errands for that warlock, Magnus Bane. He was down the Crossing Bones too, bothering old Moll. Will Herondale's well known in Downweld, though he mostly keeps himself out of trouble." "That is astonishing news," said Gabriel. Cecily gave Gabriel a dark look. "We're here on the authority of Charlotte Branwell," she said, "head of the London Institute." The satyr waved a hand. "I don't care much for your shadow hunter hierarchies, you know. None of the fair folk do. Just tell me what you want and I'll give you a fair price for it." Gabriel unrolled the paper Magnus had given him. "Thieves' vinegar, bat-head root, belladonna, angelica, damiana leaf, powdered mermaid scales, and 6 nails from a virgin's coffin." "Well, we don't get much call for that sort of thing around here. I'll have a look in the back." "Well, if you don't get much call for this sort of thing, what do you get called for?" asked Gabriel, losing his patience. "You're hardly a florist shop." "Mr. Lightwood," chided Cecily under her breath, but not quite enough under her breath, for Sallows heard her, and his spectacles bounced on his nose. "Mr. Lightwood," he said. "You Benedict Lightwood's son." Gabriel could feel the blood heating his cheeks. He had spoken to almost no one about his father since Benedict's death, if one could even count that thing that died in the Italian garden as his father. Once it had been he and his family against the world, the Lightwoods above all else, but now there was shame in the name of Lightwood, as much as there had ever been pride, and Gabriel did not know how to speak of it. "Yes," he said finally. "I am Benedict Lightwood's son." "Wonderful. I have some of your father's orders here. I was beginning to wonder if you could ever come and pick them up." The satyr bustled into the back, and Gabriel busied himself studying the wall. There were landscape sketches hung on it and maps on it, but as he looked more closely, not sketches or maps of any place he knew. There was Idris, of course, with Rossall and Forest, and Alicante on its hill, but another map showed continents he had never seen before. And what was the Silver Sea, the Thorn Mountains? What sort of country had a purple sky? "Gabriel," said Cecily beside him in a low voice. It was the first time she had used his Christian name in addressing him, and he began to turn toward her, just as Sallows emerged from the back of the shop. In one hand he carried a tied parcel, which he handed over to Gabriel. It was quite lumpy, clearly the bottles of Magnus's ingredients. In the other hand, Sallows clutched a stack of papers which he set down on the counter. "Your father's order," he said with a smirk. Gabriel lowered his eyes to the papers, and his jaw dropped in horror. "Gracious," Cecily said. "Surely that is impossible." The satyr craned up to see what she was looking at. "Well, not with one person, but with a Vetus demon and a goat most likely." He turned to Gabriel. "Now, have you got the money for these or not? Your father is behind on his payments and he can't buy on tick forever. What's it going to be, Lightwood?" "Has Charlotte ever asked you if you wanted to be a shadow hunter?" Gideon asked. Halfway down the ladder with a book in her hand, Sophie froze. Gideon was seated at one of the long library tables near a bay window that looked out over the courtyard. Books and papers were spread out before him, and he and Sophie had passed several pleasant hours searching through them for lists and histories of spells, details about Yin Fen, and specifics of herb lore. Though Gideon's leg was rapidly healing, it was propped up on 2 chairs in front of him, and Sophie had cheerfully offered to do all the climbing up and down ladders to reach the highest books. She was holding one now called the Pseudo-Monarchia Daemonum, which had a rather slimy-feeling cover, and which she was eager to put down, though Gideon's question had startled her enough to rest her mid-descent. "What do you mean?" she said, resuming her climb down the ladder. "Why would Charlotte have asked me something like that?" Gideon looked pale, or it might simply have been the cast of the witchlight on his face. "Miss Collins," he said, "you are one of the best fighters I have ever trained, Nephilim included. That is why I ask. It seems a shame to waste such talent, though perhaps it is not something you would want." Sophie set the book down on the table and sat down opposite Gideon. She knew she should hesitate, seemed to think the question over, but the answer was on her lips before she could stop it. "To be a shadow hunter is all I ever wanted." He leaned forward, and the witchlight shone up into his eyes, washing out their colour. "You are not worried about the danger?" "The older one is when one ascends, the riskier the process. I have heard them speaking about lowering the age of agreement to ascension to 14, or even 12. Sophie shook her head. "I have never feared the risk. I would take it gladly. It's only that I fear that if I applied for it, Mrs. Bramwell would think I'm ungrateful for all that she's done for me. She saved my life and raised me up. She gave me safety and a home. I would not repay her for all that by abandoning her service." "No," Gideon shook his head. "Sophie, Miss Collins, you are a free servant in a shadow hunter home. You have the sight. You know all there is to know of Downwelders and the Nephilim already. You are the perfect candidate for ascension." He placed his hand atop the demonology book. "I am a voice on the council. I could speak for you." "I can't," Sophie said in a soft thread of a voice. Didn't he understand what he was offering her, the temptation? And certainly not now. "No, not now, of course, with James so ill," Gideon said hurriedly. "But in the future, perhaps." His eyes searched her face, and she felt a blush begin to creep up from her collar. The most obvious and common way for a mundane to ascend to Shadowhunter status was through marriage to a Shadowhunter. She wondered what it meant that he seemed very determined not to mention that. "But when I asked you, you spoke so strongly. You said that being a Shadowhunter was all you ever wanted. Why is that? It can be a brutal life." "All life could be brutal," said Sophie. "My life before I came to the Institute was hardly sweet. I suppose in part I wish to be a Shadowhunter, so that if another man ever comes at me with a knife in his hand, as my former employer did, I can kill him where he stands." She touched her cheek as she spoke, an unconscious gesture she could not help, feeling the rigid scar tissue under her fingertips. She saw Gideon's expression, shock mixed with discomfort, and dropped her hand. "I did not know that was how you had been scarred," he said. She looked away. "Now you'll say it's not so ugly, or that you do not even see it, or something like that." "I see it," Gideon said in a low voice. "I am not blind, and we are a people of many scars. I see it, but it is not ugly. It is just another beautiful part of the most beautiful girl I have ever seen." Now Sophie did blush. She could feel her cheeks burn, and as Gideon leaned forward across the table, his eyes an intense, storm-washed green, she took a deep breath of resolution. He was not like her former employer. He was Gideon. She would not push him away this time. The door of the library flew open. Charlotte stood on the threshold looking exhausted. There were damp splotches on her pale blue dress, and her eyes were shadowed. Sophie sprang to her feet instantly. "Mrs. Branwell!" "Oh, Sophie," Charlotte sighed. "I was hoping you could sit with Jem for a bit. He hasn't woken up yet, but Bridget needs to make supper, and I think her dreadful singing is giving him nightmares in his sleep." "Of course." Sophie hurried to the door, not looking at Gideon as she did so, although as the door closed behind her, she was fairly sure that she heard him swearing softly and with great frustration in Spanish. "You know," Cecily said, "you really didn't have to throw that man through the window." "He wasn't a man," Gabriel said, scowling down at the heap of objects in his arms. He had taken the parcel of Magnus's ingredients, the Sallows had made up for them, and a few more useful-looking objects off the shelves besides. He had pointedly left all the papers his father had ordered on the counter where Sallows had put them, after Gabriel had tossed the satyr through one of the grimed-up windows. It had been very satisfying, with shattered glass everywhere. The force of it had even dislodged the hanging skeleton, which had come apart in a clatter of messy bones. He was an unseelie court fairy, one of the nasty ones. "Is that why you chased him down the street?" "He had no business showing images like that to a lady," Gabriel muttered, though it had been admitted that the lady in question had hardly turned a hair, and seemed more annoyed with Gabriel for his reaction than impressed by his chivalry. "And I do think it was excessive to hurl him into the canal." "He'll float." The corners of Cecily's mouth twitched. "It was very wrong." "You're laughing," Gabriel said in surprise. "I am not." Cecily raised her chin, turning her face away, but not before Gabriel saw the grin that spread over her face. Gabriel was baffled. After her displayed disdain for him, her cheek and back talk, he had been quite sure that this latest outburst of his would prompt her to tell tales to Charlotte as soon as they returned to the Institute. But instead, she seemed amused. He shook his head as they turned into Garnet Street. He would never understand the Herondales. "Hand over that vial there on the shelf, would you, Mr. Bain?" asked Henry. Magnus did so. He was standing in the centre of Henry's laboratory, looking around at the gleaming shapes on tables around him. "What are all these contraptions, if I might ask?" Henry, who was wearing 2 pairs of goggles at the same time, one on his head and one over his eyes, looked both pleased and nervous to be asked. Magnus presumed the 2 pairs of goggles was a fit of absent-mindedness, but in case it was in pursuit of fashion, he decided not to ask. Henry picked up a square brass object with multiple buttons. "Well, over here, this is a sensor. It senses when demons are near." He moved toward Magnus, and the sensor made a loud, wailing noise. "Impressive," Magnus exclaimed, pleased. He lifted a construction of fabric with a large dead bird perched atop it. "And what is this?" "The lethal bonnet," Henry declared. "Ah," said Magnus. "In times of need a lady can produce weapons from it with which to slay her enemies." "Well, no," Henry admitted. "That does sound like a rather better idea. I do wish you had been on the spot when I had the notion. Unfortunately, this bonnet wraps around the head of one's enemy and suffocates them, provided they are wearing it at the time." "I imagine it will not be easy to persuade Mortmain into a bonnet," Magnus observed, "though the colour would be fetching on him." Henry burst into laughter. "Very droll, Mr. Bain." "Please, call me Magnus." "I shall." Henry tossed the bonnet over his shoulder and picked up a round glass jar of a sparkling substance. "This is a powder that, when applied to the air, causes ghosts to become visible," Henry said. Magnus tilted the jar of shining grains up to the lamp admiringly, and when Henry beamed in an encouraging fashion, Magnus removed the cork. "Seems very fine to me," he said, and on a whim he poured it upon his hand. It coated his brown skin, gloving one hand in shimmering luminescence. And in addition to its practical uses, it would seem to work for more cosmetic purposes. This powder would make my skin glimmer for eternity. Henry frowned. "Not eternity," he said, and then he brightened. "But I could make you up another batch whenever you please." "I could shine it well," Magnus grinned at Henry. "These are fascinating items, Mr. Bramwell. You think differently about the world than any other Nephilim I have ever encountered. I confess I thought your people somewhat lacking in imagination, though high in personal drama. But you have given me a completely different opinion. Surely the Shadowhunter community must honor you, hold you in high esteem as a gentleman who has truly advanced their race." "No," Henry said sadly. "Mostly, they wish that I would stop suggesting new inventions and cease setting fire to things." "But all invention comes with risk," cried Magnus. "I have seen the transformation wrought on the world by the invention of the steam engine, and the proliferation of printed materials, the factories and mills which have changed the face of England. Mundanes have taken the world into their hands and made of it a marvelous thing. Warlocks, through the ages, have dreamed up and perfected different spells to make themselves a different world. Would the Shadowhunters be the only ones to remain stagnant and changeless, and therefore doomed? How can they turn their noses up at the genius that you have displayed? It is like turning towards shadows and away from light." Henry blushed a scarlet color. It was clear that no one had ever complimented his inventing before, except perhaps Charlotte. "You humble me, Mr. Bain." "Magnus," the warlock reminded him. "Now may I see your work upon this portal you were describing? The invention that transports a living being from one spot to another?" "Of course." Henry drew a heavy pile of notepaper from one corner of his cluttered table and pushed it towards Magnus. The warlock took it and flicked through the pages with interest. Each page was covered with crabbed, spidery handwriting and dozens of equations, blending mathematics and runes into a startling harmony. Magnus felt his heart beating faster as he flipped through the pages. This was genius. Real genius. There was only one problem. "I see what you're trying to do," he said. "And it is almost perfected, but—" "Yes, almost." Henry ran his hands through his gingery hair, upsetting his goggles. "The portal can be opened, but there is no way to direct it, no way to know if we will step through it to your intended destination in this world, or into another world altogether, or even into hell. It is too risky and therefore useless." "You cannot do it with these runes," said Magnus. "You need runes other than the ones you are using." Henry shook his head. "We can only use the runes from the Grey Book. Anything else is magic. Magic is not the way of the Nephilim. It is something we may not do." Magnus looked at Henry for a long, thoughtful moment. "It is something that I can do," he declared, and drew the stack of papers towards him. Unseelie court fairies did not like too much light. The first thing Sallows, whose name was not really that, had done upon returning to his shop had been to put up wax paper over the window that the Nephilim boy had so heedlessly broken. His spectacles were gone too, lost in the waters of the Limehouse Cut. And no one, it seemed, was going to pay him for the very expensive papers he had ordered for Benedict Lightwood. Altogether, it had been a very bad day. He looked up peevishly as the shop bell tinkled, warning of the opening of the door, and he frowned. He thought he had locked it. "Back again, Nephilim," he snapped. "Decided to throw me into the river not once but twice. I'll have you know I have powerful friends." "I don't doubt you do, trickster." The tall hooded figure in the entryway reached around and pulled the door shut behind him. "And I'm very interested in learning more about them." A cold iron blade flashed in the dimness, and the satyr's eyes widened in fear. "I have some questions to ask you," said the man in the doorway.
And I wouldn't try to run if I were you. Not if you want to keep your fingers attached to your body.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Infernal Devices, Book 3, Clockwork Princess, by Cassandra Clare. Read by Daniel Sharman.
Chapter 13. The Mind Has Mountains. Oh, the mind has mountains, cliffs of fall frightful, sheer, no man fathomed. Hold them cheap, May who near hung there, nor does long our small durance deal with that steep or deep. Here, creep, wretch, under a comfort serves in a whirlwind. All life death does end, and each day dies with sleep. Gerard Manley Hopkins. No worst. There is none. Tessa could never remember later if she had screamed as she had fallen. She remembered only a long and silent fall, the river and the rocks hurtling toward her, the sky at her feet. The wind tore at her face and hair as she twisted in the air, and she felt a sharp jerk at her throat. Her hands flew up. Her angel necklace was lifting over her head, as if an enormous hand had reached down out of the sky to remove it. A metallic blur surrounded her, a pair of great wings opening like gates, and something caught at her, arresting her fall. Her eyes widened. It was impossible, unimaginable. But her angel, her clockwork angel, had grown somehow to the size of a living human being, and was hovering over her, its great mechanical wings beating against the wind. She stared up into a blank, beautiful face, the face of a statue made of metal, as expressionless as ever. But the angel had hands as articulate as her own, and they were holding her up as the wings beat and beat and beat, and she fell slowly now, gently, like a puff of dandelion fluff blown on the wind. Maybe I am dying, Tessa thought, and this cannot be. But as the angel held her and they drifted together toward the earth, the ground came clearer and clearer into focus. She could see the individual rocks by the side of the stream now, the currents as they ran downstream, the reflection of the sun in the water. The shadow of wings appeared against the earth and grew wider and wider until she was falling into it, falling into the shadow, and she and the angel plunged together to the ground and landed in the soft dirt and scattered rocks at the side of the stream. Tessa gasped as she landed, more from shock than impact, and reached up as if she could cushion the angel's fall with her body, but it was shrinking already, growing smaller and smaller, its wings folding in on themselves, until it struck the ground by her side, the size of a toy once more. She reached out a shaking hand and seized it. She was lying on uneven rocks, half in, half out of the chilly water. It was already soaking through her skirts. She seized the pendant and crawled up the side of the stream with the remainder of her strength, and collapsed at last on dry ground with the angel pressed against her chest, ticking its familiar beat against her heart. Sophie sat in the armchair by the side of Jem's bed that had always been Will's place, and watched Jem sleep. There had been a time, she thought, when she would have been most grateful for this opportunity, a chance to be so close to him, to place cold cloths against his forehead when he stirred and murmured and burned with fever. And though she no longer loved him as she once had, the way, she realized now, one loved someone one did not know at all, with admiration and distance, it still wrung her heart to see him like this. One of the girls in the town where Sophie had grown up had died of consumption, and Sophie recalled how they had all talked of the way the disease had made her more beautiful before it killed her, made her pale and slender, and flushed her face with a hectic, rosy glow. Jem had that fever in his cheeks now as he tossed against his pillows. His silvery white hair was like frost, and his restless fingers twitched against the blanket. Every once in a while he spoke, but the words were in Mandarin, and she did not know them. He called out for Tessa. "Why need Tessa? 无论和情无三生，我们都会在一起." And he called out for Will as well, 松鼠洗脚, in a way that made Sophie want to take his hand and hold it, though when she did reach out to touch him, he was burning up with fever and snatched his hand away with a cry. Sophie shrank back against the chair, wondering if she should call for Charlotte. Charlotte would want to know if Jem's condition worsened. She was about to rise to her feet, when suddenly Jem gasped and his eyes flew open. She sank back into the chair, staring. His irises were such a pale silver that they were nearly white. "Will," he said. "Will, is that you?" "No," she said, almost afraid to move. "It's Sophie." He exhaled softly and turned his head toward her on the pillow. She saw him focus on her face with an effort, and then, incredibly, he smiled, that smile of great sweetness that had first won her heart. "Of course," he said. "Sophie, Will is not... I sent Will away." "He has gone after Tessa," Sophie said. "Good." Jem's long hands plucked at the blanket, contracted once into fists, and then relaxed. "I am glad." "You miss him," Sophie said. Jem nodded slowly. "I can feel it. His distance, like a cord inside me pulled very, very tightly. I did not expect that. We have not been apart since we became parabatai." "Cecily said you sent him away." "Yes," said Jem. "He was difficult to persuade. I think if he were not in love with Tessa himself, I would not have been able to make him go." Sophie's mouth fell open. "You knew?" "Not for long," Jem said. "No. I would not be that cruel. If I had known, I would never have proposed. I would have stood back. I did not know. And yet now, as everything is going away from me, all things appear in such a clear light that I think I would have come to know it, even if he had not told me. At the end of things, I would have known." He smiled a little at Sophie's stricken expression. "I'm glad I did not have to wait until the end." "You're not angry?" "I'm glad," he said. "They will be able to take care of each other when I'm gone, or at least I can hope for it. He says she does not love him, but surely she will come to love him in time. Will is easy to love, and he has given her his whole heart. I can see it. I hope she will not break it." Sophie could not think of a word to say. She did not know what anyone could say in the face of love like this. So much forbearance, so much endurance, so much hope. There had been many times in the past months when she'd regretted that she had ever had a bad thought about Will Herondale, when she saw how he had stood back and allowed Tessa and Jem to be happy together, and she knew the agony that had come to Tessa along with the happiness in the knowledge that she was hurting Will. Sophie alone, she thought, knew that Tessa called out for Will sometimes when she slept. She alone knew that the scar on Tessa's palm was not from an accidental encounter with a fireplace poker, but a deliberate wound, inflicted on herself that she might, somehow, physically match the emotional pain she'd felt in denying Will. Sophie had held Tessa while she'd wept and torn the flowers out of her hair that were the colour of Will's eyes, and Sophie had covered up with powder the evidence of tears and sleepless nights. Should she tell him? Sophie wondered. Would it really be a kindness to say, "Yes, Tessa loves him too. She has tried not to, but she does"? Could any man honestly want to hear that about the girl he was going to marry? "Miss Grey has a great regard for Mr. Arundel, and she would not break any heart lightly, I think," Sophie said. "But I wish you would not speak as if your death were inevitable, Mr. Carstairs. Even now Mrs. Bramwell and the others are hopeful of finding a cure. I think you will live to an old age with Miss Grey, and the both of you very happy." He smiled as if he knew something she did not. "That is kind of you to say, Sophie. I know I am a shadow hunter, and we do not pass easily from this life. We fight to the last. We come from the realm of angels, and yet we fear it. I think, though, that one can face the end and not be afraid, without having bowed under to death. Death shall never rule me. Sophie looked at him, a little worried. He sounded part delirious to her. Mr. Carstairs, shall I fetch Charlotte? In a moment. But Sophie, in your expression just there when I spoke, he leaned forward. Is it true, then? Is what true? She asked him in a small voice, but she knew what the question would be, and she could not lie to Jem. Will was in a foul mood. The day had dawned foggy, wet, and dreadful. He had woken feeling sick to his stomach, and had only barely been able to choke down the rubbery eggs and cold bacon the landlord's wife had served him in the stuffy parlour. Every part of his body had hummed to get back to the road and continue on his journey. Bouts of rain had left him shivering in his clothes, despite the liberal use of warming runes, and Balios disliked the mud that sucked at his hooves as they tried to make speed along the road, Will grumpily contemplating how it was possible that fog might actually condense upon the inside of one's clothes. He had at least made it to Northamptonshire, which was something, but he had covered barely 20 miles and flatly refused to stop, though Balios looked at him entreatingly as they passed through Towchester, as if begging for a warm room in a stable and some oats, and Will was almost inclined to give it to him. A sense of hopelessness had invaded his bones, as chill and inescapable as the rain. What did he think he was doing? Did he really think he would find Tessa this way? Was he a fool? They were passing through disagreeable country now, too, where the mud made the rocky pathway treacherous. A great cliff wall rose on one side of the road, blocking out the sky. On the other side of the path the road fell away dramatically into a ravine full of sharp rocks. The distant water of a muddy stream glinted faintly at the ravine's bottom. Will kept Balios's head well pulled in, far from the drop-off, but the horse still seemed skittish and shy of the fall. Will's own head was down, tucked into his collar to avoid the cold rain. It was only by chance that, glancing for a moment to the side, he caught a glimpse of bright green and gold amid the rocks at the edge of the road. He had pulled up Balios in an instant, and was down off the horse so quickly that he almost slipped in the mud. The rain was coming down more heavily now as he approached and knelt to examine the golden chain that had become caught around the sharp outcrop of a rock. He picked it up carefully. It was a jade pendant, circular, with characters stamped on the back. He knew well enough what they meant. When two people are as one in their innermost hearts, they shatter even the strength of iron or bronze. Jem's bridal gift to Tessa. Will's hand tightened about it as he stood. He remembered facing her in the stairwell, the chain of the jade pendant at her throat winking at him like a cruel reminder of Jem, as she'd said, "They say you cannot divide your heart, and yet—" "Tessa!" he cried out suddenly, his voice echoing off the rocks. "Tessa, Tessa, Tessa." He stood for a moment, shuddering at the side of the road. He did not know what he had expected. An answer? It was hardly as if she could be here, hiding among the sparse rocks. There was only silence and the sound of the wind and rain. Still, he knew without a shadow of a doubt that this was Tessa's necklace. Perhaps she had torn it from her throat and dropped it out of the carriage window to mark the path for him, like Hansel and Gretel's trail of breadcrumbs. It was what a storybook heroine would do, and therefore what his Tessa would do. Maybe there would be other markers too if he kept on his way. For the first time, hope flowed back into his veins. With new resolve, he strode toward Balios and swung himself up into the saddle. There would be no slowing down. They would make Staffordshire by evening. As he turned the horse's head back toward the road, he slipped the pendant into his pocket, where its engraved words of love and commitment seemed to burn like a brand. Charlotte had never felt so tired. The coming child had exhausted her more than she thought it would at first, and she had been awake all night and racing about all day. There were stains on her dress from Henry's crypt, and her ankles ached from going up and down the stairs and the ladders in the library. Nevertheless, when she opened the door of Jem's bedroom and saw him not only awake but sitting up and talking to Sophie, she forgot her tiredness and felt her face break into a helpless smile of relief. "James," she exclaimed, "I had wondered. That is, I am glad you're awake." Sophie, who was looking oddly flushed, rose to her feet. "Should I go, Mrs. Branwell?" "Oh, yes, please, Sophie. Bridget is in one of her moods. She says she can't find the bang, Mary, and I haven't even the slightest what she's talking about." Sophie almost smiled. She would have if her heart hadn't been pounding with the knowledge that she might just have done something very dreadful. "The Bain Marie," she said. "I will locate it for her." She moved toward the door, paused, and threw a peculiar look over her shoulder at Jem, who was resting back against his pillows, looking very pale but composed. Before Charlotte could say anything, Sophie was gone, and Jem was beckoning Charlotte forward with a tired smile. "Charlotte, if you would not mind very much, could you bring me my violin?" "Of course." Charlotte went over to the table by the window where the violin was stored in its square rosewood case, with its bow and small round box of rosin. She lifted the violin and brought it over to the bed, where Jem took it carefully from her arms, and she sank down gratefully in the chair beside him. "Oh," she said a moment later, "I'm sorry. I forgot the bow. Did you want to play?" "That's all right." He plucked gently at the strings with his fingertips, which produced a soft, vibrant noise. "This is pizzicato, the first thing my father taught me how to do when he showed me the violin. It reminds me of being a child." "You are still a child," Charlotte wanted to say, but she did not. He was only a few weeks short of his 18th birthday after all, when Shadowhunters became adults, and if when she looked at him she still saw the dark-haired little boy who had arrived from Shanghai clutching his violin, his huge eyes and his pale face, that did not mean he had not grown up. She reached for the box of yin fen on his bedside table. There was only a pale scatter left at the bottom, barely a teaspoonful. She swallowed against her tight throat and tapped the powder into the bottom of a glass, then poured water from the carafe into it, letting the yin fen dissolve like sugar. When she handed it to Jem, he put the violin aside and took the glass from her. He stared down into it, his pale eyes thoughtful. "Is this the last of it?" he asked. "Magnus is working on a cure," Charlotte said. "We all are. Gabriel and Cecily are out purchasing ingredients for medicine to keep you strong, and Sophie and Gideon and I have been researching. Everything is being done. Everything." Jem looked a little surprised. "I did not realize." "But of course it is," Charlotte said. "We are your family. We would do anything for you. Please do not lose hope, Jem. I need you to keep your strength." "What strength I have is yours," he said cryptically. He downed the yin fen solution, handing her back the empty glass. "Charlotte." "Yes?" "Have you won the fight about what to call the child yet?" Charlotte gave a startled laugh. It seemed odd to think about her child now, but then why not? In death, we are in life. It was something to think about that was not illness, or Tessa's disappearance, or Will's dangerous mission. "Not yet," she said. "Henry is still insisting on Buford." "You'll win," Jem said. "You always do. You would make an excellent consul, Charlotte." Charlotte wrinkled her nose. "A woman consul? After all the trouble I've had for simply running the Institute." "There must always be a first," said Jem. "It is not easy to be first, and it is not always rewarding, but it is important." He ducked his head. "You carry with you one of my few regrets." Charlotte looked at him puzzled. "I would have liked to see the baby." It was a very simple, wistful thing to say, but it lodged itself in Charlotte's heart like a sliver of glass. She began to cry, the tears slipping silently down her face. "Charlotte," Jem said, as if comforting her, "you've always taken care of me. You'll take amazing care of this baby. You'll be a wonderful mother." "You cannot give up, Jem," she said in a choked voice. "When they brought you to me, at first they said you would live only a year or two. You've lived nearly 6. Please just live a few more days. A few more days for me." Jem gave her a softly measured look. "I lived for you," he said, "and I lived for Will. And then I lived for Tessa, and for myself, because I wanted to be with her. But I cannot live for other people forever. No one can say that death found in me a willing comrade, or that I went easily. If you say you need me, I will stay as long as I can for you. I will live for you and yours, and go down fighting death until I am worn away to bone and splinters. But it would not be my choice." "Then," Charlotte looked at him hesitantly, "what would be your choice?" He swallowed, and his hand dropped to touch the violin by his side. "I made the decision," he said. "I made it when I told Will to go." He ducked his head and then looked up at Charlotte, his pale, blue-shadowed eyes fixed on her face as if willing her to understand. "I wanted to stop," he said. "Sophie says everyone is still searching for a cure for me. I know I gave Will my permission, but I want everyone to cease looking now. Charlotte, it is over." It was growing dark by the time Cecily and Gabriel returned to the Institute. To be out and about in the city with someone besides Charlotte or her brother had been a unique experience for Cecily, and she was astonished at what good company Gabriel Lightwood had been. He had made her laugh, though she had done her best to hide it, and he had quite obligingly carried all the parcels, though she would have expected him to protest at being treated like a harried footman. It was true that he probably should not have thrown the fairy through the shop window, or into the Limehouse Canal afterwards, but she could hardly blame him. She knew perfectly well that it was not the fact that the satyr had shown her improper images that had snapped his temper, but the reminder of his father. It was odd, she thought, as they mounted the Institute steps, how unlike his brother he was. She had liked Gideon perfectly well since she had arrived in London, but found him quiet and contained. He did not speak much, and though he sometimes helped Will with her training, he was distant and thoughtful with everyone but Sophie. With her it was possible to see flashes of humour in him. He could be quite dryly funny when he wished to be, and had a darkly observant nature alongside his calm soul. In bits and pieces gleaned from Tessa, Will and Charlotte, Cecily had pieced together the story of the Lightwoods, and had begun to understand why Gideon was so quiet. In a way, like Will and herself, he had turned his back on his family deliberately, and he carried the scars of that loss. Gabriel's choice had been a different one. He had stayed by his father's side and watched the slow deterioration of his body and mind. What had he thought while it was happening? At what point did he realize the choice he had made had been the wrong one? Gabriel opened the Institute door, and Cecily went through. They were greeted by Bridget's voice, floating down the steps. "Oh, see ye not yon narrow road, so thick beset with thorns and briars? That is the path of righteousness, though after it but few inquires. And see not ye that broad, broad road that lies across the lily levin? That is the path of wickedness, though some call it the road to heaven." "She's singing," said Cecily, starting up the steps. "Again." Gabriel, balancing the parcels nimbly, made an equable noise. "I'm famished. I wonder if she'll scare me up some cold chicken and bread in the kitchen if I tell her I don't mind the songs." "Everyone minds the songs." Cecily looked at him sideways. He had an awfully fine profile. Gideon was good-looking as well, but Gabriel was all sharp angles, chin and cheekbones, which she thought altogether more elegant. "'Tisn't your fault, you know," she said abruptly. "What is not my fault?" They turned from the steps onto the corridor of the second floor. It seemed dark to Cecily, the witch lights turned down low. She could hear Bridget still singing. It was dark, dark night. There was no starlight, and they waded through red blood to the knee, for all the blood that's shed on earth runs through the springs of that country. "Your father," Cecily said. Gabriel's face tightened. For a moment Cecily thought he was going to make an angry retort, but instead he said only, "It may or may not be my fault, but I chose to be blind to his crimes. I believed in him when it was wrong to do so, and he has disgraced the name of Lightwood." Cecily was silent for a moment. "I came here because I believed shadow hunters were monsters who had taken my brother. I believed it because my parents believed it. But they were wrong. We are not our parents, Gabriel. We do not have to carry the burden of their choices or their sins. You can make the Lightwood name shine again." "That is the difference between you and me," he said, with not a little bitterness. "You chose to come here. I was driven out of my home, chased here by the monster that was once my father." "Well," Cecily said kindly, "not chased all the way here. Only as far as Chiswick, I thought." "What?" She smiled at him.
I am Will Herondale's sister. You can't expect me to be serious all the time." His expression at that was so comical that she giggled. She was still giggling when they pushed the library door open and entered, and both stopped dead in their tracks. Charlotte, Henry, and Gideon were sitting around one of the long tables. Magnus stood a distance away by the window, his hands clasped behind him. His back was rigid and straight. Henry looked wan and tired, Charlotte tear-stained. Gideon's face was a mask. The laughter died on Cecily's lips. "What is it?" "Has there been word? Is Will—" "It is not Will," said Charlotte. "It is Jem." Cecily bit her lip, even as her heartbeat slowed with guilty relief. She had thought first of her brother, but of course it was his parabatai who was in more imminent peril. "Jem," she breathed. "He is still alive," Henry said, in answer to her unspoken question. "Well then, we got everything," Gabriel said, putting the parcels down on the table. "Everything Magnus asked for. The Damiana, the Bad's Head root." "Thank you." Magnus spoke from the window without turning. "Yes, thank you," Charlotte said. "You did all I asked, and I am grateful. But I'm afraid your errand was in vain." She looked down at the parcel, and then back up again. It was clear that it was taking her a great effort to speak. "Jem has made a decision," she said. "He wishes us to cease searching for a cure. He has had the last of the Yin Fen. There is no more, and it is a matter of hours now. I've summoned the Silent Brothers. It is time to say goodbye." It was dark in the training room. The shadows lay long upon the floor, and moonlight came in through the high-arched windows. Cecily sat on one of the worn benches and stared down at the patterns the moonlight made on the splintered wooden floor. Her right hand idly worried at the red pendant around her throat. She could not help but think of her brother. Part of her mind was there in the institute, but the rest was with Will, on the back of a horse, leaning into the wind, riding hell for leather over the roads that separated London from Dogathai. She wondered if she was frightened. She wondered if she would see him again. So deep in thought was she that she started at the creak of the door as it opened. A long shadow was cast across the floor, and she looked up to see Gabriel Lightwood blinking at her in surprise. "Hiding here, are you?" he said. "That's awkward." "Why?" She was surprised at how ordinary her voice sounded, even calm. "Because I intended to hide here myself." Cecily was silent for a moment. Gabriel actually looked a little uncertain. It hung strangely on him. He was usually so confident. Though it was a more fragile confidence than his brother's, it was too dark for her to see the colour of his eyes or hair, and for the first time she could actually see the resemblance between him and Gideon. They had the same determined set to their chins, the same wide-spaced eyes and careful stance. "You may hide here with me," she said, "if you wish." He nodded and crossed the room to where she sat, but instead of joining her, he moved to the window and glanced outside. "The Silent Brothers' carriage is here," he said. "Yes," said Cecily. She knew from her reading of the Codex that the Silent Brothers were both the doctors and the priests of the Shadowhunter world. One might expect to find them at deathbeds and sickbeds and childbed alike. "I thought I should see Jem, for Will, but I could not bring myself. I am a coward," she added as an afterthought. It was not something she had ever thought about herself before. "Then I am too," he replied. The moonlight fell across one side of his face, making him look as if he were wearing a half-mask. "I had come up here to be alone, and, frankly, to be away from the brothers, for they give me the chills. I thought I might play solitaire. We could, if you like, have a game of beggar my neighbour." "Like Pip and Estella in Great Expectations," said Cecily, with a flash of amusement. "But no, I do not know how to play cards. My mother tried to keep cards out of the house as my father had a weakness for them." She looked up at Gabriel. "You know, in some ways we are the same. Our brothers left and we were alone with our brother or sister, with a father who was deteriorating. Mine went a bit mad for a while after Will left and Ella died. It took him years to recover himself, and in the meantime we lost our home, just as you lost Chiswick.
Chiswick was taken from us, said Gabriel with an acidic flash of bitterness. And to be quite honest, I'm both sorry and not. My memories of the place, he shuddered. My father locked himself in the study a fortnight before I came here for help. I should have come earlier, but I was too proud. I did not want to admit that I had been wrong about father. For that 2 weeks I barely slept. I banged on the door of the study and begged my father to come out, to speak to me, but I heard only inhuman noises. I turned the lock on my door at night, and in the morning there would be blood on the stairs. I told myself the servants had fled. I knew better. So no, we are not the same, Cecily, because you left. You were brave. I stayed until there was no choice but to leave. I stayed even though I knew it was wrong. You are a Lightwood, Cecily said. You stay because you are loyal to your family name. It is not cowardice. Wasn't it? Is loyalty still a commendable quality when it is misdirected? Cecily opened her mouth and then closed it again. Gabriel was looking at her, his eyes shining in the moonlight. He seemed genuinely desperate to hear her answer. She wondered if he had anyone else to talk to. She could see how it might be terrifying to take one's moral qualms to Gideon. He seemed so staunch, as if he had never questioned himself in his life and would not understand those who did. I think, she said, choosing her words with care, that any good impulse can be twisted into something evil. Look at the Magister. He does what he does because he hates the shadow hunters, out of loyalty to his parents, who cared for him and who were killed. It is not beyond the realm of understanding, and yet nothing excuses the result. I think, when we make choices, for each choice is individual of the choices we have made before, we must examine not only our reasons for making them, but what result they will have, and whether good people will be hurt by our decisions. There was a pause. Then, You are very wise, Cecily Herondale, he said. Do not regret too much the choices you have made in the past, Gabriel, she said, aware that she was using his Christian name, but not able to help it. Only make the right ones in future. We are ever capable of change and ever capable of being our better selves. That, said Gabriel, would not be the self my father wanted me to be, and despite everything, I find myself reluctant to dismiss the hope of his approval. Cecily sighed. We can do our best, Gabriel. I tried to be the child my parents wanted, the lady they wished me to be. I left to bring Will back to them because I thought it was the right thing to do. I knew they were grieved when he had chosen a different path, and it is the right one for him, for all that he came to it strangely. It is his path. Do not choose the path your father would have chosen, or the path your brother would choose. Be the shadow hunter you want to be. He sounded very young when he replied, How do I know that I will make the right choice? Outside the window, horses' hooves sounded on the flagstones of the courtyard. The Silent Brothers, leaving. Jem, Cecily thought, with a pang in her heart. Her brother had always looked to him as a kind of North Star, a compass that would ever point him toward the right decision. She had never quite thought of her brother as lucky before, and certainly would not expect to do so today. And yet in a way he had been. To always have someone to turn to like that, and not to worry constantly that one was looking to the wrong stars. She tried to make her voice as firm and as strong as it could be for herself as much as for the boy at the window. Perhaps, Gabriel Lightwood, I have faith in you. Chapter 14. Parabatai. Peace. Peace. He is not dead. He doth not sleep. He hath awakened from the dream of life. 'Tis we, who lost in stormy visions keep with phantoms an unprofitable strife, and in mad trance strike with our spirit's knife in vulnerable nothings. We decay like corpses in a charnel. Fear and grief convulse us and consume us day by day, and cold hopes swarm like worms within our living clay. Percy Bysshe Shelley. Adonais. An elegy on the death of John Keats. The courtyard of the Green Man Inn was a churned mess of mud by the time Will drew up his spent horse and slid down from Balios's broad back. He was weary, stiff and saddle-sore, and with the bad condition of the roads and the exhaustion of himself and his horse, he had made the last few hours in very bad time. It was already quite dark, and he was relieved to see a stable boy hurrying toward him, boots splashed with mud to the knee, and carrying a lantern that gave off a warm yellow glow. "Oi, but it's a wet evening, sir," said the boy cheerfully as he grew nearer. He looked like an ordinary enough human boy, but there was something mischievous and a bit sprite-like about him. Fairy blood, sometimes handed down over generations, could express itself in humans and even shadow hunters, with the curve of an eye or the bright shine of a pupil. Of course the boy had the sight. The Green Man was a well-known downworld way station. Will had been hoping to reach it by nightfall. He was tired of pretending in front of mundanes, tired of being glamoured, tired of hiding. "Wet, you think?" Will muttered as water ran off his hair and into his eyelashes. He had his eyes on the front door of the inn, through which welcoming yellow light poured. Overhead, almost all light had drained from the sky. Ponderous black clouds loomed overhead, heavy with the promise of more rain. The boy took Balios by the bridle. "You've got one of them magic horses," he exclaimed. "Yes." Will patted the horse's lathered side. "You need to rub down in special care." The boy nodded. "You a shadow hunter, then? We don't get many of them around these parts." "One a little while ago, but he were an old un and disagreeable." "Listen," Will said. "Are there rooms available?" "Not sure if there are any private ones, sir." "Well, I'll be wanting a private one, so there better be. And a stable for the horse for the night, and a bath and a meal. Run along and get the horse put away. I'll see what your landlord says." The landlord was utterly obliging, and, unlike the boy, made no comments on the marks on Will's hand or at his throat, only asked the very usual sort of questions. "Do you want your meal in a private parlour, or take it in the common room, sir? And will you be wanting a bath before your supper or after?" Will, who felt encased in mud, opted for the bath first, though agreed to take dinner in the common room. He had brought a good amount of mundane money with him, but a private parlour for dining in was an unnecessary expense, especially when one did not care what one was eating. Food was fuel for the journey, and that was all. Though the landlord had taken little notice of the fact that Will was Nephilim, there were others in the common area of the inn who did. As Will leaned against the counter, a group of young werewolves by the large fireplace who had been indulging in cheap beer for most of the day muttered among themselves. Will attempted not to notice them as he ordered hot water bottles for himself and a bran mash for his horse like any high-handed young gentleman, but their sharp eyes on him were avid, taking in every detail from his dripping wet hair and muddy boots to the heavy coat that showed no sign of whether he wore the Nephilim's customary weapons belt beneath. "Easy, boys," said the tallest of the group. He sat well back toward the fire, casting his face in heavy shadow, though the fire outlined his long fingers as he took out a fine Majolica cigar box and tapped thoughtfully at the lock. "I know him." "You know him?" one of the younger wolves asked in disbelief. "That Nephilim? Friend of yours, Scott?" "Oh, not a friend. Not exactly." Wolsey Scott lit the tip of his cigar with a match and regarded the boy across the room over the small flame, a smile playing about his mouth. "But it is very interesting that he's here. Very interesting indeed." "Tessa!" The voice echoed in her ear, a ragged shout. She sat bolt upright on the riverbank, her body trembling. "Will?" She scrambled to her feet and looked around. The moon had passed behind a cloud. The sky above was like a dark grey marble, shot through with veins of black. The river ran before her, dark grey in the poor light, and glancing around, she saw only gnarled trees, the steep cliff down which she had fallen, a broad swatch of countryside stretching away in the other direction, fields and stone fences, the occasional distant dotting of a farmhouse or habitation. She could see nothing like a city or a town, not even a cluster of lights that might have indicated a tiny hamlet. "Will," she whispered again, drawing her arms about herself. She was sure it had been his voice she had heard calling her name. No one else's voice sounded like his. But it was ridiculous. He was not here. He could not be. Perhaps like Jane Eyre, who had heard Rochester's voice calling for her on the moors, she was half dreaming. At least it was a dream that had driven her out of her unconsciousness. The wind was like a knife of cold, cutting through her clothes. She wore only a thin dress meant for indoors and no coat or hat, and into her skin. Her skirts were still wet with river water, her dress and stocking ripped and stained with blood. The angel had saved her life, it seemed, but it had not protected her from injury. She touched it now, hoping for guidance, but it was as still and mute as ever. As she took her hand away from her throat, though, she heard Will's voice in her head. Sometimes, when I have to do something I don't want to do, I pretend I'm a character from a book. It's easier to know what they would do. A character from a book, Tessa thought. A good, sensible one would follow the stream. A character from a book would know that human habitations and towns are often built by water, and would seek out help rather than blundering into the woods. Resolutely, she wrapped her arms about herself and began to trudge downstream. By the time Will, well-bathed, shaved, and wearing a clean shirt and collar, returned to the common room for supper, the room was half full of people. Well, not exactly people. As he was shown to a table, he passed tables where trolls sat hunched together over pints of beer, looking like gnarled old men, save for the tusks that protruded from their lower jaws. A thin warlock, with a mop of brown hair and a third eye in the centre of his forehead, was sawing into a veal cutlet. A group sat huddled at a table by the fire, werewolves, Will sensed, from their pack-like demeanour. The room smelled of damp and embers and cooking, and Will's stomach rumbled. He hadn't realised how hungry he was. Will studied a map of Wales, as he drank his sour vinegary wine and ate the food he was brought, a tough cut of venison with potatoes, and did his best to try to ignore the stares of the other customers. He supposed the stable boy had been right. They didn't get many Nephilim in here. He felt as if his marks were glowing like brands. When the plates were cleared away, he took out paper and composed a letter. Charlotte, I am sorry for leaving the Institute without your permission. I ask for your forgiveness. I felt I had no other choice. That, however, is not why I am sending this letter. By the side of the road I have found evidence of Tessa's passage. Somehow she had managed to cast her jade necklace from the carriage window. I believe so that we might trace her by it. I have it with me now. It is proof undeniable that we were correct in our supposition about Mortmain's whereabouts. He must be at Cadair Idris. You must write to the consul and demand that he send a full force to the mountain. Will Herondale. Having sealed the letter, Will called over the landlord and confirmed that for £0.50 the boy would bring it to the night coach for delivery. Having made his payment, Will sat back, considering whether he should force down another glass of wine to ensure that he could sleep, when a sharp stabbing pain shot through his chest. It felt like being shot with an arrow, and Will jerked back. His wineglass crashed to the floor and shattered. He lurched to his feet, leaning both hands on the table. He was vaguely aware of stairs and the landlord's anxious voice in his ear, but the pain was too great to think through, almost too great to breathe through. The tightness in his chest, the one he had thought of as one end of a cord tying him to Jem, had pulled so taut that it was strangling his heart. He stumbled away from his table, pushing through a knot of customers near the bar, and passed to the front door of the inn. All he could think of was air, getting air into his lungs to breathe. He pushed the doors open and half tumbled out into the night. For a moment the pain in his chest ceased, and he fell back against the wall of the inn. Rain was sheeting down, soaking his hair and clothes. He gasped, his heart stuttering with a mixture of terror and desperation. Was this just the distance from Jem affecting him? He had never felt anything like this, even when Jem had been at his worst, even when he had been injured and Will had ached with sympathetic pain. The cords snapped. For a moment everything went white, the courtyard bleaching through as if with acid. Will jackknifed to his knees, vomiting up his supper into the mud. When the spasms had passed, he staggered to his feet and blindly away from the inn, as if trying to outrace his own pain. He fetched up against the wall of the stables, beside the horse trough. He dropped to his knees to plunge his hands into the icy water, and saw his own reflection. There was his face, as white as death, and his shirt, and the spreading stain of red across the front. With wet hands he seized at his lapels and jerked the shirt open. In the dim light that spilled from the inn, he could see that his parabatai rune, just over his heart, was bleeding. His hands were covered in blood, blood mixed with rain, the same rain that was washing the blood away from his chest, showing the rune as it began to fade from black to silver, changing all that had been sense in Will's life into nonsense. Jem was dead. Tessa had been walking for hours. Her thin shoes were cut through from the jagged rocks by the riverbed. She had started out almost running, but exhaustion and cold had overtaken her, and now she was limping slowly, if determinedly, downstream. The soaked material of her skirts dragged her down, feeling like an anchor that would pull her to the bottom of some terrible sea. She had seen no sign of human habitation for miles, and was beginning to despair of her plan, when a clearing came into view. It had begun to rain lightly, but even through the drizzle she could see the outline of a low stone building. As she drew closer, she saw that it seemed to be a small house, with a thatched roof and an overgrown path leading to the front door. She picked up her pace, hurrying now, thinking of a kindly farmer and his wife, the kind in books who would take in a young girl and help contact her family, as the Rivers had done for Jane in Jane Eyre. As she drew closer, though, she noticed the dirty and broken windows and the grass growing on the thatched roof. Her heart sank. The house was deserted. The door was already part open, the wood swelled with rain. There was something frightening about the house's emptiness, but Tessa was desperate for shelter from both the rain and any pursuers that Mortmain might have sent after her. She clung to the hope that Mrs. Black would think she had died in the fall, but she doubted that Mortmain would be so easily put off her trail. After all, if anyone knew what her clockwork angel could do, it would be him. There was grass growing between the flagstones of the floor inside the house, and the hearth was dirty, with a blackened pot still hanging over the remains of the fire, and the whitewashed walls dingy with soot and the passage of time. There was a tangle of what looked like farming implements near the door. One resembled a long metal stick with a curved forked end, the tines still sharp. Knowing that she might need some means of defence, she caught it up, then moved from the entrance room into the only other room the house had, a small bedroom in which she was delighted to find a musty blanket on the bed. She looked down hopelessly at her wet dress. It would take ages to remove without Sophie's help, and she was desperate for warmth. She wrapped the blanket around herself, wet clothes and all, and curled up on the prickly hay-stuff mattress. It smelled of mould, and probably had mice living in it, but at this moment it felt like the most luxurious bed Tessa had ever stretched herself upon. Tessa knew it was wiser to stay awake, but despite everything, she could no longer withstand the demands of her battered and exhausted body. Clutching the metal weapon to her chest, she slid away into sleep.
So, this is him then, the Nephilim.
Will did not know how long he had been sitting slumped against the wall of the stable, growing ever wetter with the rain, when the growling voice came out of the darkness. He lifted his head, too late to ward off the hand reaching for him. A moment later, it grabbed his collar and hauled him to his feet. He stared through eyes dimmed by rain and agony at a group of werewolves standing in a half-circle around him. There were perhaps 5 of them, including the one who had him slammed up against the stable wall, a hand fisted in his bloody shirt. They were all dressed similarly, in black garbs so wet with rain it shone like oilskin. All were hatless, their hair, worn long as werewolves did, plastered to their heads.
"Get your hands off me," Will said. "The Accords forbid touching a Nephilim unprovoked." "Unprovoked?"
The werewolf in front of him yanked him forward and slammed him back against the wall again. In ordinary circumstances it would most likely have hurt, but these were not ordinary circumstances. The physical pain of Will's parabatai rune had faded, but his whole body felt dry and hollow, all the meaning sucked out of the centre of him.
"I'd say it's provoked. If it wasn't for you, Nephilim, the Magister never would have come after our lot with his dirty drugs and his filthy lies."
Will looked at the werewolves with an emotion bordering on hilarity. Did they really think they could hurt him, after what he had lost? For 5 years it had been his absolute truth. Jem and Will and Jem. Will Herondale lives, Therefore Jem Carstairs lives also. Quod erat demonstrandum. To lose an arm or leg would be painful, he imagined, but to lose the central truth of your life felt fatal. Dirty drugs and filthy lies, Will drawled. That does sound unsanitary. Though, tell me, is it true that instead of bathing, werewolves just lick themselves once a year? Or do you all lick one another? Because that's what I've heard. The hand in his shirt tightened. You want to be a little more respectful, Shadowhunter? No, Will said. No, I really don't. We've heard about you, Will Erindale, said one of the other werewolves. Always crawling to downworlders for help. We'd like to see you crawl now. You'll have to cut me off at the knees then. That, said the werewolf holding Will, can be arranged. Will exploded into action. He slammed his head into the face of the werewolf in front of him. He both heard and felt the sick crunch of the werewolf's nose breaking, hot blood spurting over the man's face as he staggered back across the courtyard and crumpled onto his knees on the cobblestones. His hands were pressed to his face, trying to stem the flow of blood. A hand grasped Will's shoulder, claws piercing the fabric of Will's wet shirt. He whirled around to face the wolves and saw in this second werewolf's hand, silvery in the moonlight, the sharp gleam of a knife. His assailant's eyes shone through the rain, gold-green and menacing. They did not come out here to taunt or hurt me, Will realized. They came out here to kill me. For one black moment, Will was tempted to let them. The thought of it seemed like an enormous relief, all pain gone, all responsibility gone, a simple submersion in death and forgetting. He stood without moving as the knife swung toward him. Everything seemed to be happening very slowly. The iron edge of the knife swinging toward him, the sneering face of the werewolf blurred by the rain. The image he had dreamed the night before flashed before his eyes. Tessa running up the green path toward him. Tessa. His hand came up automatically and grasped the werewolf's wrist in one hand as he ducked the blow, swinging under the wolf's arm. He brought the arm down hard, breaking the bone with a savage splintering. The lycanthrope screamed, and a dark bolt of glee shot through Will. The dagger fell to the cobblestones as Will kicked his opponent's legs out from under him, then slammed his elbow into the man's temple. The wolf went down into a heap and didn't move again. Will snatched up the dagger and turned to face the others. There were only 3 of them standing now, and they looked decidedly less sure of themselves than they had before. He grinned, cold and terrible, and tasted the metal of rain and blood in his mouth. Come and kill me, he said. Come and kill me if you think you can. He kicked the unconscious werewolf at his feet. You'll have to do better than your friends. They lunged at him, claws out, and Will went down hard onto the cobblestones, his head cracking against the stone. A set of claws raked his shoulder. He rolled sideways under a flurry of blows and lashed upward with his dagger. There was a high yelp of pain that ended on a whine, and the weight on top of Will, which had been moving and struggling, went limp. Will rolled to the side and sprang to his feet, spinning round. The wolf he had stabbed lay open-eyed, dead in a widening pool of blood and rainwater. The 2 remaining werewolves were struggling to their feet, caked in mud and drenched in water. Will was bleeding from his shoulder, where one of them had dug deep furrows with his claws. The pain was glorious. He laughed through the blood and the mud as the rain sluiced the blood from the blade of his dagger. Again, he said, and barely recognized his own voice, strained and cracked and deadly. Again! One of the werewolves spun and bolted. Will laughed again and moved toward the last of them, who stood frozen, clawed hands extended. With bravery or terror, Will wasn't sure and didn't care. His dagger felt like an extension of his wrist, part of his arm. One good blow and a jerk upward, and he would rip through bone and cartilage, stabbing toward the heart. Stop! The voice was hard, commanding, familiar. Will cut his eyes to the side. Striding across the courtyard, his shoulders hunched against the rain, his expression furious, was Wolsey Scott. I command you, both of you, stop this instant. The werewolf dropped his hands to his sides instantly, his claws vanishing. He bent his head, the classic gesture of submission. Master! A boiling tide of rage poured over Will, obliterating rationality, sense, everything but rage. He reached out and jerked the werewolf toward him, his arm wrapping the man's neck, blade against his throat. Wolsey, only a few feet away, came up short, his green eyes shooting daggers. "Come any closer," Will said, "and I'll cut your little wolfling's throat." "I told you to stop," Wolsey said in a measured tone. He was wearing, as he always was, a beautifully cut suit, a brocade riding coat atop it, everything now liberally soaked with rain. His fair hair, plastered to his face and neck, was colourless with water. "Both of you." "But I don't have to listen to you," Will shouted. "I was winning! Winning!" He glanced about the courtyard at the 3 scattered bodies of the werewolves he had fought, 2 unconscious, 1 dead. "Your pack attacked me, unprovoked. They broke the accords. I was defending myself. They broke the law." His voice rose, harsh and unrecognizable. "I am owed their blood, and I will have it." Yes, buckets of blood," said Wolsey. "And what would you do with it if you had it? You don't care about this werewolf. Let him go." "No." "At least let him free so he can fight you," Wolsey said. Will hesitated, then released his grip on the werewolf he held, who faced his pack leader, looking terrified. Wolsey snapped his fingers in the wolf's direction. "Run, Conrad," he said. "Fast, and now." The werewolf didn't need to be told twice. He turned on his heels and darted away, vanishing behind the stables. Will turned back to Wolsey with a sneer. "So your pack are all cowards," he said. 5 against 1 shadow hunter. Is that how it is?" "I didn't tell them to come out here after you. They're young and stupid and impetuous, and half their pack was killed by Mortmain. They blame your kind." Wolsey stepped a little closer, his eyes raking up and down Will, as cold as green ice. "I assume your Parabatai is dead then," he added with shocking casualness. Will was not ready to hear the words at all, would never be ready. The battle had cleared his head of the pain for a moment. Now it threatened to return, all-encompassing and terrifying. He gasped as if Wolsey had punched him, and took an involuntary step back. "And you're trying to get yourself killed because of it, Nephilim boy. Is that what's going on?" Will swiped his wet hair out of his face and looked at Wolsey with hatred. "Maybe I am. Is that how you respect his memory?" "What does it matter?" Will said. "He's dead. He'll never know what I do or what I don't do." "My brother is dead," Wolsey said. "I still struggle to fulfill his wishes, to continue to pray to lupus in his memory, and to live as he would have had me live. Do you think I'm the sort of person who would ever be found in a place like this, consuming pig squill and drinking vinegar, knee-deep in mud watching some tedious shadow hunter brat destroy even more of my already diminished pack, if it weren't for the fact that I serve a greater purpose than my own desires and sorrows? And so do you, shadow hunter. So do you." "Oh God." The dagger fell out of Will's hand and landed in the mud at his feet. "What do I do now?" he whispered. He had no idea why he was asking Wolsey, except that there was no one else in the world to ask. Not even when he thought he was cursed had he felt so alone. Wolsey looked over him coolly. "Do what your brother would have wanted," he said, and then turned and stalked off back toward the inn. Chapter 15. Stars, hide your fires. Stars, hide your fires. Let not light see my black and deep desires. Shakespeare. Macbeth. Consul Wayland, I write to you on a matter of the gravest import. One of the shadow hunters of my institute, William Herondale, is upon the road to Cadair Idris, even as I write. He has discovered along the way an unmistakable sign of Miss Grey's passage. I enclose his letter for your perusal, but I am sure you will agree that the whereabouts of Mortmain are now established, and that we must with all haste assemble what forces we can and march immediately upon Cadair Idris. Mortmain has shown in the past a remarkable ability to slip from the nets we cast. We must take advantage of this moment, and strike with all possible haste and force. I await your speedy reply. Charlotte Branwell. The room was cold. The fire had long burned down in the grate, and the wind outside was howling around the corners of the Institute, rattling the panes of the windows. The lamp on the nightstand was turned down low, and Tessa shivered in the armchair by the bed, despite the shawl wrapped tightly around her shoulders. In the bed, Jem was asleep, his head pillowed on his hand. He breathed just enough to move the blanket slightly, though his face was as pale as the pillows. Tessa stood, letting the shawl slip from her shoulders. She was in her nightgown, the way she had been the first time she had ever met Jem, bursting into his room to find him playing the violin by the window. "Will?" he had said. "Will, is that you?" He stirred and murmured now as she crawled into the bed with him, drawing the blankets over them both. She cupped her hands around his and held their joined hands between them. She tangled their feet together and kissed his cool cheek, warming his skin with her breath. Slowly she felt him stir against her, as if her presence were bringing him to life. His eyes opened and looked into hers. They were blue, achingly blue, the blue of the sky where it meets the sea. "Tessa," Will said, and she realized it was Will in her arms. Will who was dying. Will breathing out his last breath, and there was blood on his shirt, just over his heart, a spreading red stain. Tessa sat bolt upright, gasping. For a moment she stared about her, disoriented. The tiny dark room, the musty blanket wrapped around her, her damp clothes and bruised body seemed foreign to her. Then memory came back in a flood, and with it a wave of nausea. She missed the Institute piercingly, in a way she had never even missed her home in New York. She missed Charlotte's bossy but caring voice, Sophie's understanding touch, Henry's puttering, and of course, she could not help it. She missed Jem and Will. She was terrified for Jem, for his health, but she was frightened for Will as well. The battle in the courtyard had been bloody, vicious. Any of them could have been hurt or killed. Was that the meaning of her dream? Jem turning into Will? Was Jem ill? Was Will's life in danger? Not either of them, she prayed silently. Please, let me die before harm comes to either of them. A noise startled her out of her reverie, a sudden dry scraping that sent a brutal shiver down her spine. She froze. Surely it was just the scratching of a branch against the window. But no, there it came again. A scraping, dragging noise. Tessa was on her feet in a moment, the blanket still wrapped around her. Terror was like a live thing inside her. All the tales she had ever heard of monsters in the dark woods seemed to be fighting for space in her mind. She closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath, and saw the spindly automatons on the front steps of the Institute, their shadows long and grotesque, like human beings being pulled out of shape. She drew the blanket closer around herself, her fingers closing spasmodically on the material. The automatons had come for her on the Institute steps, but they were not very intelligent, able to follow simple commands, to recognize particular human beings. Still, they could not think for themselves. They were machines, and machines could be fooled. The blanket was patchwork, the kind that would have been sewed by a woman who had lived in this house. Tessa drew in her breath and reached into the blanket, searching for a flicker of ownership, the signature of whatever spirit had created and owned it. It was like plunging her hand into dark water and feeling around for an object. After what felt like an age of searching, she lit upon it, a flicker in the darkness, the solidity of her soul. She concentrated on it, wrapping it around her like the blanket she clung to. The change was easier now, less painful. She saw her fingers warp and change, becoming the clubbed, arthritic hands of an old woman. Liver spots rose on her skin, her back hunched, and her dress began to hang off her withered form. When her hair fell in front of her eyes, it was white. The scraping sound came again. A voice echoed in the back of Tessa's mind, a querulous old woman's voice,
demanding to know who was in her house. Tessa stumbled for the door, her breath coming short, her heart fluttering in her chest, and made for the main room of the house. For a moment she saw nothing. Her eyes were roomy, filmed over. Shapes looked blurred and distant. Then something rose from beside the fire, and Tessa bit back a scream. It was an automaton. This one was built to look nearly human. It had a thick body, clothed in a dark grey suit, but the arms that protruded from beyond the cuffs were stick-thin, ending in spatulate hands, and the head that rose above the collar was smooth and egg-like. 2 bulbous eyes were set into the head, but the machine had no other features. "Who are you?" Tessa demanded in the old woman's voice, brandishing the sharp pick she had taken earlier. "What are you doing in my house, creature?" The thing made a whirring, clicking noise, obviously confused. A moment later the front door opened, and Mrs. Black swept in. She was wrapped in her dark cloak, her white face blazing under the hood. "What's going on here?" she demanded. "Did you find—" She broke off, staring at Tessa. "What's going on?" Tessa demanded, her voice coming out in the old woman's high whine. "I ought to ask you that, breaking into perfectly decent folks' homes." She blinked, as if to make it clear she couldn't see very well. "Get out of here, and take your friend." She jabbed the object she held. "A frog pick," said the voice of the old woman in her mind. "You use it for cleaning horses' hooves, silly girl. With you. You'll find nothing here worth stealing." For a moment she thought it had worked. Mrs. Black's face was expressionless. She took a step forward. "You haven't seen a young girl in these parts, have you?" she asked. "Very finely dressed, brown hair, grey eyes. She would have looked lost. Her people are looking for her, and offering a handsome reward." "A likely story. Looking for some lost girl." Tessa sounded as surly as she could. It wasn't difficult. She had a feeling the old woman whose face she was wearing had been a naturally surly sort. "Get out, I said." The automaton whirred. Mrs. Black's lips pressed suddenly together, as if they were holding back laughter. "I see," she said. "Might I say that's quite a fine necklace you're wearing, old woman?" Tessa's hand flew to her chest, but it was already too late. The clockwork angel was there, clearly visible, ticking gently. "Take her," said Mrs. Black in a bored voice, and the automaton lurched forward, reaching for Tessa. She dropped the blanket and backed away, brandishing her frog pick. She managed to rake quite a long gash down the automaton's front as it reached for her and knocked her arm aside. The frog pick clattered to the floor, and Tessa cried out in pain, just as the front door opened and a flood of automatons filled the room, their arms reaching for her, their mechanical hands closing on her flesh. Knowing she was overpowered, knowing it would not do a bit of good, she finally allowed herself to scream. Sun on his face woke Will. He blinked, opening his eyes slowly. Blue sky. He rolled over and stretched stiffly into a sitting position. He was on the rise of a green hill, just out of sight of the Shrewsbury to Welshpool road. He could see nothing all around him but scattered farmhouses in the distance. He had passed only a few tiny hamlets on his frantic midnight ride away from the Green Man, riding until he literally slid from Balios's back in exhaustion and hit the dirt with bone-jarring force. Half walking and half crawling, he had let his exhausted horse nose him off the road and into a slight dip in the ground, where he had curled up and fallen asleep, heedless of the drizzle of cold rain that had still been falling. Some time between then and now the sun had come up, drying his clothes and hair, though he was still dirty, his shirt a mess of caked mud and blood. He rose to his feet, his whole body aching. He hadn't bothered with any kind of healing wounds the previous night. He'd gone into the inn, tracking rain and mud behind him, only to retrieve his things, before returning to the stables to free Balios and hurtle off into the night. The injuries he'd sustained in his battle against Wolsey's pack still hurt, as did the bruises from falling off the horse. He limped stiffly to where Balios was cropping grass near the shade of a spreading oak tree. A rummage through the saddlebags yielded a steely and a handful of dried fruit,
He used the one to trace himself with pain-killing and healing runes in between taking bites of the other. The events of the night before seemed 1,000 miles away. He remembered fighting the wolves, the splinter of bones and the taste of his own blood, the mud and the rain. He remembered the pain of the severance from Jem, though he could no longer feel it. Instead of pain he felt hollowness, as if some great hand had reached down and cut everything that made him human out of his insides, leaving him a shell. When he was done with breakfast, he returned to his stele to his saddlebag, stripped off his ruined shirt, and changed into a clean one. As he did so, he could not help but glance down at the Parabatai rune on his chest. It was not black, but silver-white, like a long-faded scar. Will could hear Jem's voice in his head, steady and serious and familiar. And it came to pass that the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. Then Jonathan and David made a covenant because he loved him as his own soul. They were two warriors, and their souls were knit together by heaven. And out of that, Jonathan Shadowhunter took the idea of Parabatai and encoded the ceremony into the law. For years now, this mark and Jem's presence had been all Will had had in his life to assure him that he was loved by anybody. All that he'd had to know that he was real and existed. He traced his fingers over the edges of the faded Parabatai rune. He thought he would hate it, hate the sight of it in sunlight, but he found to his surprise that he didn't. He was glad the Parabatai rune had not simply vanished off his skin. A mark that spoke of loss was still a mark, a remembrance. You could not lose something you had never had. Out of the saddlebag he took the knife Jem had given him, a narrow blade with the intricate silver handle. In the shadow of the oak tree, he cut the palm of his hand and watched as the blood ran into the ground, soaking the earth. Then he knelt and plunged the blade into the bloody ground. Kneeling, he hesitated, one hand on the hilt. "James Carstairs," he said, and swallowed. It was always this way. When he needed words the most, he could not find them. The words of the biblical Parabatai oath came into his head. "Entreat me not to leave thee, or to return from following after thee. For whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. Where thou diest, will I die, and there will I be buried. The angel do so to me, and more also, if aught but death part thee and me." But no, that was what was said when you were joined, not when you were cut apart. David and Jonathan had been separated too by death. Separated, but not divided. "I told you before, Jem, that you would not leave me," Will said, his bloody hand on the hilt of the dagger. "And you are still with me. When I breathe, I will think of you, for without you, I would have been dead years ago. When I wake up and when I sleep, when I lift my hands to defend myself or when I lie down to die, you will be with me. You say we are born and born again. I say there is a river that divides the dead and the living. What I do know is that if we are born again, I will meet you in another life, and if there is a river, you will wait on the shores for me to come to you, so that we can cross together." Will took a deep breath and then let go of the knife. He drew his hand back. The cut on his palm was already healing, the result of 6 Iratzis on his skin. "You hear that, James Carstairs? We are bound, you and I, over the divide of death, down through whatever generations may come, forever." He rose to his feet and looked down at the knife. The knife was Jem's, the blood was his. This spot of ground, whether he could ever find it again, whether he lived to try, would be theirs. He turned to walk toward Balios, toward Wales and Tessa. He did not look back. To Charlotte Branwell, from Consul Desire Wayland, by Footman. My dear Mrs. Branwell, I am not certain that I perfectly understood your missive. It seems incredible to me that a sensible woman such as yourself should place such reliance on the bare word of a boy as notoriously reckless and unreliable as William Herondale has time and time again proved himself to be.
I certainly will not do so. Mr. Herondale has, as shown by his own letter, raced away on a wild chase without your knowledge. He is absolutely capable of fabrication in order to aid his cause. I will not send a large force of my shadow hunters on the whim and careless word of a boy. Pray cease your peremptory rally cries to Cada Idris. Attempt to keep in mind that I am the consul. I command the armies of the shadow hunters, madam, not yourself. Fix your mind instead on an attempt to better keep your shadow hunters in check. Yours truly, Josiah Wayland, Consul.
There's a man here to see you, Mrs. Bramwell. Charlotte glanced up wearily to see Sophie standing in the doorway. She looked tired, as they all did. The unmistakable traces of weeping were beneath her eyes. Charlotte knew the signs. She had seen them in her own mirror that morning. She sat behind the desk in the drawing room, staring down at the letter in her hand. She had not expected Consul Wayland to be pleased by her news, but neither had she expected this blank contempt and refusal.
I command the armies of the shadow hunters, madam, not yourself. Fix your mind instead on an attempt to better keep your shadow hunters in check.
Keep them in check, she fumed, as if they were all children and she no better than their governess or nursemaid, parading them in front of the consul when they were washed and dressed, and hiding them in the playroom the rest of the time, that he not be disturbed. They were shadow hunters, and so was she, and if he did not think that Will was reliable, he was a fool. He knew of the curse. She had told him herself. Will's madness had always been like Hamlet's, half play and half wildness, and all driving toward a certain end. The fire crackled in the grate. Outside the rain sheeted down, painting the window panes in silver lines. That morning she had passed Jem's bedroom, the door open, the bed divested of its linens, the possessions cleared away. It could have been anyone's room. All the evidence of his years with them gone with a wave of a hand. She had leaned against the wall of the corridor, sweat beading on her brow, her eyes burning. Raziel, did I do the right thing? She passed her hand over her eyes now. Now, of all times. It isn't Consul Wayland, is it? No, ma'am. Sophie shook her dark head. It's Aloysius Starkweather. He says it's a matter of the greatest urgency. Aloysius Starkweather? Charlotte sighed. Some days simply piled horror on horror. Well, let him in then. She folded the letter she had written as a response to the consul, and had just sealed it when Sophie returned and ushered Aloysius Starkweather into the room before excusing herself. Charlotte did not rise from her desk. Starkweather looked much as he had the last time she had seen him. He seemed to have calcified, as if while he was getting no younger, he could get no older either. His face was a map of wrinkled lines, framed with a white beard and white hair. His clothes were dry. Sophie must have hung his overcoat downstairs. The suit he wore was at least 10 years out of fashion, and he smelled faintly of old mothballs. Please be seated, Mr. Starkweather, said Charlotte as courteously as she could to someone who she knew disliked her and had hated her father. But he did not sit down. His hands were locked behind his back, and as he turned, surveying the room around him, Charlotte saw with a flash of alarm that one of the cuffs of his jacket was splattered with blood. Mr. Starkweather, she said, and now she did rise. Are you hurt? Should I summon the brothers?
Hurt?
He barked out.
Why would I be hurt?
Your sleeve, she pointed. He drew his arm away and gazed at it before huffing out a laugh.
Not my blood, he said. I was in a fight earlier. He took objection.
Took objection to what?
To my cutting off all his fingers and then slitting his throat, said Starkweather, meeting her eyes. His own were grey-black, the colour of stone. Aloysius, Charlotte forgot to be polite. The Accords forbid unprovoked attacks on downworlders. Unprovoked? I'd say this was provoked. His folk murdered my granddaughter. My daughter nearly died of grief. The house of Starkweather destroyed.
Aloysius! Charlotte was seriously alarmed now. Your house is not destroyed. There are still Starkweathers in Idris. I do not say that to minimize your sorrow, for some losses are always with us. Jem, she thought, unbidden, and the pain of the thought pushed her back into the chair. She rested her elbows on the table, her face in her hands. "I do not know why you came to tell me this now," she murmured. "Did you not see the runes upon the door of the Institute? This is a time of great sorrow for us." "I came to tell you because it's important," Aloysius flared up. "It regards Mortmain and Tessa Gray." Charlotte lowered her hands. "What do you know of Tessa Gray?" Aloysius had turned away. He stood facing the fire, his long shadow cast across the Persian rug on the floor. "I'm not a man who thinks much of the Accords," he said. "You know it. You have been in councils with me. I was brought up to believe that everything touched by demons was foul and corrupt, that it was the blood right of a shadow hunter to kill these creatures, and to take what they had as spoils and treasure. The spoils room of the Institute in York was left in my charge, and I kept it filled until the day the new laws were passed." He scowled. "Let me guess," said Charlotte. "You did not stop there." "Of course not," said the old man. "What are man's laws to the angels? I know the right way of doing things. I kept a lower profile, but I did not cease taking spoils or destroying those downworlders who crossed my path. One of those was John Shade." "Mortmain's father." "Warlocks cannot have children," snarled Starkweather. "Some human boy they found and trained up. Shade taught him his unholy tinkering ways, won his trust." "It's unlikely the Shade stole Mortmain from his parents," said Charlotte. "He was probably a boy who would have died in a workhouse otherwise." "It was unnatural. Warlocks should not have human children to raise." Aloysius stared deep within the red embers of the fire. "That is why we raided Shade's house. We killed him and his wife. The boy escaped. Shade's clockwork prince." He snorted. "We took several of his items back with us to the Institute, but none of us could make head nor tail of them. That was all there was to it. A routine raid. Everything according to plan. That is, until my granddaughter was born, Adele." "I know that she died at her first rune ceremony," said Charlotte, her hand unconsciously going to her own belly. "I am sorry. It is a great sorrow to have a sickly child." "She was not born sickly," he barked. "She was a healthy infant, beautiful with my son's eyes. Everyone doted on her, until one morning my daughter-in-law woke us with a scream. She insisted that the child in her cradle was not her daughter, that they looked exactly alike. She swore she knew her own child, and this was not it. We thought she had gone mad, even when the baby's eyes changed from blue to grey. Well, that happens often with infants. It wasn't until we tried to apply her first marks that I began to realize my daughter-in-law had been right. Adele. The pain was excruciating for her. She screamed and writhed. Her skin burned where the Steely touched her. The Silent Brothers did all they could, but by the next morning, she was dead." Aloysius paused and was silent for a long time, gazing, as if fascinated, into the fire. "My daughter-in-law nearly went mad. She could not bear to remain in the Institute. I stayed. I knew she had been correct. Adele was not my granddaughter. I heard rumours of fairies and other downworlders who boasted that they had taken their revenge on the Starkweathers, had taken one of their children from them and replaced her with a sickly human. None of my investigations yielded anything concrete, but I was determined to find out where my granddaughter had gone." He leaned on the mantel. "I'd nearly given up when Tessa Gray came to my institute in the company of your two shadow hunters. She could have been the ghost of my daughter-in-law, so similar did they look, but she did not appear to have any shadow hunter blood. It was a mystery, but one I pursued. The fairy I interrogated today gave me the last bits of the puzzle. In her infancy, my granddaughter was replaced with a kidnapped human child, a sickly creature who had died when the marks were applied, because she was not Nephilim." There was a hard crack in his voice now, a fissure in the flint. My granddaughter was left with a mundane family to raise her, their sickly Elizabeth, chosen because of her superficial resemblance to Adele, replaced with our healthy girl. That was the court's revenge on me. They believed I had killed their own, so they would kill mine. His eyes were cold as they rested on Charlotte. Adele, Elizabeth, grew to womanhood in that mundane family, never knowing what she was. And then she married a mundane man. His name was Richard Grey.
Your granddaughter, Charlotte said slowly, was Tessa's mother, Elizabeth Grey. Tessa's mother was a shadow hunter.
Yes.
These are crimes, Aloysius. You should go to the council with this.
They do not care about Tessa Grey, said Starkweather roughly. But you do. You will listen to my story because of it, and you may help me because of it.
I may, said Charlotte, if it is the right thing to do. I do not yet understand how Mortmain comes into this story.
Aloysius moved restlessly. Mortmain learned of what happened, and determined that he would make use of Elizabeth Grey, a shadow hunter who did not know that she was a shadow hunter. I believe that Mortmain courted Richard Grey as an employee in order to grant himself access to Elizabeth. I believe he loosed an idling demon upon her, my granddaughter, in the shape of her husband, and that he did it in order to get Tessa on her. Tessa was always the goal, the child of a shadow hunter and a demon.
But the offspring of demons and shadow hunters are stillborn, Charlotte said automatically.
Even if the shadow hunter does not know that they are a shadow hunter, said Starkweather. Even if they carry no runes.
Charlotte closed her mouth. She had no idea what the answer was. As far as she knew, the situation had never occurred. Shadow hunters were marked when children, male and female, all of them. But Elizabeth Grey had not been.
I know the girl is a shapeshifter, said Starkweather, but I do not believe that is why he wants her. There is something else he wants her to do. Something only she can do. She is the key.
The key to what?
It was the last words the fairy spoke to me this afternoon.
Starkweather glanced at the blood on his sleeve.
He said, "She is to be our vengeance for all your wasteful death. She will bring ruin to the Nephilim, and London will burn, and when the Magister rules over all, you'll be no more to him than cattle in a pen. Even if the consul does not wish to go after Tessa for her own sake, they ought to go after her to prevent that."
If they believe it, said Charlotte.
Coming from your lips, they must, said Starkweather. If it came from me, they would laugh me off as a mad old man, as they've done for years.
Oh, Aloysius, you far overestimate the trust the consul has in me. He will say I am a foolish, credulous woman. He will say the fairy lied to you. Well, they cannot lie, but twisted the truth, or repeated the truth as he believed it. The old man looked away, his mouth working.
Tessa Grey is the key to Mortmain's plan, he said. I do not know how, but she is. I've come to you because I do not trust the council with Tessa. She's part demon. I remember what in the past I have done to things that were part demon or supernatural.
Tessa is not a thing, Charlotte said. She is a girl, and she's been kidnapped and is probably terrified. Don't you think, if I could have thought of a way to save her already, I would have done it?
I have done wrong, said Aloysius. I want to make this right. My blood runs in that girl's veins, even if demon blood does as well. She is my great-granddaughter.
He raised his chin, his watery pale eyes rimmed with red.
I ask only one thing of you, Charlotte. When you find Tessa Grey, and you will find her, tell her she is welcome to the name of Starkweather.
Do not make me regret that I have trusted you, Gabriel Lightwood. Gabriel sat at the desk in his room, writing papers spread out before him, pen in hand. The lamps in the room were not lit, and the shadows were dark in the corners and long across the floors. To Consul Josiah Wayland. From Gabriel Lightwood. Most Honoured Consul, I write to you today at last with the news that you requested of me.
I had expected it to come from Idris, but as chance would have it, its source is much closer to home. Today, Aloysius Starkweather, head of the York Institute, came to call upon Mrs. Branwell. He set the pen down and took a deep breath. He had heard the bell of the Institute ring earlier, had watched from the stairs as Sophie had ushered Starkweather into their house and up to the drawing room. It was easy enough after that to station himself at the door and listen to everything that passed within the room. Charlotte did not, after all, expect to be spied on. He is an old man gone mad with grief, and as such has created an elaborate set of fabrications with which he explains to himself his great loss. He is certainly to be pitied, but not to be taken seriously, nor should the policy of the council rest upon the words of the untrustworthy and the mad. The floorboards creaked. Gabriel's head jerked up. His heart was pounding. If it was Gideon would be horrified to discover what he was doing. They all would. He thought of the look of betrayal that would bloom across Charlotte's small face if she knew, Henry's bewildered anger. Most of all, he thought of the pair of blue eyes and the heart-shaped face, looking at him with disappointment. Maybe I have faith in you, Gabriel Lightwood. When he set the pen back to the letter, he did so with such ferocity that the pen nearly tore through the paper. I regret to report this, but they spoke together of both counsel and consul with great disrespect. It is clear that Mrs. Branwell resents what she sees as unnecessary interference in her plans. She met Mr. Starkweather's wild claims, such as that Mortmain has bred demons and shadow hunters together, a clear impossibility, with sheer credulousness. It appears that you are correct, and that she is far too headstrong and easily influenced to head an institute properly. Gabriel bit his lip and forced himself not to think of Cecily. Instead he thought of Lightwood House, his birthright, the good name of the Lightwoods restored, the safety of his brother and sister. He was not really harming Charlotte. It was only a question of her position, not her safety. The consul had no dark plans for her. Surely she would be happier in Idris, or in some country house, watching her children run over green lawns and not worrying constantly about the fate of all shadow hunters. Though Mrs. Branwell exhorts you to send a force of shadow hunters to Cadair Idris, anyone who makes the opinions of madmen and hysterics the cornerstone of their policies lacks the objectivity to be trusted. If necessary, I shall swear by the mortal sword that all this is true. Yours, in Raziel's name, Gabriel Lightwood. Chapter 16. The Clockwork Princess. O love, who bewailest the frailty of all things here, why choose you the frailest for your cradle, your home, and your bier? Percy Bysshe Shelley. Lines, When the Lamp is Shattered. 2. Consul to Sir Wayland, from Charlotte Branwell. Dear Consul Wayland, I have but this moment received tidings of the gravest import, which I hasten to impart to you. An informant, whose name I cannot at this time disclose, but whom I vouch for as reliable, has relayed to me details that suggest to me that Miss Grey is no mere passing fancy of Mortmain's, but a key to his main objective, to wit, the utter destruction of us all. He plots to construct devices of greater power than any we have yet before seen, and I deeply fear that Miss Grey's unique abilities will aid him in this endeavour. She would never intend to harm us, but we do not know what threats or indignities Mortmain will offer her. It is imperative that she be rescued at once, as much to save us all as to aid her. In light of this new information, I once more implore you to gather what forces you may and march upon Cadair Idris. Yours sincerely, and in sincere distress, Charlotte Branwell. Tessa woke slowly, as if consciousness were at the end of a long dark corridor, and she were walking toward it at a snail's pace, her hand outstretched. Finally she reached it, and swung the door open to reveal blinding light. It was golden light, not pale like witchlight. She sat up and looked around her. She was in a simple brass bed, with a deep feather tick spread over a second mattress, and a heavy eiderdown quilt on top. The room she was in looked as if it had been hollowed out of a cave. There was a tall dresser and a washstand with a blue jug on it. And there was also a wardrobe, its door hanging open just enough that Tessa could see the garments hung inside. There were no windows in the room, though there was a fireplace in which a cheerful blaze burned. On either side of the fireplace were hung portraits. She slid from the bed and winced as her bare feet encountered cold stone. It was not as painful as she would have expected, though, given her battered state. Glancing down, she had two quick shocks. The first was that she was wearing nothing but an oversized black silk dressing gown. The second was that her cuts and bruises seemed to have largely disappeared. She still felt slightly sore, but her skin, pale against the black silk, was unmarked. Touching her hair, she felt that it was clean and loose around her shoulders, no longer matted with mud and blood. That did leave the question of who had cleaned her, healed her, and put her in this bed. Tessa remembered nothing beyond struggling with the automatons in the small farmhouse, while Mrs. Black laughed. Eventually, one of them had choked her into unconsciousness, and a merciful darkness had come. Still, the idea of Mrs. Black undressing and bathing her was horrible, though not perhaps as horrible as the idea of Mortmain doing it. Most of the furniture in the room was grouped on one side of the cave. The other side was largely bare, though she could see the black rectangle of a doorway cut into the far wall. After a brief glance around, she made her way toward it, only to find herself halfway across the room, brought up bruisingly short. She staggered back, gathering her dressing gown more tightly about her, her forehead stinging where she had smacked it on something. Gingerly, she reached out, tracing the air in front of her. And she felt solid hardness in front of her, as if a perfectly clear glass wall stood between her and the other side of the room. She flattened her hands against it. Invisible it might be, but it was as hard as adamant. She moved her hands up, wondering how high it could possibly go. "I wouldn't bother," said a cold, familiar voice from the door. "The configuration stretches all the way across the cave, from wall to wall, from roof to ceiling. You are completely immune behind it." Tessa had been stretching upward. At that, she dropped to her feet and backed up a step. Mortmain. He was exactly as she recalled him. A wiry man, not tall, with a weathered face and a neatly clipped beard. Extraordinarily ordinary, save for his eyes, as cold and grey as a winter snowstorm. He wore a dove-coloured suit, not overly formal, the sort of thing a gentleman might wear to an afternoon at the club. His shoes were polished to a high shine. Tessa said nothing, only drew the black dressing gown closer about her. It was voluminous and concealed her whole body, but without the underpinnings of chemise and corset, stockings and bustle, she felt naked and exposed. "Do not panic yourself," Mortmain went on. "You cannot reach me through the wall, but neither can I reach you. Not without dissolving the spell itself, and that would take time." He paused. "I wish for you to feel safer." "If you wished me to be safe, you would have left me at the Institute." Tessa's tone was bone-chillingly cold. Mortmain said nothing to that, only cocked his head and squinted at her, like a sailor squinting at the horizon. "My condolences on the death of your brother. I never meant for that to happen." Tessa felt her mouth twist into a terrible shape. It had been 2 months since Nate had died in her arms, but she had not forgotten, or forgiven. "I don't want your pity, or your good wishes. You made him a tool of yours, and then he died. It was your fault, as surely as if you had shot him in the street." "I suppose it would avail little to point out that he was the one who sought me out." "He was just a boy," Tessa said. She wanted to sink to her knees, wanted to pound against the invisible barrier with her fists, but she held herself upright and cold. "He was not even 20. Mortmain slid his hands into his pockets. "You know what it was like for me, when I was a boy," he said, in as calm a tone as if he had been seated beside her at a dinner party and forced to make conversation. Tessa thought of the images she had seen in Aloysius Starkweather's mind. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, and as green-skinned as a lizard. His hair was black. The child he held by the hand, by contrast, seemed as normal as a child could be. Small, chubby-fisted, pink-skinned. Tessa knew the man's name, because Starkweather knew it. John Shade. Shade hoisted the child up onto his shoulders, as through the door of the house spilled a number of odd-looking metal creatures, like a child's jointed dolls, but human size, and with skin made of shining metal. The creatures were featureless, though oddly they wore clothes, the rough workman's coveralls of a Yorkshire farmer on some, and on others plain muslin dresses. The automatons joined hands, and began to sway as if they were at a country dance. The child laughed, and clapped his hands. "Look well on this, my son," said the green-skinned man, "for one day I shall rule the clockwork kingdom of such beings, and you shall be its prince." "I know your adoptive parents were warlocks," she said, "and I know that they cared for you. I know that your father invented the clockwork creatures with which you are so enamored. And you know what happened to them." A room torn apart. Cogs and cams and gears and ripped metal everywhere. Fluid leaking as black as blood, and the green-skinned man and blue-haired woman lying dead among the ruins. Tessa looked away. "Let me tell you about my childhood," Mortmain said. "Adoptive parents, you call them. But they were as much my parents as any amount of blood could make them. They raised me up with care and love, just as yours did you." He gestured toward the fireplace, and Tessa realized with a dull shock the portraits that hung on either side were portraits of her own parents, her fair-haired mother, and her thoughtful-looking father with his brown eyes and tie askew. And then they were killed by shadow hunters. My father wanted to create these beautiful automatons, these clockwork creatures, as you call them. They would be the greatest machines ever invented, he dreamed, and they would protect downworlders against the shadow hunters who routinely murdered and stole from them. You saw the spoils in Starkweather's Institute. He spat the last words. You saw pieces of my parents. He kept my mother's blood in a jar. And the remains of warlocks, mummified taloned hands like Mrs. Black's, a stripped skull, utterly defleshed, human-looking, save that it had tusks instead of teeth, vials of sludgy-looking blood. Tessa swallowed. My mother's blood in a jar. She could not say she did not understand his rage, and yet she thought of Jem, his parents dying in front of him, his own life destroyed, and yet he had never sought revenge. Yes, that was horrible, Tessa said, but it does not excuse the things you've done. A flicker of something deep in his eyes, rage, quickly tamped down. Let me tell you what I've done, he said. I've created an army that once the final piece of the puzzle is in place, will be invincible. And the final piece of the puzzle? Is you, said Mortmain. You say that over and over, and yet you refuse to explain it, Tessa said. You demand my cooperation, and yet you tell me nothing. You have me imprisoned here, sir, but you cannot force my speech with you, or my willingness if I choose not to give it. You are half shadow hunter, half demon, Mortmain said. That is the first thing you should know. Tessa, already half turned away from him, froze. That is not possible. The offspring of shadow hunters and demons are stillborn. Yes, they are, he said. They are. The blood of a shadow hunter, the runes on the body of a shadow hunter, are death to a warlock child in the womb. But your mother was not marked. My mother was not a shadow hunter. Tessa looked wildly to the portrait of Elizabeth Grey over the fireplace. Or are you saying she lied to my father? Lied to everyone, all her life? She did not know, said Mortmain. The shadow hunters did not know it. There was no one to tell her.
My father built your clockwork angel, you know. It was meant to be a gift for my mother. It contains within it a bit of the spirit of an angel, a rare thing, something he had carried with him since the Crusades. The mechanism itself was meant to be tuned to her life, so that every time her life was threatened, the angel would intervene to protect her. However, my father never had a chance to finish it. He was murdered first. Mortmain began to pace. My parents were not singled out for murder, of course. Starkweather and his kind delighted in slaughtering downwelders. They grew rich off the spoils, and would take the slightest excuse to bring violence against them. For that, he was hated by the downwelder community. It was the fairies of the countryside who helped me escape when my parents were killed, and who hid me until the shadow hunters stopped looking for me. He took a shuddering breath. Years later, when they decided to have their revenge, I helped them. Institutes are protected against the ingress of downwelders, but not against mundanes, and not, of course, against automatons. He smiled a terrible smile. It was I, with the help of one of my father's inventions, who crept into the York Institute and switched the baby in the crib there for one of mundane descent. Starkweather's granddaughter, Adele.
Adele, Tessa whispered. I saw a portrait of her. A very young girl with long fair hair, dressed in an old-fashioned child's dress, a great ribbon surmounting her small head. Her face was thin and pale and sickly, but her eyes were bright.
She died when the first runes were put on her, said Mortmain with relish. Died screaming, as so many downwelders had before at the hands of shadow hunters. Now they had killed one they had come to love. A fitting retribution.
Tessa stared at him in horror. How could anyone think that to die in agony was fitting retribution for an innocent child? She thought of Jem again, his hands gentle on his violin.
Elizabeth, your mother, grew up not knowing that she was a shadow hunter. No runes were given to her. I followed her progress, of course, and when she married Richard Grey, I made sure I employed him. I believe that the lack of runes on your mother meant that she could conceive a child who was half demon, half shadow hunter, and to test that theory, I sent a demon to her in the shape of your father. She never knew the difference.
Only the emptiness in Tessa's stomach kept her from being sick. You did what? To my mother? A demon? I am half demon?
He was a greater demon, if that comforts you. Most of them were angels once. He was fair enough, in his own aspect, Mortmain smiled. Before your mother became pregnant, I had worked for years to finish my father's clockwork angel. I finished it, and after you were conceived, tuned it to your life. My greatest invention.
Why would my mother be willing to wear it?
To save you, said Mortmain. Your mother realized that something was wrong when she became pregnant. To carry a warlock child is not like carrying a human child. I came to her then, and gave her the clockwork angel. I told her that wearing it would save her child's life. She believed me. I was not lying. You are immortal, girl, but you are not invulnerable. You can be killed. The angel is tuned to your life. It is designed to save you if you are dying. It may have saved you 100 times before you were ever born, and it's saved you since. Think of the times you've been close to death. Think of the way it intervened.
Tessa thought back. The way her angel had flown at the automaton choking her, had fended off the blades of the creature that attacked her near Ravenscourt Manor, had kept her from being dashed to pieces on the rocks of the ravine. But it did not save me from torture nor injury.
No, for those are part of the human condition.
So is death, said Tessa. I am not human, and you let the Dark Sisters torture me. I could never forgive you for that. Even if you convinced me my brother's death was his fault, that Thomas's death was justified, that your hatred was reasonable, I could never forgive you for that.
Mortmain lifted the box at his feet and upended it.
There was a rattling crash as cogs fell from it. Cogs and cams and gears, sheared off bits of metal smeared with black fluid, and lastly, bouncing atop the rest of the rubbish like a child's red rubber ball, a severed head. Mrs. Black's. "I destroyed her," he said. "For you. I wish to show you I am sincere, Miss Grey." "Sincere in what?" Tessa demanded. "Why did you do all this? Why did you create me?" His lips twitched slightly. It was not a smile, not really. "For two purposes. The first is so that you can bear children." "But warlocks cannot—" "No," said Mortmain, "but you are no ordinary warlock. In you the blood of demons and the blood of angels has fought its own war in heaven, and the angels have been victorious. You are not a shadow hunter, but you are not a warlock either. You are something new, something entirely other." "Shadow hunters," he spat. "All shadow hunter and demon hybrids die, and the Nephilim are proud of it, glad that their blood will never be filthied, their lineage tainted by magic. But you can do magic. You can have children like any other woman. Not for some years yet, but when you reach your full maturity, the greatest warlocks alive have assured me of it. Together, we will start a new race, with the shadow hunter's beauty, and with no warlock mark. It will be a race that will break the shadow hunter's arrogance by replacing them on this earth." Tessa's legs gave out. She slumped on the floor, her dressing gown pooling around her like black water. You want to use me to breed your children?" Now he did grin. "I am not a man without honor," he said. "I offer you marriage. I always planned that." He gestured at the pitiful pile of ragged metal and flesh that had been Mrs. Black. "If I can have your willing participation, I would prefer it, and I can promise I shall deal thus with all your enemies." "My enemies?" She thought of Nate, his hand closing on hers as he died, bloody in her lap. She thought of Jem again, the way he never railed against his fate but faced it down bravely. She thought of Charlotte, who wept over Jessamine's death, though Jessie had betrayed her, and she thought of Will, who had laid down his heart for her and Jem to walk upon, because he loved them more than he loved himself. There was human goodness in the world, she thought, all caught up with desires and dreams, regrets and bitterness, resentments and powers, but it was there, and Mortmain would never see it. "You will never understand," she said. "You say that you build, that you invent, but I know an inventor, Henry Bramwell, and you are nothing like him. He brings things to life, you just destroy. And now you bring me another dead demon, as if it were flowers rather than more death? You have no feelings, Mr. Mortmain, no empathy for anyone. If I had not known it before, it would have been made abundantly clear when you tried to use James Carstairs' illness to force me to come here. Though he is dying because of you, he wouldn't allow me to come, wouldn't take your yin fen. That's how good people behave." She saw the look on his face, disappointment. It was only there for a moment, though, before it was wiped away with a shrewd look. "Wouldn't allow you to come," he said. "So I did not misjudge you. You would have done it. Would have come to me, here, out of love. Not love for you. No," he said thoughtfully, "not for me." And he drew from his pocket an object that Tessa recognized immediately. She stared at the watch he held out at her, dangling on its gold chain. It was clearly unwound. The hands had long ago stopped spinning, the time seemingly frozen at midnight. The initials J.T.S. were carved on the back in elegant script. "I said there were 2 reasons I created you," he said. "This is the second. There are shapeshifters in the world, demons and magicians, who can take on appearances of others. But only you can truly become someone else. This watch was my father's, John Thaddeus Shade. I beg of you to take this watch and change into my father, so I may speak with him one more time.
If you do that, I will send all the yin-fen I have in my possession, and there is a considerable amount, to James Carstairs."
"He will not take it," Tessa said immediately.
"Why not?"
His tone was reasonable.
"You are no longer a condition of the drug. It is a gift, freely given. It would be foolish to throw it away and avail nothing, whereas by doing this small thing for me, you may well save his life. What do you say to that, Tessa Gray?"
Will, wake up." It was Tessa's voice, unmistakably, and it brought Will bolt upright in the saddle. He caught at Balios's mane to steady himself and looked around blearily. Green, grey, blue. The vista of Welsh countryside spread out before him. He had passed Welshpool and the England-Wales border some time around dawn. He remembered little of his journey, only a continuous, tortuous progression of places. Norton, Outcham, Emstree, Weeping Cross, diverting himself and his horse around Shrewsbury, and finally the border, and Welsh hills in the distance. They had been ghostly in the morning light, everything shrouded in mist that had burnt off slowly as the sun had risen overhead. He guessed he was somewhere near Llangaddaff. It was a pretty road, laid over an old Roman byway, but almost empty of habitation apart from the occasional farm, and it seemed endlessly long, longer than the grey skies stretching overhead. At the Cairn Office Hotel, he had forced himself to stop and take some food, but only for moments. The journey was what mattered. Now that he was in Wales, he could feel it, the draw in his blood toward the place where he had been born. Despite all Cecily's words, he had not felt the connection in him until now, breathing Welsh air, seeing the Welsh colours, the green of hills, grey of slate and sky, the pallor of whitewashed stone houses, the ivory dots of sheep against the grass. Pine and oak trees were dark emerald in the distance. Higher up, but closer to the road, the vegetation grew green-grey and ochre. As he moved farther into the heart of the country, the soft green rolling hills grew starker, the road steeper, and the sun began to sink toward the rim of the distant mountains. He knew where he was now, knew when he passed into Davy Valley, and the mountains in front of him thrust up, stark and ragged. The peak of Caerhron was on his left, a tumble of grey slate and shingle-like broken grey spiderweb across its side. The road was steep and long, and as Will urged Balios up it, he slumped in the saddle and, against his will, drifted out of consciousness. He dreamed of Cecily and Ella, running up and down hills not unlike these, calling after him, "Will! Come and run with us, Will!" And he dreamed of Tessa, and her hands held out for him, and he knew he could not stop until he reached her. Even if she never looked at him like that in waking life, even if that softness in her eyes was for someone else. And sometimes, as now, his hand would slip into his pocket and close around the jade pendant there. Something struck him hard from the side. He released the pendant as he fell jarringly onto the rocky grass by the side of the road. Pain shot up his arm, and he rolled to the side just in time to avoid Balios crumpling to the earth beside him. It took him a moment, gasping, to realize that they had not been attacked. His horse, too exhausted to take another step, had collapsed beneath him. Will heaved himself up to his knees and crawled to Balios's side. The black horse lay lathered in foam, his eyes rolling upward pitifully toward Will, as Will neared him and flung an arm around his neck. To his relief, the horse's pulse was steady and strong. "Balios! Balios!" he whispered, stroking the animal's mane. "I am sorry. I should not have ridden you like that." He remembered when Henry had bought the horses and was trying to decide what to name them. Will had been the one to suggest their names, Balios and Xanthos, after the immortal horses of Achilles. "We too can fly as swiftly as Zephyrus, who they say is the fleetest of all winds." But those horses had been immortal, and Balios was not. Stronger than an ordinary horse and faster, but every creature had its limits. Will lay down, his head spinning, and stared up at the sky. Like a grey sheet pulled tight, touched here and there with streaks of black cloud. He had thought once, in the brief moments between the lifting of the curse and the knowledge that Jem and Tessa were engaged, of bringing Tessa here to Wales, to show her the places he had been as a child. He thought to take her down to Pembrokeshire, to walk around St. David's Head, and see the cliff-top flowers there, to see the blue sea from Tenby and find seashells at the tide lines. These all seemed the distant fancies of a child now. There was only the road ahead, more riding and more exhaustion, and probably death at the end of it. With another reassuring pat on his horse's neck, Will heaved himself to his knees and then his feet. Fighting dizziness, he limped to the crest of the hill and looked down. A small valley lay below him, and within it was cradled a diminutive stone village, little bigger than a hamlet. He took his steely from his belt and wearily carved a vision rune into his left wrist. It lent him enough power to see that the village had a square and a small church. It would almost certainly have some sort of public house where he could rest for the night. Everything in his heart screamed to go on, to finish this. He could not be more than 20 miles from his goal, but to go on would be to kill his horse, and, he knew, to arrive at Cadair Idris himself in no fit state to do battle with anyone. He turned back toward Balios, and with a measured application of coaxing and handfuls of oats, managed to get the horse to its feet, gathered the reins in his hand, and squinting into the sunset, he began to lead Balios down the hill toward the village. The chair Tessa sat in had a high carved wooden back, hammered through with massive nails, the dull ends of which poked into her back. In front of her was a wide desk, weighed down by books on one end. Before her on the desk was a clean tablet of paper, a jar of ink, and a quill. Beside the paper sat John Shade's pocket watch. On either side of her stood two massive automatons. Little effort had been expended to make them resemble humans. Each was nearly triangular, with thick arms protruding from either side of their bodies, each arm ending in a razor-sharp blade. They were frightening enough, but Tessa could not help but feel that if Will were there, he would have commented that they looked like turnips, and perhaps made up a song about it. "Take up the watch," said Mortmain, "and change." He sat across from her in a chair much like hers, with the same high curving back. They were in another cave room, which he had been led to by automatons. The only light in the room came from an enormous fireplace, large enough to roast an entire cow in. Mortmain's face was cast into shadows, his fingers steepled below his chin. Tessa lifted the watch. It felt heavy and cool in her hands. She closed her eyes. She had only Mortmain's word that he had sent the Yin Fen, and yet she believed him. He had no reason not to do it after all. What difference did it make to him whether Jem Carstairs lived a little longer? It had only been a bargaining tool to get her into his hands, and here she was, Yin Fen or not. She heard Mortmain's breath hiss out between his teeth, and she tightened her fingers' grip on the watch. It seemed to throb suddenly in her grasp, the way the clockwork angel sometimes did, as if it had its own life within it. She felt her hand jerk, and then suddenly the change was on her, without her having to will it or reach for it, as she usually did. She gave a little gasp as she felt the change take her like a harsh wind, pushing her down and under. John's shade was suddenly all around her, his presence enveloping hers. Pain drove up her arm, and she let go of the watch. It thumped to the desk, but the change was unstoppable. Her shoulders broadened under the dressing gown, her fingers turned green, the colour spreading up her body like verdigris over copper. Her head jerked upright. She felt heavy, as if an enormous weight were pressing on her. Looking down, she saw that she had a man's heavy arms, the skin a dark, textured green, the hands large and curved. A feeling of panic rose in her, but it was tiny, a small spark within an immense gulf of darkness. She had never been so lost inside a change before. Mortmain had sat upright. He was staring at her fixedly, his firm lips compressed, his eyes shining with a hard, dark light. "Father," he said. Tessa did not answer, could not answer. The voice that rose within her was not hers. It was Shade's. "My clockwork prince," Shade said. The light in Mortmain's eyes grew. He leaned forward, pushing the papers eagerly across the table toward Tessa. "Father," he said, "I need your help, and quickly. I have a pyxis, and I have the means to open it. I have the automaton bodies. I need only the spell you created, the binding spell. Write it down for me, and I will have the last piece of the puzzle." The tiny flare of panic inside Tessa was growing and spreading. There was no touching reunion between father and son. This was something Mortmain wanted, needed from the warlock John Shade. She began to struggle, to try to extricate herself from the change, but it held her with a grip like iron. Not since the Dark Sisters had trained her had she been unable to extricate herself from a change, but though John Shade was dead, she could feel the steely hold of his will on her, keeping her prisoned in his body and forcing that body into action. In horror, she saw her own hand reach for the pen, dip the nib in the ink, and begin to write. The pen scratched across the paper. Mortmain leaned forward. He was breathing hard, as if running. Behind him the fire crackled high and orange in the grate. "That is it," he said, his tongue licking over his bottom lip. "I can see how that would work. Yes. Finally. That's it exactly." Tessa stared. What was coming from her pen seemed a stream of gibberish to her. Numbers, signs, and symbols she could not comprehend. Again she tried to struggle, succeeding only in blotting the page. There went the pen again. Ink, paper, more scratching. The hand that held the pen was shaking violently, but the symbols continued to flow. Tessa began to bite her lip hard and then harder. She tasted blood in her mouth. Some of the blood dripped onto the page. The pen continued to write through it, smearing scarlet fluid across the page. "That is it," Mortmain said. "Father!" The nib of the pen snapped as loud as a gunshot, echoing off the walls of the cave. The pen fell broken from Tessa's hand, and she slumped back against the chair, exhausted. The green was draining from her skin, her body was shrinking, her own brown hair was tumbling loose over her shoulders. She could still taste blood in her mouth. "No," she gasped, and reached for the papers. "No!" But her movements were made slow by pain and the change, and Mortmain was faster. Laughing, he snatched the papers out from under her hand and rose to his feet. "Very good," he said. "Thank you, my little warlock girl. You have given me everything I need. Automatons, escort Miss Grey back to her room." The metal hand closed on the back of Tessa's gown and lifted her to her feet. The world seemed to swing dizzily in front of her. She saw Mortmain reach down and lift up the gold watch that had fallen on the table. He smiled at it, a feral, vicious smile. "I will make you proud, father," he said. "Never doubt it." Tessa, no longer able to bear watching, closed her eyes. "What have I done?" she thought, as the automaton began to push her from the room. "My God, what have I done?" Chapter 17. Only noble to be good. However it be, it seems to me, 'tis only noble to be good. Kind hearts are more than coronets, and simple faith than Norman blood. Alfred Lord Tennyson, Lady Clara of Vere de Vere. Charlotte's dark head was bent over a letter when Gabriel came into the drawing-room. It was chilly in the room, the fire dead in the grate. Gabriel wondered why Sophie had not built it up. Too much time spent training. His father wouldn't have had patience with that. He liked servants who were trained to fight, but he preferred them to acquire that knowledge before they entered his service. Charlotte looked up. "Gabriel," she said. "You wanted to see me?" Gabriel did his best to keep his voice even. He couldn't help the feeling that Charlotte's dark eyes could see through him, as if he were made of glass. His eyes flicked toward the paper on her desk. "What is that?" She hesitated. "A letter from the consul." Her mouth was twisted into a tight, unhappy line. She glanced down again and sighed. All I ever wanted was to run this institute as my father had. I never thought it would be quite so hard. I shall write to him again, but— She broke off then, with a tight, false smile. But I did not ask you here to talk about myself, she said. Gabriel, you have looked tired these past few days, and tense. I know we are all distressed, and I fear that in that distress your situation may have been forgotten. My situation? Your father, she clarified, rising from her chair and approaching him. You must be grieving him. What of Gideon? He said. He was his father too. Gideon grieves your father some time ago, she said, and to his surprise, she was standing at his elbow. For you it must be new and raw. I did not want you to think I had forgotten. After everything that's happened, he said, his throat starting to close with bewilderment, and something else, something he did not want to identify too closely. After Jem and Will and Jessamine and Tessa, after your household has been very nearly cut in half, you do not wish me to believe that you have forgotten me. She laid a hand on his arm. Those losses do not make your loss nothing. That cannot be it, he said. You cannot want to comfort me. You ask me to find out if my loyalty is still to my father, or to the Institute. Gabriel, no, nothing like that. I can't give you the answer you want, Gabriel said. I cannot forget that he stayed with me. My mother died, and Gideon left, and Tatiana is a useless fool, and there was never anyone else to bring me up, and I had nothing. Just my father, just the two of us. And now you and Gideon, you expect me to despise him, but I can't. He was my father, and I— His voice broke. Loved him, she said gently. You know, I remember you when you were just a little boy, and I remember your mother, and I remember your brother always standing next to you, and your father's hand on your shoulder. If it matters, I do believe he loved you too. It doesn't matter, because I killed my father, Gabriel said in a shaking voice. I put an arrow through his eye. I spilled his blood. Patricide. It was not patricide. He wasn't your father anymore. If that was not my father, if I did not end my father's life, then where is he? Gabriel whispered. Where is my father? And he felt Charlotte reach up to draw him down, to embrace him as a mother would, holding him as he choked dryly against her shoulder, tasting tears in his throat, but unable to shed them. Where is my father? He said again, and when she tightened her hold on him, he felt the iron in her grip, the strength of her holding him up, and wondered how he had ever thought this small woman was weak.
To Charlotte Branwell, from Consul Josiah Wayland. My dear Mrs. Branwell, an informant whose name you cannot at this time disclose. I would venture a guess that there is no informant, and that it is all your own invention, a ploy to convince me of your rightness. Pray, cease your impression of a parrot, witlessly repeating, March upon Cana Idris at once, at all the hours of the day, and show me instead that you are performing your duties as a leader of the London Institute. Otherwise, I fear, I must suppose that you are unfit to do so, and will be forced to relieve you of them at once. As a token of your compliance, I must ask that you cease speaking of this matter entirely, and implore no members of the enclave to join you in your fruitless quest. If I hear you have brought this matter before any other Nephilim, I shall consider it the gravest disobedience, and act accordingly. Josiah Wayland, Consul of the Clave.
Sophie had brought Charlotte the letter at the breakfast table. Charlotte pried it open with her butter knife, breaking through the Wayland seal, a horseshoe, with the C of the consul below it, and fairly tore it open in her eagerness to read. The rest of them watched her, Henry with concern on his bright, open face as two dark red spots bloomed slowly over Charlotte's cheekbones, while her eyes scanned the lines. The others sat still, arrested over their meals, and Cecily could not help but think how it was strange in a way to see a group of men hanging upon the reaction of a woman. Though a smaller group of men than it should have been, the absence of Will and Jem felt like a new wound, a clean white slice not yet filled in with blood, the shock almost too fresh for pain.
"What is it?"
Henry said anxiously.
"Charlotte, dear."
Charlotte read the words of the message out with the emotionless beats of a metronome. When she was done, she pushed the letter away, still staring at it. "I simply cannot," she began. "I do not understand." Henry had flushed red beneath his freckles.
"How dare he write to you like that?"
he said, with unexpected ferocity.
"How dare he address you in that manner, dismiss your concerns?"
"Perhaps he is correct. Perhaps he is mad. Perhaps we all are," Charlotte said.
"We are not,"
Cecily exclaimed, and she saw Gabriel look sideways at her. His expression was difficult to read. He had been pale since he had come into the dining room, and had barely spoken or eaten, staring instead at the tablecloth as if it held the answers to all the questions in the universe.
"The Magister is in Cadair Idris, I am sure of it."
Gideon was frowning. "I believe you," he said. "We all do. But without the ear of the consul, the matter cannot be placed before the council. And without a council, there can be no assistance for us."
"The portal is nearly ready for use," said Henry.
"When it works, we should be able to transport as many shadow hunters as needed to Cadair Idris in a matter of moments." "But there will be no shadow hunters to transport," said Charlotte. "Look here. The consul forbids me to speak of the matter to the Enclave. Its authority supersedes mine. To overstep his command like that, we could lose the Institute."
"And?"
Cecily demanded heatedly. "Do you care more for your position than you care for Will and Tessa?"
"Miss Herondale,"
Henry began, but Charlotte silenced him with a gesture. She looked very tired. "No, Cecily, it is not that. But the Institute provides us protection. Without it, our ability to help Will and Tessa is severely compromised. As the head of the Institute, I can provide them assistance that a single shadow hunter could not." "No," Gabriel said. He had pushed away his plate, and his slim fingers were tense and white as he gestured. "You cannot." "Gabriel," said Gideon in a questioning tone.
"I will not stay silent,"
Gabriel said, and rose to his feet, as if he intended to either make a speech or sprint away from the table. Cecily was not sure. He turned a haunted green gaze on Charlotte. "The day that the consul came here, when he brought me and my brother away for questioning, he threatened us until we promised to spy on you for him." Charlotte paled. Henry began to stand up from the table. Gideon threw a hand out pleadingly. "Charlotte," he said, "we never did it. We never told him a word. Nothing that was true, anyway," he amended, looking around as the rest of the occupants of the room stared at him. "Some lies, misdirection. He stopped asking after only 2 letters. He knew there was no use in it." "It's true, Ma'am," came a small voice from the corner of the room. Sophie. Cecily almost hadn't noticed her there, pale under her white mobcap.
"Sophie!"
Henry sounded utterly shocked.
"You knew about this?"
"Yes, but—" Sophie's voice shook. "He threatened Gideon and Gabriel awfully, Mr. Bramwell. He told them he would have the Lightwoods stricken off the Shadowhunter records, that he would have Tatiana turned out in the street. And still, they didn't tell him anything. When he stopped asking, I thought he'd realised that there was nothing to find out and given up. I'm so sorry. She didn't want to hurt you," Gideon said desperately. "Please, Mrs. Bramwell, do not blame Sophie for this." "I don't," said Charlotte, her eyes dark and quick, moving from Gabriel to Gideon to Sophie and back again. "But I'd rather imagine there is more to this story, isn't there?" "That is all there is, truly," Gideon began. "No," Gabriel said, "it isn't. When I came to you, Gideon, and told you that the consul no longer wanted us to report to him about Charlotte. That was a lie." "What?" Gideon looked horrified. "He brought me aside on my own the day of the attack on the Institute," Gabriel said. "He told me that if I helped him discover some wrongdoings on Charlotte's part, he would give back the Lightwood estate to us, restore the honor to our name, cover up what our father did." He took a deep breath. "And I told him I would do it." "Gabriel," Gideon groaned, and buried his face in his hands. Gabriel looked as if he were about to be sick, half wavering on his feet. Cecily was torn between pity and horror, remembering that night in the training room, how she had told him she had faith in him, that he would make the right choices. "That is why you looked so frightened when I called you to speak with me earlier today," Charlotte said, her gaze steady on Gabriel. "You thought I'd found you out." Henry began to rise to his feet, his pleasant open face darkening with the first real anger Cecily thought she had ever seen on it. "Gabriel Lightwood," he said, "my wife has shown you nothing but kindness, and this is how you repay it." Charlotte put a restraining hand on her husband's arm. "Henry, wait," she said. "Gabriel, what did you do?" "I listened to your conversation with Aloysius Starkweather," Gabriel said in an empty voice. "I wrote a letter to the consul afterward, telling him that you were basing your requests that he march on Wales on the words of a madman, that you were credulous, too headstrong." Charlotte's eyes seemed to pierce through Gabriel like nails. Cecily thought she would never want that gaze on her, not in her life. "You wrote it," she said. "Did you send it?" Gabriel took a long, gasping breath. "No," he said, and reached into his sleeve. He drew out a folded paper and threw it down onto the table. Cecily stared at it. It was smudged with fingerprints and soft at the edges, as if it had been folded and unfolded many times. "I could not do it. I did not tell him anything at all." Cecily let out a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. Sophie made a soft noise. She started toward Gideon, who was looking as if he were recovering from being punched in the stomach. Charlotte remained as calm as she had been throughout. She reached out, picked up the letter, glanced over it, and then placed it back on the table. "Why didn't you send it?" she said. He looked at her, an odd shared look that passed between them, and said, "I had my reasons to reconsider." "Why didn't you come to me?" Gideon said. "Gabriel, you are my brother." "You cannot make all choices for me, Gideon. Sometimes I have to make my own. As shadow hunters we are meant to be selfless, to die for mundanes, for the angel, and most of all for each other. Those are our principles. Charlotte lives by them. Father never did. I realized I had been mistaken before in putting my loyalty to my bloodline above principle, above everything. And I realized the consul was wrong about Charlotte." Gabriel stopped abruptly. His mouth was set in a thin white line. "He was wrong." He turned to Charlotte. "I cannot take back what I have done in the past, or what I considered doing. I know of no way to make it up to you, my doubt in your authority or my ungratefulness for your kindness. All I can do is tell you what I know, that you cannot wait for an approval from Consul Wayland that will never come. He will never march upon Cadair Idris for you, Charlotte. He does not want to agree to any plan that has your stamp of authority on it. He wishes you out of the Institute, replaced." "But he is the one who put me here," Charlotte said. "He supported me." "Because he thought you would be weak," said Gabriel. "Because he believes women are weak and easily manipulated. But you have proved not to be, and it has ruined all his planning. He does not just desire you discredited. He needs it. He was clear enough with me that even if I could not discover you engaged in any true wrongdoing, he was granting me the freedom to invent a lie that would convict you, as long as it was a convincing one." Charlotte pressed her lips together. "Then he never had faith in me," she whispered. "Never." Henry tightened his grip on her arm. "But he should have," he said. "He underestimated you, and that is not a tragedy. That you have proven to be better, cleverer, and stronger than anyone could have expected, Charlotte. It is a triumph." Charlotte swallowed, and Cecily wondered, just for a moment, what it would be like to have someone look at her as Henry looked at Charlotte, as if she were a wonder on earth. "What do I do?" "What you think best, Charlotte, darling," said Henry. "You are the leader of the Enclave and of the Institute," said Gabriel. "We have faith in you, even if the Consul does not." He ducked his head. "You have my loyalty from this day forward, for whatever it is worth to you." "It is worth a great deal," Charlotte said, and there was something in her voice, a quiet authority that made Cecily want to rise and proclaim her own loyalty, simply to win the balm of Charlotte's approval. Cecily couldn't imagine feeling that way, she realized, about the Consul. And that is why the Consul hates her, she thought, because she is a woman, and yet he knows she can command loyalty in a way he never could. "We proceed as if the Consul does not exist," Charlotte went on. "If he is determined to remove me from my place here, then I have nothing to safeguard. It is simply a matter of doing what we must before he has the chance to stop us. Henry, how long before your invention is ready?" "Tomorrow," Henry said promptly. "I shall work through the night." "It will be the first time it is ever used," said Gideon. "Does that not seem a bit risky?" "We have no other way of getting to Wales in time," said Charlotte. "Once I send my message, we will have only a short time before the Consul comes to relieve me of my place." "What message?" Cecily asked, bewildered. "I am going to send a message to all the members of the Clave," Charlotte said. "At once. Not the Enclave, the Clave." "But only the Consul is allowed," Henry began, then shut his mouth like a box. "Ah." "I will tell them the situation as it stands, and ask for their assistance," said Charlotte. "I'm not sure what response we can count on, but surely some will stand with us." "I will stand with you," said Cecily. "And I, of course," Gabriel said. His expression was resigned, nervous, considering, determined. Never had Cecily liked him more. "And I," said Gideon, "though," and his gaze, as it passed over his brother, was worried, "a mere 6 of us, one only barely trained against whatever force Mortmain has mustered." Cecily was caught between pleasure that he had counted her as one of them, and annoyance that he had said she was barely trained. "It could be a suicide mission." Sophie's soft voice spoke again. "You may have only 6 shadow hunters on your side, but you have at least 9 fighters. I am trained as well, and I would like to fight alongside you. So will Bridget and Cyril." Charlotte looked half pleased, half startled. "But, Sophie, you've only just begun to be trained." "I've been trained longer than Miss Erindale," said Sophie. "Cecily is a shadow hunter." "Miss Collins has a natural talent," said Gideon. He spoke slowly, the conflict clear on his face. He did not want Sophie in the fighting, in danger, and yet would not lie about her abilities. She should be allowed to ascend, and become a shadow hunter. "Gideon," Sophie began, startled, but Charlotte was already looking at her with a keen, dark gaze. "Is that what you want, Sophie dear? To ascend?" Sophie stammered. It is what I've always wanted, Mrs. Bramwell, but not if it meant I had to leave your service. You have been so kind to me, I would not wish to repay that by abandoning you." "Nonsense," Charlotte said. "I can find another maid. I cannot find another Sophie. If being a shadow hunter was what you wanted, my girl, I wish you had spoken. I could have gone to the Consul before I was at odds with him. Still, when we return—" She broke off, and Cecily heard the words beneath the words. "If we return. When we return, I will put you forward for ascension," Charlotte finished. "I will speak out for her case as well," Gideon said. "After all, I have my father's place on the council. His friends will listen to me. They still owe loyalty to our family. And besides, how else can we be married?" "What?" said Gabriel, with a wild hand gesture that accidentally flipped the nearest plate onto the floor, where it shattered. "Married?" said Henry. "You're marrying your father's friends on the council? Which of them?" Gideon had gone an odd sort of greenish colour. Clearly he had not meant those words to escape him, and he did not know what to do now that they had. He was staring at Sophie in horror, but it didn't seem she was likely to be much help either. She looked as shocked as a fish that had been stranded unexpectedly on land. Cecily stood up and dropped her serviette onto her plate. "All right," she said, doing her best to approximate the commanding tones her mother used when she needed something done about the house. "Everyone out of the room." Charlotte, Henry, and Gideon began to rise to their feet. Cecily threw her hands up. "Not you, Gideon Lightwood," she said. "Honestly. But you," she pointed at Gabriel. "Do stop staring. Come along." And taking him by the back of the jacket, she half-dragged him from the room, Henry and Charlotte hard on their heels. The moment they had left the dining room, Charlotte strode off toward the drawing room with the announced purpose of composing a message for the clave, Henry by her side. She paused at the turn of the corridor to look back at Gabriel with an amused quirk of her mouth, but Cecily suspected he did not see it. Cecily put it out of her mind quickly regardless. She was too busy pressing her ear up against the dining room door, trying to hear what was going on inside. Gabriel, after a moment's pause, leaned back against the wall beside the door. He was equal parts pale and flushed, his pupils dilated with shock. "You shouldn't do that," he said finally. "Eavesdropping is most incorrect behaviour, Miss Herondale." "It's your brother," Cecily whispered, ear against the wood. She could hear murmurs inside, but nothing definite. "I should think you'd want to know." He ran both his hands through his hair and exhaled like someone who had been running a long distance. Then he turned to her and took a steely from his waistcoat pocket. He carved a rune quickly into his wrist, then placed his hands flat against the door. "I do, at that." Cecily's gaze darted from his hand to the thoughtful expression on his face. "Oh, can you hear them?" she demanded. "Oh, that is not at all fair." "It's all very romantic," Gabriel said, and then frowned. "Or it would be, if my brother could get a word out without sounding like a choking frog. I fear he will not go down in history as one of the world's great wooers of women." Cecily crossed her arms in vexation. "I do not see why you're being so difficult," she said. "Or are you bothered that your brother wishes to marry a servant girl?" The expression Gabriel turned on was fierce, and Cecily suddenly regretted tweaking him after what he had just been through. "Nothing I could think of him doing would be worse than what my father did. At least his taste runs to human women." And yet it was so difficult not to tweak him. He was so aggravating. "That is hardly a great endorsement for a woman as fine as Sophie." Gabriel looked as if he were about to deliver a sharp retort, but then he thought better of it. "I did not mean it like that. She's a fine girl, and will be a fine shadow hunter when she ascends. She'll bring honour to our family, and the angel knows we need it." "I believe you will bring honour to your family too," Cecily said quietly. "What you just did, what you confessed to Charlotte, that took courage." Gabriel was still for a moment, then he reached out his hand toward her. "Take my hand," he said. "You'll be able to hear what is going on in the dining room, through me, if you desire." After a moment's hesitation, Cecily took Gabriel's hand. It was warm and rough in hers. She could feel the thrum of his blood through his skin, oddly comforting, and indeed through him, as if she had her own ear pressed to the door, she could hear the low rumble of spoken words, Gideon's soft, hesitant voice, and Sophie's delicate one. She closed her eyes and listened. "Oh," said Sophie faintly, and sat down in one of the chairs. "Oh, my." She could not help but sit. Her legs felt wobbly and uneasy. Gideon, meanwhile, was standing by the sideboard, looking panicked. His blonde-brown hair was tousled wildly, as if he had been running his hand through it. "My dear Miss Collins," he began. "This is—" she began and paused. "This is quite unexpected." "Is it?" Gideon moved away from the sideboard and leaned on the table. His shirt sleeves were rolled up slightly, and Sophie found herself staring at his wrists, down with faint blonde hair, and marked with the white memories of marks. "Surely you must have been able to see the respect and esteem I had for you. The admiration." "Well," Sophie said, "admiration." She managed to make it sound like a very pale word indeed. Gideon flushed. "My dear Miss Collins," he began again, "it is true that my feelings for you go far beyond admiration. I would describe them as the most ardent affection. Your kindness, your beauty, your generous heart, they have quite overset me, and it is to that alone that I can ascribe my behavior of this morning. I do not know what came over me, to speak the dearest wishes of my heart aloud. Please do not feel obligated to accept my proposal simply because it was public. Any embarrassment over the matter would and should be mine." Sophie looked up at him. Colour was coming and going in his cheeks, making his agitation clear. "But you haven't proposed?" Gideon looked startled. What?" "You haven't proposed," Sophie said with equanimity. "You did announce to the old breakfast table that you intended to marry me, but that is not a proposal. That is only a declaration. A proposal is when you ask me." "Now that's putting my brother in his place," said Gabriel, looking delighted in the manner that younger siblings did when their brothers or sisters were entirely set down. "Oh, shush!" whispered Cecily, squeezing his hand hard. "I want to hear what Mr. Lightwood says." "Very well, then," said Gideon, in the decided, yet slightly terrified manner of St. George setting off to fight the dragon. "A proposal it shall be." Sophie's eyes tracked him as he crossed the room toward her and knelt down at her feet. Life was an uncertain thing, and there were some moments one wished to remember, to imprint on one's mind, that the memory might be taken out later, like a flower pressed between the pages of a book, and admired and recollected anew. She knew she would not want to forget the way Gideon reached for her hand with his own hand trembling, or the way he bit his lip before he spoke. "My dear Miss Collins," he said, "please forgive me for my untoward outburst. It was simply that I have such strong esteem, no, not esteem, adoration for you, that I feel as if it must blaze from me every moment of the day. Ever since I came to this house, I have been struck more forcibly each day by your beauty, your courage, and your nobility. It is an honour I could never deserve, but most earnestly aspire to, if only you could be mine. That is, if you would consent to be my wife." "Gracious," Sophie said, startled out of all countenance. "Have you been practising that?" Gideon blinked. "I assure you it was entirely extemporaneous." "Well, it was lovely." Sophie squeezed his hands. "And yes, I love you. And yes, I will marry you, Gideon." A brilliant smile broke out over his face, and he startled both of them by reaching for her and kissing her soundly on the mouth. She held his face between her hands as they kissed. He tasted slightly of tea leaves, and his lips were soft and the kiss entirely sweet. Sophie floated on it, in the prism of the moment, feeling safe from all the rest of the world. Until Bridget's voice broken in on her happiness, drifting lugubriously from the kitchen. "On a Tuesday they were wed, and by Friday they were dead. And they buried them in the churchyard, side by side. Oh, my love, and they buried them in the churchyard, side by side." Breaking away from Gideon with some reluctance, Sophie rose to her feet and dusted off her dress. "Please forgive me, my dear Mr. Lightwood, I mean Gideon, but I must go and murder the cook. I shall be directly back." "Oh," Cecily breathed, "that was so romantic." Gabriel took his hand away from the door and smiled down at her. His face quite changed when he smiled. All the sharp lines were softened, and his eyes went from the colour of ice to the green of leaves in spring sunshine. "Are you crying, Miss Herondale?" She blinked damp eyelashes, suddenly aware that her hand was still in his. She could still feel the soft pulse beat in his wrist against hers. He leaned toward her, and she caught the early morning scent of him, tea and shaving soap. She pulled away hastily, freeing her hand. "Thank you for allowing me to listen," she said. I need to go to the library. There is something I must do before tomorrow." His face crinkled in confusion. "Cecily?" But she was already hurrying away down the corridor without looking back. 2. Edmund and Lynette Erindale, Ravenscar Manor, West Riding, Yorkshire. Dear Mum and Dad, I have started this letter to you so many times and never sent it. At first it was guilt. I knew I'd been a willful, disobedient girl in leaving you, and I could not face the evidence of my wrongdoing in stark black letters on a page. After that it was homesickness. I missed you both so much. I missed the rich green hills, sweeping away from the manor, and all the heather, all purple in the summer, and Mum singing in the garden. It was cold here, all black and brown and grey, pea-soup fogs and choking air. I thought I might die of loneliness, but how could I tell you that? After all, it was what I had chosen. And then it was sorrow. I had planned to come here and bring Will back with me, to make him see where his duty lay, and bring him home. But Will has his own ideas about duty and honour, and the promises he has made. And I came to see that I could not bring someone home when they were already there, and I did not know how to tell you that. And then it was happiness. That may seem so very strange to you, as it did to me, that I would not be able to return home because I had found contentment. As I trained to become a shadow hunter, I felt the stirring in my blood, the same stirring Mam always spoke of feeling every time we came from Welshpool into the sight of Davy Valley. With a seraph blade in hand, I am more than just Cecily Erindale, youngest of 3, daughter of good parents, someday to make an advantageous marriage and give the world children. I am Cecily Erindale, shadow hunter, and mine is a high and glorious position. Glory, such an odd word, something women are not supposed to want. But is not our Queen triumphant? Was not Queen Bess called Gloriana? But how could I tell you I had chosen glory over peace, the hard-bought peace you had left the clave to provide for me? How could I say I was happy as a shadow hunter without it causing you the grievous unhappiness? This is the life you turned away from, the life from whose dangers you sought to shelter Will and me and Ella. What could I tell you that would not break your hearts? Now it is understanding. I have come to realize what it means to love someone more than you love yourself. I realize now that all you ever wanted was not for me to be like you, but to be happy. And you gave us a choice. I see those who have grown up in the clave and who never had a choice about what they wished to be, and I am grateful for what you did. To have chosen this life is a very different thing from having been born into it. The life of Jessamine Lovelace has taught me that. And as for Will, and bringing him home, I know, Ma'am, you feared that shadow hunters would take all the love out of your gentle boy. But he is loved, and loving. He has not changed, and he loves you, as do I. Remember me, for I will always remember you. Your loving daughter, Cecily. 2. Members of the Clave of the Nephilim. From Charlotte Bramwell. My dear brothers and sisters in arms, it is my sad duty to relate to you all that despite the fact that I have presented Consul Whelan with incontrovertible proof provided by one of my shadow hunters that Mortmain, the gravest threat the Nephilim has faced in our times, is resident at Cadair Idris in Wales, our esteemed consul has mysteriously decided to ignore this information. I myself regard knowledge of the location of our enemy and the opportunity to defeat his plans for our destruction as of the deepest importance. By means provided to me by my husband, the renowned inventor Henry Branwell, the shadow hunters at my disposal in the London Institute we'll be proceeding with utmost dispatch to Cadair Idris, there to lay down our lives in an attempt to stop Mortmain. I am most grieved to leave the Institute undefended, but if Consul Wayland can be roused to any action at all, he is most welcome to send guards to defend a deserted building. There are but 9 of our number, 3 of them not even shadow hunters, but brave mundanes, trained by us at the Institute, who have volunteered to fight beside us. I cannot say that our hopes at this time are high, but I believe the attempt must be made. Obviously, I cannot compel any of you. As Consul Wayland has reminded me, I am not in a position to command the forces of the shadow hunters, but I would be most obliged if any of you who agree with me that Mortmain must be fought and fought now will come to the London Institute tomorrow at midday and render us your assistance. Yours truly, Charlotte Bramwell, head of the London Institute. Chapter 18. For this alone. For this alone on death I wreak, the wrath that garners in my heart. He put our lives so far apart, we cannot hear each other speak. Alfred Lord Tennyson. In Memoriam. A. H. H. Tessa stood at the edge of a precipice, in a country she did not know. The hills about her were green, dropping off sharply into cliffs that sheered down toward a blue sea. Seabirds wheeled and cawed above her. A grey path wound like a snake along the edge of the cliff top. Just ahead of her, on the path, stood Will. He wore black gear, and over it a long black riding coat, spattered with mud at the hem, as if he had been walking a long way. He was without hat or gloves, and his dark hair was tousled by the wind off the sea. The wind lifted Tessa's hair as well, bringing the scent of salt and brine, of the wet things that grow at the edge of the sea, a smell that reminded her of her sea voyage on the Main. "Will!" she called out. There was something so lonely about the figure he cut, like Tristan watching across the Irish Sea for the ship that would bear Isolde back to him. Will did not turn at the sound of her voice, only raised his arms, his coat lifting in the wind, sweeping out behind him like wings. Fear rose up in her heart. Isolde had come for Tristan, but it had been too late. He had died of grief. "Will!" she called again. He stepped forward, off the cliff. She raced to the edge and looked down, but there was nothing there, only plunging grey-blue water and white surf. The tide seemed to carry his voice to her with each surge of water. "Awake, Tessa! Awake! Awake, Miss Grey! Miss Grey?" Tessa jerked upright. She had fallen asleep in the chair by the fireplace in her small prison. A coarse blue blanket was drawn over her, though she did not remember procuring it. The room burned with torchlight, and the coals of the fire were low. It was impossible to tell if it was day or night. Mortmain stood before her, and beside him was an automaton. It was one of the more humanoid that Tessa had seen. It was even clothed, as not many of them were, this one in a military tunic and trousers. The clothes made the head that rose above the stiff collar look even more uncanny, with its 2 smooth features and bald metallic scalp. And its eyes, she knew they were glass and crystal, the irises red in the firelight, but the way they seemed to fix on her. "You're cold," Mortmain said. Tessa exhaled, and her breath came out in a white puff. "The warmth of your hospitality leaves something to be desired." He smiled, thin-lipped. "Very amusing." He himself was wearing a heavy astrakhan coat over a grey suit, ever the businessman. "Miss Grey, I do not wake you lightly. I came because I wish you to see what your kind assistance with my father's memories has allowed me to accomplish." He gestured proudly at the automaton by his side. "Another automaton?" Tessa said without interest. "How rude of me." Mortmain's eyes flicked to the creature. "Introduce yourself." The creature's mouth opened. Tessa caught a flash of brass. It spoke. "I am amorous," it said. "For 1,000,000,000 years I rode the winds of the great abysses between the worlds. I fought Jonathan Shadowhunter on the plains of Brooklyn. For 1,000 more years I lay trapped within the Pyxis. Now my master has freed me, and I serve him." Tessa rose, the blanket sliding to her feet, unheeded. The automaton was watching her. Its eyes were full of dark intelligence, a consciousness that no automaton she had seen before had ever possessed. "What is this?" she said in a whisper. "An automaton body, animated by a demon spirit. Downworlders already have their ways of capturing demon energies and using them. I use them myself to power the automatons you've seen before. But Armoros and his brothers are different. They are demons with carapaces of automatons. They can think and reason. They are not easily outwitted, and they are very difficult to kill." Armoros reached across its body. Tessa could not help but note that it moved fluidly, smoothly, without the jerkiness of the automatons she had seen before. It moved like a person. It drew the sword that hung at his side and handed it to Mortmain. The blade was covered in the runes that Tessa had become so familiar with over the last months, the runes that decorated the blades of all Shadowhunter weapons, the runes that made them Shadowhunter weapons, the runes that were deadly to demons. Armoros should barely have been able to look upon the blade, much less hold it. Her stomach clenched. The demon gave the sword to Mortmain, who handled it with the precision of a long-time naval officer. He spun the blade, swept it forward, and drove it into the demon's chest. There was a sound of tearing metal. Tessa was used to seeing automatons crumple when attacked, or spurt black fluid, or stagger. But the demon stood its ground, unblinking and unmoving, like a lizard in the sun. Mortmain twisted the hilt savagely, then jerked the weapon free. Its blade crumbled to ash, like a log burned away in a fire. "You see," said Mortmain, "they are an army designed to destroy Shadowhunters." Armoros was the only automaton Tessa had ever seen smile. She did not even know their faces had been built to accomplish such a purpose. The demon said, "They have destroyed many of my kind. It will be a pleasure to kill them all." Tessa swallowed hard, but tried to not let the Magister see it. His gaze was flicking back and forth from her to the demon automaton, and it was hard for her to say which he looked more delighted to lay eyes on. She wanted to scream, to throw herself at him and claw his face, but the invisible wall lay between them, shimmering slightly, and she knew she could not breach it.
"Oh, you ought to be more than his bride, Miss Grey," Mrs. Black had said. "You are to be the ruin of the Nephilim. That is why you were created."
"The Shadowhunters will not be so easily destroyed," she said. "I have seen them cut apart your automatons. Perhaps these cannot be felled by their runed weapons, but any blade can shear metal and cut wires." Mortmain shrugged.
"Shadowhunters are not used to battling creatures against whom their runed weapons are useless. It will slow them, and there are countless of these automatons. It will be like trying to beat back the tide."
He cocked his head to the side.
"You see now, the genius of what I have invented. But I must thank you, Miss Grey, for that last piece of the puzzle. I thought perhaps even you might be admiring of what we have created together."
Admiring? She looked in his eyes for mockery, but there was something of a sincere question there, curiosity mixed with coldness. She thought of how long it must have been since he had had the praise of another human being, and took a deep breath. "You are obviously a great inventor," she said. Mortmain smiled, pleased. Tessa was aware of the gaze of the mechanical demon on her, its tension and readiness, but she was more aware of Mortmain. Her heart was beating hard inside her chest. She seemed, as she had in her dream, poised on the edge of a precipice. To speak to Mortmain like this was chancy, and she would either fall or fly, but she must take the chance. "I see why you have brought me here," she said, "and it is not just because of your father's secrets." There was anger in his eyes, but also a certain confusion. She was not behaving as he had expected her to behave. "What do you mean?" "You are lonely," she said. "You have surrounded yourself with these creatures that are not real, that do not live. We see our own souls in the eyes of others. How long has it been since you have seen that you have a soul?" Mortmain's eyes narrowed. "I had a soul. It was burned away by what I have dedicated my life to, the pursuit of justice and recompense." "Do not seek revenge and call it justice." The demon gave a low chuckle, though there was contempt in it, as if he were watching the antics of a kitten. "You would let her speak to you like that, master," he said. "I can cut out her tongue for you, silence her forever." "It would serve nothing to mutilate her. She has powers you know not of," said Mortmain, his eyes still on Tessa. "There is an old saying in China, perhaps your beloved fiancé familiarized you with it, that states, 'A man may not live under the same heaven with the slayer of his father.' I shall erase the shadow hunters from under heaven. They will not live long upon the earth. Do not seek to appeal my better nature, Tessa, for I have none." Tessa could not help herself. She thought of A Tale of Two Cities, of Lucy Manette's appeals to Sidney Carton's better nature. She had always thought of Will as Sidney, consumed by sin and despair against his own better knowledge, even against his own desire. But Will was a good man, a much better one than Carton had ever been, and Mortmain was barely a man at all. It was not his better nature she appealed to, but his vanity. All men thought of themselves as good in the end, surely. No one believed themselves a villain. She took a breath. "Surely that is not so. Surely you might again be worthy and good. You have done what you set out to do. You have brought life and intelligence to these infernal devices of yours. You have created that which might destroy the shadow hunters. All your life you have pursued justice because you believed the shadow hunters were corrupt and vicious. Now, if you stay your hand, you win the greatest victory. You show that you are better than they." She searched Mortmain's face with her eyes. Surely there was some hesitation there. Surely the thin lips were shaking slightly. Surely there was a tension of doubt in his shoulders. His mouth quirked into a smile. "You think, then, that I can be a better man? And if I were to do as you say, to stay my hand, you would have me believe that you would stay with me out of admiration, that you would not return to the shadow hunters?" "Why, yes, Mr. Mortmain. I swear it." She swallowed against the bitterness in her throat. If she had to remain with Mortmain in order to save Will and Jem, to save Charlotte and Henry and Sophie, she would do it. "I believe you can find your better self. I believe we all can." His thin lips turned up at the corners. "It is afternoon already, Miss Grey," he said. "I did not wish to wake you earlier. Come with me now, outside the mountain. Come and see this day's work, for there is something that I wish to show you." A finger of ice touched her spine. She straightened. "And what is that?" His smile spread across his face. "What I have been waiting for." To Consul Josiah Wayland, from Inquisitor Victor Whitelaw. Josiah, forgive my informality, for I write in haste. I am certain that this will not be the only letter you will receive on this subject. In fact, it is likely not even the first. I myself have already received many. Each touches upon the same question that burns in my mind. Is Charlotte Branwell's information correct? For if so, it seems to me that there is a more than likely chance that the Magister is indeed in Wales.
I know of your doubts in the veracity of William Hellendale, but we both knew his father. A hasty soul, and too greatly ruled by his passions, but a more honest man you could not find. I do not think the younger Herondale a liar. Regardless, as a result of Charlotte's message, the Clave is in chaos. I insist that we hold a dedicated council meeting immediately. If we do not, the trust of the shadow hunters in their consul and their inquisitor will be irrevocably eroded. I leave the announcement of the meeting in your hands, but this is not a request. Send out the call for the council, or I shall resign my position, and let it be known why. Victor Whitelaw.
Will was awoken by screams. Years of training made themselves known instantly. He was on the floor, in a crouch, before he was even properly awake. Glancing around, he saw that the small room of the inn was empty save for himself and the furniture. Narrow bed and plain deal table, barely visible in the shadows, was undisturbed. The screams came again, louder. They were emanating from outside the window. Will rose to his feet, crossed the room soundlessly, and twitched one of the curtains back to look out. He barely remembered walking into town, leading Ballios behind him, the horse clopping slowly in exhaustion. A small Welsh town, like other small Welsh towns, unremarkable in any particular way. He had found the local public house easily, and turned Ballios over to the ministrations of the stable boy, ordering the horse rubbed down and fed, a hot bran mash to revive him. The fact that he spoke Welsh had seemed to relax the innkeeper, and he had been shown quickly to a private room, where he collapsed almost immediately, fully clothed, onto the bed, and fallen into dreamless sleep. The moon was bright above, its position indicating that it was not yet late in the evening. A grey haze seemed to hang over the town. For a moment Will thought it was a mist. Then, inhaling, he realized it was smoke. Patches of bright red leaped up among the houses in the town. He narrowed his eyes. Figures were darting back and forth within the shadows. More screams, a flash that could only be blades. He was out of the door with his boots half-laced in barely a moment, seraph blade in hand. He pounded down the steps and into the main room of the inn. It was dark and cold. There was no fire, and several of the windows had been smashed in, letting in the chill night air. Glass glittered the floor like chunks of ice. The door hung open, and as Will slipped through it, he saw that the upper hinges were nearly torn out of their mooring, as if someone had tried to rip the door free. He slipped out of the door and round the side of the inn, where the stables were. The smell of smoke hung thicker here, and he darted ahead, and nearly tripped over a humped figure on the ground. He dropped to his knees. It was the stable boy, his throat cut, the ground under him a sodden mess of blood and dirt. His eyes were open, staring, his skin already cold. Will swallowed back bile and straightened up. He moved toward the stables mechanically, his mind racing over the possibilities. A demon attack? Or had he stumbled into the middle of something non-supernatural? Some feud between townsfolk, or God only knew what? No one seemed to be looking for him in particular, that much was clear. He could hear Ballios's anxious whickering as he let himself into the stable. It appeared undisturbed, from the plaster ceiling to the cobbled floor crisscrossed with drainage ditches. No other horses were stabled there that night, which was lucky, for the moment he opened the stall door, Ballios plunged forward, nearly knocking Will over. Will was only just able to dart out of the way as the horse hurtled past him and out the door. "Ballios!" Will swore, and he took off after his horse, pounding around the side of the inn and into the main road of the town. He stopped dead. The street was in chaos. Bodies lay crumpled, discarded at the side of the road like so much rubbish. Homes stood with their doors ripped open, windows smashed in. People were running in and out of the shadows haphazardly, screaming and calling for one another. Several of the houses were burning. As Will stared in horror, he saw a family spill from the door of a burning house, the father in a nightshirt, coughing and choking, a woman behind him holding the hand of a small girl. They had barely staggered into the street when shapes rose up out of the shadows. Moonlight sparked off metal. automatons. They moved fluidly, without faltering or jerkiness. They wore clothes, a motley assortment of military uniforms, some recognizable to Will and some not. But their faces were bare metal, as were their hands, which gripped long-bladed swords. There were 3 of them. One in a torn red army tunic moved ahead, laughing, as the father of the family tried to push his wife and daughter behind him, stumbling over the bloody cobblestones of the road. It was all over in moments, too fast even for Will to move. Blades flashed, and 3 more bodies joined the heaps in the streets. "That's it," said the automaton in the ragged tunic. "Burn their houses, smoke them out like rats. Kill them when they run." It raised its head and seemed to see Will. Even across the space that separated them, Will felt the force of that gaze. Will raised his seraph blade. Nakia! The shimmer of the blade blazed up, illuminating the street, a beam of white light amid the red of flames. Through blood and fire, Will saw the automaton in the red tunic stride toward him. A long sword was gripped in its left hand. The hand was metal, jointed, articulate. It curved around the hilt of the blade like a human hand. "Nephilim," the creature said, stopping a mere foot from Will. "We did not expect your kind here." "Clearly," Will said. He took a step forward and rammed the seraph blade into the automaton's chest. There was a faint sizzling sound, as of bacon frying in a pan. As the automaton gazed down in bemusement, Nakia crumbled away to ash, leaving Will's hand clutched around a vanished hilt. The automaton chuckled, raising its gaze to Will. Its eyes crackled with life and intelligence, and Will knew with a sinking in his heart that he was looking at something he had never seen before. Not just a creature that could turn a seraph blade to ash, but a kind of machine that had will and cleverness and strategy enough to burn a village to the ground in order to murder the inhabitants as they fled. "And now you see," said the demon, for that was what it was, standing before him. "Nephilim, all these years you have driven us from this world with your ruined blades. Now we have bodies that your weapons will not work on, and this world will be ours." Will sucked in his breath as the demon raised the long sword. He took a step back. The blade swung over and down. He ducked away, just as something hurtled alongside him in the road, something huge and black that reared and kicked and knocked the automaton aside. Balios. Will reached up, blindly scrabbling for his horse's mane. The demon sprang up from the mud and leaped for him, blade flashing, just as Balios bolted forward, Will swinging himself up and over onto the horse's back. They plunged down the cobblestone street together. Will crouched down low on Balios, the wind tearing through his hair and drying the wetness on his face. Whether it was blood or tears, he didn't know. Tessa sat on the floor of her room in Mortmain's stronghold, staring numbly into the fire. The flames played over her hands and the blue dress she wore. Both were stained with blood. She did not know how it had happened. The skin at her wrist was ragged, and she had some memory of an automaton seizing her there, tearing her skin with its sharp metal fingers as she tried to break away. She could not rid her mind of the images that dominated it, the memories of the destruction of the village in the valley. She had been taken there blindfolded, carried by automatons, before being unceremoniously dumped onto an outcropping of grey rock with a view directly down into the town. "Watch," Mortmain had said, not looking at her, only gloating. "Watch, Miss Grey, and then speak to me of redemption." Tessa had stood, prisoned, an automaton, holding her from behind, a hand over her mouth. Mortmain murmuring softly under his breath the things he would do to her if she dared look away from the village. She had watched helplessly as the automatons had marched into the town, cutting down innocent men and women in the streets. The moon had risen, tinged red as the clockwork army had methodically set fire to house after house, slaughtering the families as they poured forth in confusion and terror. and Mortmain had laughed. "You see now," he had said, "these creatures, these creations, they are capable of thought and reason and strategy, like humans, and yet they are indestructible. Look, there, at that fool with the rifle." Tessa had not wanted to look, but she had no choice. She had watched, dry-eyed and grim, as a distant figure had raised a rifle to defend himself. The blast had knocked some of the automatons back, but had not disabled them. They had kept coming at him, knocking his rifle from his hand, pushing him down into the street. And then they had torn him apart. "Demons," Mortmain had murmured. "They are savage, and they love to destroy." "Please," Tessa had choked. "Please, no more. No more. I shall do whatever you desire, but please, spare the village." Mortmain had chuckled dryly. "Clockwork creatures have no hearts, Miss Grey," he'd said. "They do not have mercy, any more than fire or water do. You might as well beg a flood or a forest fire to cease its destruction." "I am not begging them," she'd said. From the corner of her eye, she thought she'd seen a black horse pounding through the streets of the village, a rider on its back. Someone escaping the carnage, she'd prayed. "I am begging you." He turned his cold eyes on her, and they'd been as empty as the sky. "There is no mercy in my heart either. You appealed tiresomely to my better self earlier. I brought you here to show you the futility of such action. I have no better self to appeal to. It was burned away years ago." "But I have done what you asked," she said desperately. "There is no need for this, not for me." "It is not for you," he'd said, flicking his gaze away from her. "The automatons had to be tested before they were sent into battle. That is simple science. They have intelligence now, strategy. Nothing can stand before them." "They will turn on you then." "They will not. Their lives are linked to mine. If I die, so are they destroyed. They must protect me to endure." His look had been cold and far away. "Enough. I brought you here to show you that I am what I am, and you will accept it. Your clockwork angel protects your life, but the lives of other innocents are in my hands. In your hands. Do not test me, and there will not be a second such village. I wish to hear no more tiresome protests." "Your clockwork angel protects your life." She put her hand on it now, feeling the familiar ticking beneath her fingers. She closed her eyes, but terrible images lived behind her eyelids. She saw in her mind the Nephilim driven before the automatons as the villagers had been, Jem torn apart by clockwork monsters, Will stabbed through with metal blades, Henry and Charlotte burning. Her hand tightened savagely around the angel, and she tore it from her throat, casting it to the uneven rock floor just as the log fell in a fire, sending up a spitting column of red sparks. In their illumination, she saw the palm of her left hand. She saw the faint scar of the burn she had given herself the day that she had told Will she was engaged to Jem. As it had then, her hand went to the fireplace poker. She lifted it, feeling its weight in her hand. The fire had climbed higher. She saw the world through a golden haze as she raised the poker and brought it down on the clockwork angel. Iron though the poker was, it burst into metallic powder, a cloud of shining filaments that sifted to the floor, dusting the surface of the clockwork angel, which lay, untouched and undamaged, on the ground before her knees. And then the angel began to shift and change. Its wings trembled, and its closed eyelids opened on bits of whitish quartz. From them poured thin beams of whitish light, like in paintings of the star over Bethlehem. The light rose and rose, radiating spikes of light. Slowly it began to coalesce into a shape, the form of an angel. It was a shimmering blur of light so bright it was difficult to look at directly. Tessa could see, through the light, the faint outline of something like a man. She could see eyes that were without iris or pupil, inset bits of crystal that gleamed in the firelight. The angel's wings were broad, spreading out from its shoulders, each feather tipped with gleaming metal. Its hands were folded over the hilt of a graceful sword. Its blank, shining eyes rested on her. "Why do you try to destroy me?" Its voice was sweet, echoing in her mind like music. "I protect you." She thought of Jem suddenly, propped up on his bed of pillows, his face pale and gleaming. There is more to life than living. It is not you I seek to destroy, but myself. But why would you do that? Life is a gift. I seek to do right, she said. In keeping me alive, you are allowing great evil to exist. Evil. The musical voice was thoughtful. I have been so long in my clockwork prison that I have forgotten good and evil. Clockwork prison? Tessa whispered. But how can an angel be prisoned? It was John Thaddeus Shade who imprisoned me. He caught my soul inside a spell and trapped it within this mechanical body. Like the Pyxis, Tessa said, only entrapping an angel instead of a demon. I am an angel of the divine, said the angel hovering before her. I am brother to the Sigil, Kurabi, and the Zura, the Fravashis, and the Kinis. And is this your true form? Is this what you look like? You see here only a fraction of what I am. In my true form, I am deadly glory. Mine was the freedom of heaven before I was trapped and bound to you. I am sorry, she whispered. You are not the one to blame. You did not imprison me. Our spirits are bound, it is true. But even as I protected you in the womb, I knew you were blameless. My guardian angel. Few can claim a single angel who guards them, but you can. I don't want to claim you, Tessa said. I want to die on my own terms, not be forced to live on Mortmain's. I cannot let you die. The angel's voice was full of grief. Tessa was reminded of Jem's violin, playing out the music of his heart. It is my mandate. Tessa raised her head. The firelight struck through the angel like sunlight through crystal, casting a radiance of colour against the walls of the cave. This was no foul contraption. This was goodness, twisted and bent to Mortmain's will, but in its nature, divine. When you were an angel, she said, what was your name? My name, said the angel, was ethereal. Ethereal, Tessa whispered, and held out her hand at the angel, as if she could reach him, comfort him somehow. But her fingers met only empty air. The angel shimmered and faded, leaving behind only a glow, a starburst of light against the inside of her eyelids. A wave of cold struck Tessa, and she jerked upright, her eyes flying open. She was half lying on the cold stone floor in front of the nearly dead fire. The room was dark, barely lit by the reddish embers in the grate. The poker was where it had been before. Her hand flew to her throat and found the clockwork angel there. A dream. Tessa's heart fell. It had all been a dream. There was no angel to bathe her in its light. There was only this cold room, the encroaching darkness, and the clockwork angel, steadily ticking down the minutes to the end of everything in the world. Will stood atop Cadair Idris, the reins of his horse in his hand. As he had ridden toward Dogathai, he had seen the massive wall of Cadair Idris towering above the Maldic estuary, and the breath had gone out of him in a gasp. He was here. He had climbed this mountain before as a child, with his father, and those memories stayed with him as he left the Dinas Mathway road and pounded toward the mountain on the back of Balios, who seemed still to be fleeing the flames of the village they had left behind them. They had continued through a weedy tarn, up to the Nandkadaya Valley. The silvery sea could be seen in one direction, and the peak of Snowdon in the other. The village of Dogathlaw below, sparkling with occasional light, made a pretty picture, but Will was not admiring the view. The night vision rune he had given himself allowed him to track the footsteps of the clockwork creatures. There were enough of them that the ground was torn where they had walked down the mountain, and he followed with a pounding heart the path of ruination toward the peak of the mountain. Their tracks led up past a tumble of massive boulders. Will remembered they were called the Morani. They formed the partial wall that protected Kumkai, a small valley atop the mountain in whose heart rested Thlinkai, a clear glacial lake. The tracks of the clockwork army led from the edge of the lake and vanished. Will stood, looking down at the cold, clear waters. In the daylight, he recalled this view was magnificent. Thlinkai, pure blue, surrounded by green grass and the sun touching the razor-sharp edges of Mynydh Pencoed, the cliffs surrounding the lake. He felt 1,000,000 miles from London. The reflection of the moon gleamed up at him from the water. He sighed. The water lapped gently at the edge of the lake, but it could not erase the marks of the automaton's tracks. It was clear where they had come from. He reached back and patted Balios's neck. "Wait for me here," he said, "and if I do not return, take yourself back to the Institute. They'll be glad to see you again, old boy." The horse whickered gently and bit at his sleeve, but Will only drew in his breath and waded into Thlinkai. The cold liquid lapped over his boots and hit his trousers, soaking through to freeze his skin. He gasped with the shock of it. "Wet again," he said glumly, and plunged forward into the icy waters of the lake. They seemed to pull him in, like quicksand. He barely had time to gasp in a breath before the freezing water dragged him down into darkness.
To Charlotte Branwell, from Consul Wayland. Mrs. Branwell, you are relieved of your position as head of the Institute. I could speak of my disappointment with you, or the broken faith that exists between us now, but words, in the face of a betrayal of the magnitude of that which you have offered me, are futile. On my arrival in London tomorrow, I will expect you and your husband to have already departed the Institute and removed your belongings. Failure to comply with this request will be met with the harshest penalties available under the law. Josiah Wayland, Consul of the Clave.
Chapter 19. To lie and burn. Now I will burn you back. I will burn you through. Though I am damned for it, we two will lie and burn. Charlotte Mew, in Nunhead Cemetery. It was dark for only moments. The icy water sucked Will down, and he was falling. He curled in on himself, just as the ground rose up to slam into him, knocking the breath from his body. He choked and rolled over onto his stomach, pulling himself to a kneeling position, his hair and clothes streaming water. He reached for his witchlight, and then dropped his hand. He didn't want to illuminate anything, if that might call attention to him. The night vision rune would have to do. It was enough to show him that he was in a rocky cavern. If he looked above him, he could see the swirling waters of the lake, held in abeyance as if by glass, and a blurred bit of moonlight. Tunnels led off the cavern, with no markings to show where they might lead. He rose to his feet and blindly chose the leftmost tunnel, moving carefully ahead into the shadowy darkness. The tunnels were wide, with smooth floors that showed no mark where the clockwork creatures might have passed. The sides were rough volcanic rock. He remembered climbing Cadair Idris with his father years ago. There were many legends about the mountain, that it had been the chair for a giant who had sat upon it and regarded the stars. That King Arthur and his knights slept beneath the hill, waiting for the time when Britain would awake and need them again. That anyone who spent the night on the mountainside would awake a poet or a madman. If only it was known, Will thought, as he turned through the curve of a tunnel and emerged into a larger cave, how strange the truth of the matter was. The cave was wide, opening out to a greater space at the far end of the room, where a dim light gleamed. Here and there, Will caught a silvery glint that he thought was water running in streams down the black walls, but on closer examination, it turned out to be the veins of crystalline quartz. Will moved toward the dim light. He found that its heart was beating rapidly inside his chest, and he tried to breathe steadily to quell it. He knew what was speeding his pulse. Tessa. If Mortmain had her, then she was here, close. Somewhere in this honeycomb of tunnels, he might find her. He heard Jem's voice in his head, as if his parabatai stood at his side advising him. He'd always said that Will rushed toward the end of a mission, rather than proceeding in a measured manner, and then one must look at the next step on the path ahead, rather than the mountain in the distance, or one would never reach one's goal. Will closed his eyes for a moment. He knew that Jem was right, but it was hard to remember when the goal that he sought was the girl that he loved. He opened his eyes and moved toward the dim light at the far end of the cavern. The ground beneath him was smooth, without rocks or pebbles, and veined like marble. The light ahead flared up, and Will came to a dead stop, only his years of shadow hunter training keeping him from tumbling forward to his death. For the rock floor ended in a sheer drop. He was standing on an outcropping, looking down at a round amphitheatre. It was full of automatons. They were silent, unmoving, and still, like mechanical toys that had wound down. They were dressed, as those in the village had been, in scraps of military uniforms, lined up one by one, for all the world like life-size lead soldiers. In the centre of the room was a raised stone platform, and on the table lay another automaton, like a corpse on an autopsy table. Its head was bare metal, but there was pale human skin stretched taut over the rest of its body, and on the skin was inked runes. As he stared, Will recognized them, one after another. Memory, agility, speed, night vision. They would never work, of course, not on the contraption made of metal and human skin. It might fool shadow hunters from a distance, but what if he used shadow hunter skin? A voice in Will's mind whispered. What could he create then? How mad is he? And when will he stop? The thought, and the sight of the runes of heaven inscribed on such a monstrous creature, twisted Will's stomach. He jerked away from the edge of the outcropping and stumbled back, fetching up against a cold rock wall, his hands clammy with sweat. He saw the village again in his mind, the dead bodies in the streets, heard the mechanical hiss of the clockwork demon as it spoke to him. All these years, you have driven us from this world with your ruined blades. Now we have bodies that your weapons will not work on, and this world will be ours. Rage poured through Will like fire in his veins. He tore himself away from the wall and plunged headlong down a narrow tunnel, away from the cavern room. As he went, he thought he heard a sound behind him, a whirring, as if the mechanism of a great watch was starting up. But when he turned, he saw nothing, only the smooth walls of the cave and the unmoving shadows. The tunnel he was following narrowed as he walked, until eventually he was squeezing sideways past an outcropping of quartz-laden rock. If it narrowed further, he knew, he would have to turn around and go back to the cavern. The thought made him push himself forward with renewed vigor, and he slid forward, almost falling, as the passage suddenly opened into a wider corridor. It was almost like a hallway at the Institute, only made all of smooth stone, with torches at intervals set into metal brackets. Beside each torch was an arched door, also of stone. The first two stood open on empty dark rooms. Beyond the third door was Tessa. Will did not see her immediately when he walked into the room. The stone door swung partly shut behind him, but he found that he was not in darkness. There was a flickering light, the dimming flames of a blaze in a stone fireplace at the far end of the room. To his astonishment, it was furnished, like a room in an inn, with a bed and a washstand, rugs on the ground, even curtains on the walls, though they hung over bare stone, not windows. In front of the fire was a slim shadow, crouched on the ground. Will's hand went automatically to the hilt of the dagger at his waist, and then the shadow turned, hair slipping over her shoulder, and he saw her face. Tessa. His hand fell away from the dagger as his heart lurched inside his chest with an impossible, painful force. He saw her expression change: curiosity, astonishment, disbelief. She rose to her feet, her skirts tumbling around her as she straightened, and he saw her hold her hand out. "Will?" she said. It was like a key turning the lock of a door, releasing him. He started forward. There had never been a greater distance than the distance that separated him from Tessa at that moment. It was a large room. At the moment, the distance between London and Cadair Idris seemed nothing to the distance across it. He felt a shudder, some sort of resistance, as he crossed the room. He saw Tessa hold out her hand, her mouth shaping words, and then she was in his arms, the breath half knocked out of both of them as they collided with each other. She was up on her toes, her arms around his shoulders, whispering his name. "Will, Will, Will." He buried his face against her neck, where her thick hair curled. She smelled of smoke and violet water. He clutched her even more tightly as her fingers curled around the back of his collar, and they clung together. For just that moment, the grief that had clenched him like an iron fist since Jem's death seemed to relax, and he could breathe. He thought of the hell he had been in since he'd left London, the days of riding without stopping, the sleepless nights, blood and loss and pain and fighting, all to bring him here, to Tessa. "Will," she said again, and he looked down into her tear-stained face. There was a bruise across her cheekbone. Someone had hit her there, and his heart swelled with rage. He would find out who it was, and he would kill them. If it was Mortmain, he would kill him only after he had burned his monstrous laboratory to the ground, that the madman might see the ruin of all his creation. "Will," Tessa said again, interrupting his thoughts. She sounded almost breathless. "Will, you idiot." His romantic notions came to a screeching halt, like a hackney cab in traffic on Fleet Street. What?" "Oh, Will," she said. Her lips were trembling. She looked as if she couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. "Do you remember when you told me that the handsome young gentleman who came to rescue you was never wrong? Not even if he said the sky was purple and made out of hedgehogs? The first time I ever saw you, yes. Oh, my Will." She drew gently away from his embrace, smoothing a tangled lock of hair behind her ear. Her eyes remained fixed on his. "I cannot imagine how you came to find me. How difficult it must have been. It is incredible. But do you really think Mortmain would leave me unguarded in a room with an open door?" She turned away and moved a few feet forward and then stopped abruptly. "Here," she said, and raised her hand, spreading her fingers wide. "The air is as solid as a wall here. This is a prison, Will, and now you are in it alongside me." He moved to stand beside her, already knowing what he would find. He recalled the resistance he had felt as he crossed the room. The air rippled slightly when he touched it with his finger, but was harder than a frozen lake. "I know this configuration," he said. "The Clave uses a version of it sometimes." His hand curled itself into a fist, and he slammed it against the solid air, hard enough to bruise the bones in his hand. "If Fenguella did," he swore in Welsh. "All the bloody way across the country to get to you, and I can't even do this right. The moment I saw you, all I could think of was running to you. By the angel, Tessa." "Will," she caught at his arm, "don't you dare apologize. Do you understand what it means to me that you are here? It is like a miracle or the direct intervention of heaven, for I had been praying to see the faces of those I cared for again before I died." She spoke simply, straightforwardly. It was one of the things he had always loved about Tessa, that she did not hide or dissemble, but spoke her mind without embellishment. When I was in the dark house, there was no one who cared enough to search for me. When you found me, it was an accident. But now I have condemned us both to the same fate, he said in a low voice. He drew a dagger from his belt and drove it against the invisible wall before him. The ruined silver blade of the dagger shattered, and Will cast the broken hilt aside and cursed again under his breath. Tessa put a light hand on his shoulder. We are not condemned, she said. Surely you have not come by yourself, Will. Henry or Jem will find us. From the other side of the wall we can be freed. I have seen how Mortmain does it, and— Will did not know what happened then. His expression must have changed at the mention of Jem's name, for he saw some of the colour leave her face. Her hand tightened on his arm. Tessa, he said, I am alone. The word alone came out broken, as if he could taste the bitterness of loss on his tongue, and struggled to speak around it. Jem, she said. It was more than a question. Will said nothing. His voice seemed to have fled. He had thought to spirit her from this place before he told her about Jem, had imagined telling her somewhere safe, somewhere where there would be space and time to comfort her. He knew now he had been a fool to think it, to imagine that what he had lost would not be written all over his face. The remaining colour drained from her skin. It was like watching a fire flicker and go out. No, she whispered. Tessa. She took a step back from him, shaking her head. No, it's not possible. I would have known. It can't be possible. He reached out a hand to her. Tess. She had begun to shake violently. No, she said again. No, don't say it. If you don't say it, it won't be true. It can't be true. It isn't fair. I'm sorry, he whispered. Her face crumpled, shattered like a dam under too much pressure. She sank to her knees, folding in on herself. Her arms went around her body. She was holding herself tightly, as if she could keep from breaking apart. Will felt a fresh wave of the helpless agony he had experienced in the courtyard of the Green Man. What had he done? He had come to save her, but instead of saving her, had only succeeded in inflicting agony. It was as if he were truly cursed, capable only of bringing suffering to those he loved. I am sorry, he said again, with all his heart in the words. So sorry. I would have died for him, if I could. At that, she looked up. He braced himself for the accusation in her eyes, but it was not there. Instead, she reached up her hand to him silently. In wonder and surprise, he took it, and let her draw him down until he was kneeling opposite her. Her face was streaked with tears, surrounded by the tumble of her hair, outlined in gold by the firelight. I would have too, she said. Oh, Will, this is all my fault. He threw away his life for me. If he had taken the drug more sparingly, if he had allowed himself to rest and be ill, instead of pretending good health for my sake. No, he took her by the shoulders, turning her toward him. It's not your fault. No one could imagine that it was— She shook her head. How could you bear to have me near you? She said in despair. I took your parabatai from you. And now we will both die here, because of me. Tessa, he whispered, shocked. He could not remember the last time he had been in this position, the last time he had had to comfort someone whose heart was broken and had genuinely been allowed to, rather than forcing himself to turn away. He felt as clumsy as he had as a child, dropping knives from his hands before Jem had taught him how to use them. He cleared his throat. Tessa, come here. He drew her toward him, until he was sitting on the ground and she was leaning against him, her head on his shoulder, his fingers threading through her hair. He could feel her body shaking against him, but she did not pull away. Instead she clung to him, as if truly his presence gave her comfort. And if he thought of how warm she was in his arms, or the feel of her breath on his skin, it was only for a moment, and he could pretend that it wasn't at all. Tessa's grief, like a storm, spent itself slowly over the course of hours. She wept, and Will held her and did not let go, except for once when he rose and built up the fire. He returned swiftly and sat down beside her again, their backs against the invisible wall. She touched the place on his shoulder where her tears had soaked through the fabric. "I'm sorry," she said. She couldn't count the number of times she told him she was sorry over the past hours, as they'd shared the tales of what had happened to them since their separation at the Institute. He had spoken to her of his farewell to Jem and Cecily, his ride across the countryside, the moment he'd realized Jem was gone. She'd told him of what Mortmain had demanded of her, that she change into his father and give him the last bit of the puzzle that would turn his automaton army into an unstoppable force. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Tess," Will said now. He was looking toward the fire, the only light in the room. It painted him in shades of gold and black. The shadows under his eyes were violet, the angle of his cheekbones and collarbones sharply outlined. "You have suffered, just as I have, seeing that village destroyed." "We were both there at the same time," she said, wonderingly. "If I had known you were near—" "If I had known you were near, I would have charged Balios directly up the hill to you." "And been murdered by Mortmain's creatures in the process. It is better that you did not know." She followed his gaze to the fire. "You found me in the end. That is what matters." "Of course I found you. I promised Jem I would find you," he said. "Some promises cannot be broken." He took a shallow breath. She felt it against her side. She was curled half against him, and his hands were shaking, almost imperceptibly, as he held her. Distantly, she knew that she should not let herself be held like this by any boy who was not her brother or fiancé, but her brother and her fiancé were both dead, and tomorrow Mortmain would find them and punish them both. She could not bring herself, in the face of all that, to care much about propriety. "What was the point of all that pain?" she asked. "I loved him so much, and I wasn't even there when he died." Will's hand smoothed down her back, light and quick, as if he were afraid she would draw away. "Neither was I," he said. "I was in the courtyard of an inn, halfway to Wales, when I knew. I felt it, the bond between us being severed. It was as if a great pair of scissors had cut my heart in half." "Will," Tessa said. His grief was so palpable, it mixed with her own to create a sharp sadness, lighter for being shared, though it was hard to say who was comforting who now. "You were always half his heart as well." "I'm the one who asked him to be my parabatai," Will said. "He was reluctant. He wanted me to understand that I was tying myself in what was meant to be a life bond to someone who had not lived much of a life. But I wanted it, blindly wanted it, some proof that I wasn't alone, some way to show that I owed him, and he gave way gracefully to what I wanted in the end. He always did." "Don't," said Tessa. "Jem wasn't a martyr. It was no punishment for him, being your parabatai. You were like a brother to him, better than a brother, for you had chosen him. When he spoke of you, it was with loyalty and love, unclouded by any doubt." "I confronted him," Will went on, "when I found he had been taking more of the yin-fen than he should. I was so angry. I accused him of throwing his life away. He said, I can choose to be as much for her as I can be, to burn as brightly for her as I wish." Tessa made a small sound in her throat. "It was his choice, Tessa, not something you forced upon him. He was never as happy as he was when he was with you." Will was not looking at her, but at the fire. "Whatever else I have ever said to you, no matter what, I'm glad he had that time with you. You should be as well." "You do not sound glad." Will was looking into the fire. His black hair had been damp when he had come into the room, and it had dried in loose curls against his temples and forehead. "I disappointed him," he said, He entrusted this to me, this one task, to follow you and find you, to bring you home safely, and now I fail at the final hurdle. He finally turned to look at her, his blue eyes unseeing. I would not have left him. I would have stayed with him if he'd asked, until he died. I would have stood by my oath, but he asked me to go after you. Then you only did what he asked. You did not disappoint him. But it was also what was in my heart, Will said. I cannot separate selfishness from selflessness now. When I dreamed of saving you, the way you would look at me. His voice dropped off abruptly. I'm well punished for that hubris at any rate. But I am rewarded. Tessa slipped her hand into his. His calluses were rough against her palm. She saw his chest, hitched with surprised breath. For I am not alone. I have you with me, and we should not give up all hope. There might still be a chance for us, to overpower Mortmain, or slip past him. If anyone can conjure a way to do it, you can. He turned his gaze on her. His lashes shadowed his eyes as he said, You are a wonder, Tessa Gray. To have such faith in me, though I have done nothing to earn it. Nothing? Her voice rose. Nothing to earn it? Will, you saved me from the Dark Sisters. You pushed me away to save me. You've saved me over and over again. You are a good man, one of the best I've ever known. Will looked as stunned as if she had pushed him. He licked his dry lips. I wish you wouldn't say that, he whispered. She leaned toward him. His face was shadows, angles, and planes. She wanted to touch him, touch the curve of his mouth, the arc of his lashes against his cheek. Fire reflected in his eyes, pinpricks of light. Will, she said, the first time I saw you, I thought you looked like a hero from a storybook. You joked that you were Sir Galahad. You remember that? And for so long I tried to understand you that way, as if you were Mr. Darcy, or Lancelot, or poor miserable Sidney Carton, and that was just a disaster. It took me so long to understand, but I did, and I do now. You are not a hero out of a book. Will gave a short, disbelieving laugh. It's true, he said. I am no hero. No, Tessa said. You are a person, just like me. His eyes searched her face, mystified. She held his hand tighter, lacing her fingers with his. Don't you see, Will? You're a person, like me. You are like me. You say the things I think but never say out loud. You read the books I read. You love the poetry I love. You make me laugh with your ridiculous songs and the way you see the truth of everything. I feel like you can look inside me and see all the places I am odd or unusual and fit your heart around them, for you are odd and unusual in just the same way. With a hand that was not holding his, she touched his cheek lightly. We are the same. Will's eyes fluttered closed. She felt his lashes against her fingertips. When he spoke again, his voice was ragged but controlled. Don't say those things, Tessa. Don't say them. Why not? You said I am a good man, he said, but I am not that good a man. And I am catastrophically in love with you. Well, I love you so much, so incredibly much, he went on, and when you're this close to me, I forget who you are. I forget your gems. I'd have to be the worst sort of person to think what I'm thinking right now, but I am thinking it. I loved Jem, she said. I love him still, and he loved me. But I am not anybody's, Will. My heart is my own. It is beyond you to control it. It is beyond me to control it. Will's eyes were still closed. His chest was rising and falling swiftly, and she could hear the hard thump of his heart, rapid beneath the solidity of his ribcage. His body was warm against hers and alive, and she thought of the automaton's cold hands on her and Mortmain's colder eyes. She thought of what would happen if she lived and Mortmain succeeded in what he wanted, and she was shackled to him all her life, a man she did not love, and in fact, despised. She thought of the feel of his cold hands on her, and if those would be the only hands that would ever touch her again. "What do you think will happen tomorrow, Will?" she whispered. "When Mortmain finds us. Tell me honestly." His hand moved carefully, almost unwillingly, to slide down her hair and come to rest at the juncture of her neck. She wondered if he could feel the pounding of her pulse answering his. "I think Mortmain will kill me. Or, to be precise, he will have those creatures kill me. I'm a decent shadow hunter, Tess, but those automatons, they cannot be stopped. Rune blades serve no better than ordinary weapons upon them, and seraph blades not at all. But you are not afraid." "There are so many worse things than death," he said. "Not to be loved, or to be able to love, that is worse. And to go down fighting as a shadow hunter should, there is no dishonour in that. An honourable death. I've always wanted that." A shiver passed through Tessa. "There are two things I want," she said, and was surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. "If you think Mortmain will try to kill you tomorrow, then I wish to be given a weapon. I shall divest myself of my clockwork angel, and I shall fight by your side. And if we go down together. For I, too, wish an honourable death, like Boadicea. Tess, I would rather die than be the Magister's tool. Give me a weapon, Will." She felt his body shudder against hers. "I can do that for you," he said, at last, subdued. "What was the second thing that you wanted?" She swallowed. "I want to kiss you one more time before I die." His eyes flew wide. They were blue like the sea and sky in her dream, where he had fallen away from her, blue as the flowers Sophie had put in her hair. "Don't say anything I don't mean," she finished for him. "I know. I am not. I mean it well. And I know it's entirely beyond the bounds of propriety to ask it. I know I must seem a bit mad." She glanced down and then up again, gathering her courage. "And if you can tell me that you can die tomorrow, without our lips ever touching again, and you will not regret it at all, then tell me, and I will desist in asking, for I know I have no right." Her words were cut off, for he had caught hold of her and pulled her against him and crushed his lips down against hers. For a split second it was almost painful, sharp with desperation and thinly controlled hunger, and she tasted salt and heat in her mouth and the gasp of his breath. And then he gentled, with a force of restraint that she could feel all through her body, and the slide of lips against lips, the interplay of tongue and teeth, altered from pain to pleasure, in the sliver of a moment. On the balcony at the Lightwoods he had been so careful, but he was not being careful now. His hand slid roughly down her back, tangling in her hair, fisting in the loose fabric at the back of her dress, half lifting her so their bodies collided. He was against her, the long slim length of his body, hard and fragile at the same time. Her head slanted to the side as he parted her lips with his, and they weren't so much kissing as devouring each other. Her fingers gripped his hair tightly, hard enough that it must have hurt, and her teeth grazed his bottom lip. He groaned and pulled her tighter, making her gasp for air. "Will," she whispered, and he stood up, lifting her in his arms, still kissing her. She held tight to his back and shoulders as he carried her over to the bed and laid her down on it. She was already barefoot. He kicked off his boots and climbed up beside her. Part of her training had been in how to remove gear, and her hands were light and quick on his gear, undoing the clasps and pulling it aside like a shell. He battered it aside impatiently and knelt upright to undo his weapons belt. She watched him, swallowing hard. If she was going to tell him to stop, now was the moment. His scarred hands were nimble, undoing the fastenings, and as he turned to drop the belt over the side of the bed, his shirt, damp with sweat and sticking to him, slid up and showed her the hollow curve of his stomach. the arched bone of his hip. She'd always thought Will was beautiful, his eyes and lips and face, but she had never particularly thought of his body that way. But the shape of him was lovely, like the planes and angles of Michelangelo's David. She reached out to touch him, to run her fingers as soft as spider silk across the flat, hard skin of his stomach. His response was immediate and startling. He sucked in his breath and closed his eyes, his body going very still. She ran her fingers alongside the waistband of his trousers, her heart pounding, hardly knowing what she was doing. There was an instinct here, driving her, that she couldn't identify or explain. Her hand curved about his waist, thumb flicking against his hip bone, drawing him down. He slid down over her, slowly, elbows resting on either side of her shoulders. Their eyes met, held. They were touching all along their bodies, but neither of them spoke. Her throat ached. Adoration, heartbreak, in equal measure. "Kiss me," she said. He lowered himself slowly, until their lips just brushed. She arched upward, wanting to meet his mouth with hers, but he drew back, nuzzling at her cheek, now his lips pressing the corner of her mouth, and then along her jaw and down her throat, sending little shocks of astonished pleasure through her body. She had always thought of her arms, her hands, her neck, her face, as separate, not that her skin was all the same delicate envelope, and that a kiss placed on her throat might be felt all the way down to the bottom of her feet. Will. Her hands pulled at his shirt, and it came away, the buttons tearing, his head shaking free of the fabric, all wild dark hair, Heathcliff on the moors. His hands were less sure on her dress, but it came away as well, off over her head, and was cast aside, leaving Tessa in her chemise and corset. She went motionless, shocked at being so undressed in front of anyone but Sophie, and Will took a wild look at her corset that was only part desire. "How," he said, "does it come off?" Tessa couldn't help herself. Despite everything, she giggled. "It laces," she whispered, "in the back." And she guided his hands around her until his fingers were on the strings of the corset. She shivered then, and not from cold but from the intimacy of the gesture. Will pulled her against him, gentle now, and kissed the line of her throat again, and her shoulder where the chemise bared it, his breath soft and hot against her skin, until she was breathing just as hard, her hands smoothing up over his shoulders, his arms, his sides. She kissed the white scars, the marks it left on his skin, winding herself around him until they were a heated tangle of limbs, and she was swallowing down the gasps he made against her mouth. "Tess," he whispered. "Tess, if you want to stop." She shook her head silently. The fire in the grate had nearly burned down again. Will was all angles and shadows and soft and hard skin against her. "No." "You want this?" His voice was hoarse. "Yes," she said. "Do you?" His finger traced the outline of her mouth. "For this, I would have been damned forever. For this, I would have given up everything." She felt the burn behind her eyes, the pressure of tears, and blinked wet eyelashes. "Will, dwi din gari di am byth," he said. "I love you always." And he moved to cover her body with his own. Late in the night, or early in the morning, Tessa woke. The fire had burned down entirely, but the room was lit by the peculiar torchlight that seemed to go on and off without rhyme or reason. She drew back, propping herself on her elbow. Will was asleep beside her, immured in the unmoving slumber of the utterly exhausted. He looked at peace, though, more so than she had ever seen him before. His breath was regular, his eyelashes fluttering slightly in dreams. She had fallen asleep with her head on his arm, the clockwork angel still around her throat, resting against his shoulder just to the left of his collarbone. As she moved away, the clockwork angel slipped free, and she saw to her surprise that where it had lain against his skin it had left a mark behind, no bigger than a shilling, in the shape of a pale white star. Chapter 20. The Infernal Devices. like wire-pulled automatons. Slim silhouetted skeletons went sliding through the slow quadrille, then took each other by the hand and danced a stately saraband. Their laughter echoed thin and shrill. Oscar Wilde, The Harlot's House. "It's beautiful," Henry breathed. The shadow hunters of the London Institute, along with Magnus Bain, stood in a loose half-circle in the crypt, staring at one of the bare stone walls, or, more precisely, at something that had appeared on one of the bare stone walls. It was a glowing archway, about 10 feet in height and perhaps 5 across in width. It was not carved into the stone, but rather was made of glowing runes that twined into one another like veins of a trellis. The runes were not from the Grey Book. Gabriel would have recognized them if they had been, but were runes he had never seen before. They had the foreign look of another language, yet each was distinct and beautiful, and spoke a murmuring song of travel and distance, of a whirling dark space, and the distance between worlds. They glowed green in the darkness, pale and acidic. Within the space created by the runes, the wall was not visible, only darkness, impenetrable, as if of a great dark pit. "It's truly amazing," Magnus said. All but the warlock were dressed in their gear and were bristling with weapons. Gabriel's favourite double-edged longsword was slung over his back, and he was itching to get his gloved hands on the hilt. Though he liked the bow and arrow, he had been trained in the longsword by a master who could trace his own master's back to Lichtenau, and Gabriel fancied the longsword his speciality. Besides, a bow and arrow would be much less use against automatons than a weapon that could chop them into component parts. "All down to you, Magnus," Henry said. He was glowing, or, Gabriel thought, it could have been the reflection of the lighted runes against his face. "Not at all," Magnus replied. "If not for your genius, this could never have been created." "Well, I am enjoying this exchange of pleasantries," Gabriel said, seeing that Henry was about to respond. "There do remain a few central questions about this invention." Henry looked at him blankly. "Such as what?" "I believe, Henry, that he's inquiring whether this doorway," Charlotte began. "We've called it a portal," said Henry. The capitalization of the word was very clear in his tone. "Whether it works," Charlotte finished. "Have you tried it?" Henry looked stricken. "Well, no. There hasn't been time, but I assure you, our calculations are faultless." Everyone but Henry and Magnus looked at the portal with refreshed alarm. "Henry," Charlotte began. "Well, I think Henry and Magnus should go first," Gabriel said. "They invented the blasted thing." Everyone turned on him. "It's like he's replaced Will," said Gideon, eyebrows up. "They say all the same sort of things." "I am not like Will," Gabriel snapped. "I should hope not," said Cecily, though so quietly that he wondered if anyone else had heard her. She was looking especially pretty today, though he had no idea why. She was dressed in the same plain black woman's gear as Charlotte. Her hair was secured demurely behind her head, and the ruby necklace at her throat glowed against her skin. However, Gabriel reminded himself sternly, since they were most likely about to direct themselves all into mortal danger, thinking about whether Cecily was pretty, or not to be foremost on his mind. He told himself to stop immediately. "I am nothing like Will Herondale," he repeated. "I am perfectly willing to go through first," Magnus said, with the long-suffering air of a schoolmaster in a room full of ill-behaved schoolboys. "There are a few things I need. We're hoping Tessa will be there. Will maybe also. I should like some extra gear and weapons to bring through. I plan, of course, to wait for you on the other side, but should there be any unexpected developments, it is always good to prepare." Charlotte nodded. "Yes, of course." She glanced down for a moment. "I cannot believe no one has come to assist us. I thought, after my letter, at least a few." She broke off, swallowing, and raised her chin. "Let me get Sophie. She can put together the things you need, Magnus, and she and Cyril and Bridget and meant to join us shortly. She vanished up the steps, Henry looking after her with worried fondness. Gabriel could not blame him. It was obviously a severe blow to Charlotte that no one had answered her call and come to aid them, though he could have told her they would not. People were intrinsically selfish, and many hated the idea of a woman in charge of the Institute. They would not put themselves at risk for her. Only a few weeks ago, he would have said the same thing about himself. Now, knowing Charlotte, he realized to his surprise the idea of risking himself for her seemed an honor, as it would be to most Englishmen to risk themselves for the Queen. "How does one make the portal work?" Cecily asked, glancing at the glowing archways as if it were a painting in a gallery, her dark head cocked to the side. "It will transport you instantly from one place to another," said Henry. "But the trick is, well, that part is magic." He said the word a little nervously. "You need to be picturing the place you're going to," said Magnus. "It won't work to take you to a place you have never been and cannot imagine. In this case, to get to Cata Idris, you're going to need Cecily. Cecily, how close to Cata Idris do you believe you can bring us?" "To the very top," Cecily said confidently. "There are several paths that will bring you up the mountain, and I have walked 2 of them with my father. I can remember the crest of the mountain." "Excellent," Henry said. "Cecily, you will stand before the portal and visualize our destination." "But she's not going first, is she?" Gabriel demanded. The moment the words were out of his mouth, he was startled. He hadn't meant to say them. Ah, well, in for a penny, in for a pound, though, he thought. "I meant, she's the least trained of us all. It wouldn't be safe." "I can go through first," Cecily said, looking as if she were not in the least grateful for Gabriel's support. "I see no reason why—" "Henry!" It was Charlotte, reappearing at the foot of the steps. Behind her were the servants of the Institute, all in training gear. Bridget, looking as if she were out for a morning stroll, Cyril, set and determined, and Sophie, carrying a large leather bag. Behind them were 3 more men, tall men, in parchment robes, moving with peculiar gliding motions. Silent brothers. Unlike any other silent brothers that Gabriel had seen before, though, these were armed. Weapons belts were cinched around their waists, over their robes, and from their belts hung long curved blades, their hilts made of shimmering adamas, the same material used to make steles and seraph blades. Henry looked up, puzzled, then guiltily from the portal to the brothers. His lightly freckled face paled. "Brother Enoch," he said, "I—" "Calm yourself." The silent brother's voice rang out in all their minds. "We have not come to warn you of any possible breach of the law, Henry Branwell. We have come to fight with you." "To fight with us?" Gideon looked amazed. "But silent brothers they aren't warriors." "That is incorrect. Shadow hunters we were and shadow hunters we remain, even when changed to become brothers. We were founded by Jonathan Shadowhunter himself, and now we live by the book. We may yet die by the sword if we choose." Charlotte was beaming. "They learned of my message," she said. "They came. Brother Enoch, Brother Micah, and Brother Zachariah." The 2 brothers behind Enoch inclined their heads silently. Gabriel fought off a shiver. He'd always found the silent brothers eerie, though he knew they were an integral part of Shadowhunter life. "Brother Enoch also told me why no one else came," Charlotte said, the smile vanishing from her face. "Consul Wayland convened a council meeting this morning, though he told us nothing of it. Attendance for all the Shadowhunters was mandatory by law." Henry's breath hissed out through his teeth. "That bad man," he finished, with a quick glance at Cecily, who rolled her eyes. "What's the council meeting about?" "Replacing us as heads of the Institute," Charlotte said. "He still believes Mortmain's attack will come against London, and that a strong leader here is needed to stand against the Clockwork Army." "Mrs. Bramwell!" Sophie, in the act of handing to Magnus the bag that she had been carrying, nearly dropped it. "They can't do that!" "Oh, they very well can," said Charlotte. She looked around at all their faces and raised her chin. In that moment, despite her small size, Gabriel thought, she seemed taller than the consul. "We all knew this would come," she said. "It does not matter. We are shadow hunters, and our duty is to each other and to what we think is right. We believe Will, and we believe in Will. Faith has brought us this far. It will bring us a little farther. The angel watches over us, and we shall win out." Everyone was silent. Gabriel looked around at their faces, determined, every one, and even Magnus seemed, if not moved or convinced, considering and respectful. "Mrs. Branwell," he said at last, "if Consul Wayland does not consider you a leader, he is a fool." Charlotte inclined her head toward him. "Thank you," she said, "but we should waste no more time. We must go, and quickly, for this matter can wait on us no longer." Henry looked for a long moment at his wife, and then toward Cecily. "Are you ready?" Will's sister nodded and moved forward to stand before the portal. Its gleaming light cast the shadow of unfamiliar runes across her small, determined face. "Visualize," said Magnus. "Imagine as hard as you can that you are looking at the top of Cata Idris." Cecily's hands clenched at her sides. As she stared, the portal began to move, the runes to ripple and change. The darkness within the archway lightened. Suddenly, Gabriel was no longer looking at shadow. He was gazing at a portrait of a landscape that could have been painted within the portal. The green curve at the top of a mountain, a lake as blue and deep as the sky. Cecily gave a little gasp, and then, unprompted, stepped forward and vanished through the archway. It was like watching a sketch being erased. First her hands vanished into the portal, and then her arms, outstretched, and then her body. And she was gone. Charlotte gave a little shriek. "Henry!" There was a buzzing in Gabriel's ears. He could hear Henry reassuring Charlotte that this was the way the portal was meant to function, that nothing untoward had happened. But it was like a song half heard from another room, the words a rhythm without meaning. All he knew was that Cecily, braver than all of them, had stepped through the unknown doorway and was gone, and he could not let her go alone. He moved forward. He heard his brother call his name, but he ignored him. Pushing past Gideon, he reached the portal and stepped through it. For a moment there was nothing but blackness. Then a great hand seemed to reach out of the darkness and snatch hold of him, and he was pulled into the whirling, inky maelstrom. The great council room was full of people shouting. On the raised platform at the center stood Consul Wayland, staring out at the shouting throng, with a look of furious impatience on his face. His dark eyes raked the shadow hunters congregated in front of him. George Penhallow was locked in a screaming match with Sora Kaidu of the Tokyo Institute. Vijay Malhotra was jabbing a thin finger into the chest of Japeth Pangborn, who rarely left his manor house in the Idris countryside these days, and who had turned as red as a tomato at the indignity of it all. Two of the Blackwells had cornered Amelia Morgenstern, who was snapping at them in German. Aloysius Starkweather, all in black, stood beside one of the wooden benches, his wiry limbs nearly bent up around his ears as he glared up at the podium with sharp old eyes. The Inquisitor, standing beside Consul Wayland, slammed his wooden staff down against the floor, hard enough to nearly shatter the floorboards. "That is enough!" he roared. "All of you will be silent, and you will be silent now! Sit down!" A ripple of shock went through the room, and, to the consul's evident surprise, they sat. Not quietly, but they sat, all who had room to sit. The chamber was filled to bursting. This many shadow hunters rarely appeared at any one meeting. There were representatives here from all the institutes: New York, Bangkok, Geneva, Bombay, Kyoto, Buenos Aires. Only the London shadow hunters, Charlotte Branwell and her cohorts, were absent. Only Aloysius Starkweather remained standing, his ragged dark cloak flapping about him like crow's wings. "Where is Charlotte Branwell?" he demanded. "It was understood from the message you sent out
that she'd be here to explain the contents of her message to the council. I will explain the contents of her message, said the consul through gritted teeth. It would be preferable to hear it from her, said Malhotra, his dark eyes keen as he looked from the consul to the Inquisitor and back. Inquisitor Whitelaw looked drawn, as if he had suffered recent sleepless nights. His mouth was tight at the corners. Charlotte Branwell is overreacting, said the consul. I take full responsibility for having put her in charge of the London Institute. It was something I should never have done. She has been relieved of her position. I have had occasion to meet and speak with Mrs. Branwell, said Starkweather, in his hoarse Yorkshire tones. She does not strike me as someone who would easily overreact. Looking as if he remembered exactly why he had been so glad Starkweather had ceased attending council meetings, the consul said tightly, She is in a delicate way, and I believe she has become overset. Chatter and confusion. The Inquisitor looked over at Wayland and gave him a narrow glance of disgust. The consul returned his look with a glare. It was clear that the two men had been arguing. The consul was flushed with anger. The look he bent toward the Inquisitor in return filled with betrayal. It was clear that Whitelaw did not agree with the consul's words. A woman rose to her feet from the crowded benches. She had white hair piled on her head in an imperious manner. The consul looked as if he were groaning inwardly. Callida Fairchild, Charlotte Branwell's aunt. If you are suggesting, she said in a frozen voice, that my niece is making hysterical and unreasonable decisions because she is carrying one of the next generation of shadow hunters, Consul, I suggest you think again. The consul ground his teeth. There is no evidence that Charlotte Branwell's statements that Mormain is in Wales have any truth to them, he said. It all stems from the reports of Will Herondale, who is only a boy, and a reprehensibly irresponsible one at that. All evidence, including the journals of Benedict Lightwood, point to an attack on London, and it is there we must marshal our forces. A buzz went through the room. The words, an attack on London, repeated over and over. Amalia Morgenstern fanned herself with a lace handkerchief, while Lillian Highsmith, her fingers stroking the haft of a dagger protruding from the wrist of one glove, looked delighted. Evidence, snapped Callida. My niece's word is evidence. There was another rustle, and a young woman rose to her feet. She wore a bright green dress and a defiant expression. The last time the consul had seen her, she had been sobbing in the same council room, demanding justice. Tatiana Blackthorne, nay, Lightwood. The consul is right about Charlotte Branwell, she exclaimed. Charlotte Branwell and William Herondale are the reason my husband is dead. Oh? It was Inquisitor Whitelaw, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Who exactly killed your husband? Was it Will? There was a murmur of astonishment. Tatiana looked outraged. It was not my father's fault. On the contrary, interrupted the Inquisitor. This was kept from public knowledge, Mrs. Blackthorne, which will force my hand. We opened an investigation into the matter of your husband's death, and it was determined that your father was indeed at fault, most grievous fault. If it were not for the actions of your brothers, and of William Herondale and Charlotte Branwell, among the others of the London Institute, the name of Lightwood would have been stricken from the Shadowhunter records, and you would be living the rest of your life as a friendless mundane. Tatiana turned beet red, and clenched her fists. William Herondale has offered me insults unspeakable to a lady. I fail to see how that is germane to the matter at hand, said the Inquisitor. One may be rude in one's personal life, but also correct about larger matters. You took our house, Tatiana screeched. I am forced to rely on the generosity of my husband's family, like some starving beggar. The Inquisitor's eyes were glittering to match the stones in his rings. Your house was confiscated, Mrs. Blackthorne. Not stolen. We searched the Lightwood family house, he went on, raising his voice. It was full of evidence of the elder Mr. Lightwood's connections to Mortmain, journals detailing acts vile and filthy and unspeakable. The consul cites the man's journals as evidence that there will be an attack on London, but by the time Benedict Lightwood died, he was mad with demon pox. Nor is it likely Mortmain would have confided his true plans to him, even had he been sane. Looking nearly desperate, Consul Wayland interrupted. The matter of Benedict Lightwood is closed. Closed. And irrelevant. We are here to discuss the matters of Mortmain and the Institute. First, as Charlotte Branwell has been removed from the position, and the situation facing us is centred most heavily upon London, we require a new leader of the London enclave. I'm going to throw the floor open. Does anyone wish to step forward as her replacement? There was a rustle and murmur. George Penhallow had begun to rise to his feet when the Inquisitor burst in furiously. This is ridiculous, Josiah. There is no proof yet that Mortmain is not where Charlotte says he will be. We have not even begun to discuss sending reinforcements after her. After her? What do you mean, after her? The Inquisitor swept an arm out at the throng. She's not here. Where do you think the inhabitants of the London Institute are? They have gone to Cata Idris after the Magister. And yet, instead of discussing whether we shall give them aid, we convene a council to discuss Charlotte's replacement. The consul's temper snapped. There will be no aid, he roared. There will never be aid for those who— But the council never found out who was destined to go unaided, for at that moment, a steel blade, deadly sharp, whipped through the air behind the consul and neatly severed his head from his body. The Inquisitor jerked back, reaching for his staff as blood sheeted across him. The consul's body fell, tumbling to the ground in two severed parts, his body slumping to the blood-wet floor of the podium, while his severed head rolled away like a tennis ball. As he collapsed, revealed behind him was an automaton, as spindly as a human skeleton, dressed in the ragged remains of a red military tunic. It grinned like a skull as it retracted its scarlet-drenched blade and looked out upon the silent, stunned crowd of shadow hunters. The only other sound in the room came from Aloysius Starkweather, who was laughing steadily and softly, apparently to himself. She told you, he wheezed. She told you what would happen. A moment later, the automaton had moved forward, its clawed hand shooting out to close about Aloysius's throat. Blood burst from the old man's throat as the creature lifted him off his feet, still grinning. The shadow hunters began to shout, and then the doors burst open, and a flood of clockwork creatures poured into the room. Well, said a very amused voice. This is unexpected. Tessa sat bolt upright, pulling the heavy coverlet around her. Beside her, Will stirred, propping himself up on his elbows, eyelids fluttering open slowly. What? The room was filled with bright light. The torches had come on at full strength, and it was like the place was lit with daylight. Tessa could see the wreck of the room that they had made, their clothes scattered across the floor and the bed, the rug before the fireplace rucked up, the bedclothes wound about them. On the other side of the invisible wall was lounging a familiar figure in an elegant dark suit, one thumb hooked around the waistband of his trousers, his cat-pupiled eyes glimmering with mirth. Magnus Bane. You might want to get up, he said. Everyone will be here quite soon to rescue you, and you may prefer to have clothes on when they arrive. He shrugged. I would, at any rate, but then I'm well known to be remarkably shy. Will swore in Welsh. He was sitting up now, the covers tucked about his waist, and he had done his best to move his body to shield Tessa from Magnus's gaze. He was without a shirt, of course, and in the brighter light, Tessa could see where the tan on his hands and face faded into the paler white of his chest and shoulders. The white star mark on his shoulder gleamed out like a light, and she saw Magnus's eyes go to it and narrow. Interesting, he said. Will made an incoherent noise of protest. Interesting? By the angel, Magnus. Magnus gave him a wry look. There was something in it, something that made Tessa feel as if Magnus knew something they didn't. If I were a different person, I would have a lot to say to you right now, he said. I appreciate your restraint. You won't soon,
said Magnus shortly. Then he reached up, as if he were knocking on a door, and tapped the invisible wall between them. It was like watching someone plunge their hand into water. Ripples spread out from the place where his fingers touched, and suddenly the wall slid away and was gone in a shower of blue sparks. "Here," the warlock said, and tossed a tied leather sack onto the foot of the bed. "I brought gear. I thought you might be in need of clothing. I didn't realize quite how in need." Tessa glared at him around Will's shoulder. "How did you find us here? How did you know? Which of the others are with you? Are they all right?" "Yes. Quite a few of them are hurrying through this place looking for you. Now get dressed," he said, and turned his back, giving them privacy. Tessa, mortified, reached for the sack on the bed, scrabbled through it until she found her gear, and then stood up with the sheet wrapped around her body and dashed behind the tall Chinese screen in the corner of the room. She did not look at Will as she went. She couldn't bring herself to. How could she look at him without thinking of what they'd done, wondering if he was horrified, if he couldn't believe either of them would do such a thing after Jem? Viciously, she yanked on the gear. Thank goodness that gear, unlike dresses, could be assembled on the body without recourse to help from anyone else. Through the screen, she heard Magnus explaining to Will that he and Henry had managed, through a combination of magic and invention, to create a portal that would transport them from London to Cadair Idris. She could see them only in silhouette, but she saw Will nodding in relief as Magnus listed those who would come with him. Henry, Charlotte, the Lightwood brothers, Cyril, Sophie, Cecily, Bridget, and a group of the Silent brothers. At the mention of his sister's name, Will began to pull on his clothes with even greater haste, and by the time Tessa stepped out from behind the screen, he was entirely dressed in gear, his boots laced up, his hands buckling on his weapons belt. As he saw her, his face broke into a tentative smile. "The others have all spread out through the tunnels to find you," Magnus said. "We were meant to take half an hour to search, and then meet up in a central chamber. I'll give you two a moment to, collect yourselves," he smirked, and pointed to the door. "I shall be outside in the corridor." The moment the door closed behind him, Tessa was in Will's arms, her hands locked about his neck. "Oh, by the angel," she said. "That was mortifying." Will slid his hands into her hair, and he was kissing her eyelids and her cheeks and then her mouth, quickly, but with fervor and concentration, as if nothing could be more important. "Listen to you," he said. "You said by the angel, like a shadow hunter." He kissed the side of her mouth. "I love you. God, I love you. I waited so long to say it." She curved her hands about the sides of his waist, holding him there, the material of his gear rough beneath her fingertips. "Will," she said hesitantly, "you're not sorry." "Sorry?" He looked at her in disbelief. "Nars dim. You're mad if you think I'm sorry, Tess." His knuckle brushed her cheek. "There is more, so much more I want to say to you." "No," she teased. Will Herondale with more to say. He ignored this. "But now is not the time, not with Mortmain breathing down our necks, most likely, and Magnus outside the door. Now is the time to finish this. But when it's over, Tess, I will say everything to you I've always wanted to say. As for now," he kissed her temple and released her, his eyes searching her face. "I need to know you believe me when I say I love you. That is all." "I believe everything you say," Tessa said with a smile, her hands creeping down from his waist to his weapons belt. Her fingers closed on the hilt of a dagger, and she yanked it from the belt, smiling as he looked down at her in surprise. She kissed his cheek and stepped back. "After all," she said, "you weren't lying about that tattoo of the Dragon of Wales, were you?" The room reminded Cecily of the inside of St. Paul's Dome, which Will had taken her to see on one of his less disagreeable days after she had first come to London. It was the grandest building she had ever been inside. They had tested the echo of their voices in the interior whispering gallery and read the inscription left by Christopher Wren. Si monumentum requiris, circum spice. If you seek his monument, look about you. Will had explained to her what it had meant, that Wren preferred to be remembered by the works he had built, rather than any tombstone. The whole of the cathedral was a monument to his craft, as, in a way, the whole of this labyrinth beneath the mountain, and this room especially, was a monument to Mortmain's. There was a domed ceiling here, too, though there were no windows, only an upward-reaching hollow in the stone. A circular gallery ran around the upper part of the dome, and there was a platform on it, from which, presumably, one could stand and look down at the floor, which was smooth stone. There was an inscription on the wall here, too. 4 sentences, cut into the wall in glittering quartz. The infernal devices are without pity. The infernal devices are without regret. The infernal devices are without number. The infernal devices will never stop coming. On the stone floor, lined up in rows, were hundreds of automatons. They wore a motley assortment of military uniforms and were deadly still, their metal eyes closed. Tin soldiers, Ceci thought, grown to human size. The infernal devices. Mortmain's great creation, an army bred to be unstoppable, to slaughter shadow hunters, and to move onward without remorse. Sophie had been the first to discover the room. She had screamed, and the others had all rushed to find out why. They had found Sophie standing, shaking, amid the unmoving mass of clockwork creatures. One of them lay at her feet. She had cut its legs from under it with the sweep of her blade, and it had crumpled like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The others had not moved or awakened, despite the fate of their associate, which had given the shadow hunters the boldness to go forward among them. Henry was on his knees now, beside the carapace of one of the still unmoving automatons. He had slit open its uniform, and opened its metal chest, and was studying what was within. The silent brothers stood about him, as did Charlotte, Sophie, and Bridget. Gideon and Gabriel had returned as well, their explorations having proved fruitless. Only Magnus and Cyril had not returned. Cecily could not fight down her mounting unease, not at the presence of the automatons, but at the absence of her brother. No one had found him yet. Could it be that he was not here to be found? She said nothing, however. She had promised herself that as a shadow hunter she would not fuss or scream, whatever happened.
"Look at this,"
Henry murmured in a low voice. Inside the chest of the clockwork creature was a mess of wires on what looked to Cecily like a metal box, the kind that might hold tobacco. Carved on the outside of the box was a symbol of a serpent swallowing its own tail.
"The Ouroboros, the symbol of containment of demon energies."
"As on the Pyxis," Charlotte nodded.
"Which Mortmain stole from us,"
Henry confirmed.
"It had concerned me that this was what Mortmain was attempting."
"That what was what he was attempting?" Gabriel demanded. He was flushed, his green eyes bright. Bless Gabriel, Cecily thought, for always asking exactly the question that was on his mind.
"Animating the automatons,"
Henry said absently, reaching for the box.
"Giving them consciousness, even will—"
He broke off as his fingers touched the box, and it flared suddenly into light. Light, like the illumination of a witchlight runestone, poured from the box and through the Ouroboros. Henry jerked back with a cry, but it was already too late. The creature sat up, lightning fast, and seized hold of him. Charlotte shrieked and threw herself forward, but she was not fast enough. The automaton, its chest still hanging grotesquely open, caught Henry under the arms and cracked his body like a whip. There was a terrible snapping sound, and Henry went limp. The automaton tossed Henry aside and turned to cuff Charlotte brutally across the face. She crumpled beside her husband's body as the clockwork creature took a step forward and seized hold of Brother Micah. The silent brother slammed his staff down on the automaton's hand, but the creature did not even seem to notice. With a rumble of machinery that sounded like a laugh, it reached out and tore the silent brother's throat open. Blood sprayed across the room, and Cecily did exactly what she had promised herself she would not do, and screamed. Chapter 21. Burning Gold. Bring me my bow of burning gold. Bring me my arrows of desire. Bring me my spear, O clouds unfold. Bring me my chariot of fire. William Blake, Jerusalem. Tessa's training at the Institute had never addressed how difficult it was to run with a weapon strapped to your side. With every stride she took, the dagger slapped against her leg, its point scratching her skin. She knew it ought to have been sheathed, and on Will's belt probably had been, but there was no use in hindsight now. Will and Magnus were running pell-mell down the rocky corridors inside Cadair Idris, and she was doing her level best to keep up. It was Magnus who was leading the way, as he seemed to have the best idea where they were going. Tessa had gone nowhere inside the morass of twisty corridors without being blindfolded, and Will admitted he remembered little of his solitary journey of the night before. The tunnels narrowed and widened again haphazardly as the three of them made their way through the labyrinth, with no seeming rhyme or reason to the pattern. At last, as they moved into a wider tunnel, they heard something. The sound of a distant cry of horror. Magnus went tense all over. Will's head jerked up. "Cecily," he said, and then he was running twice as fast as he had been, both Magnus and Tessa racing to keep up. They hurtled by strange chambers, one whose doors seemed splashed with blood, another Tessa recognized as the room with the desk where Mortmain had forced her to change, and another where a great lattice of metal and copper twisted in an invisible wind. As they raced forward, the sounds of cries and battle grew louder, until finally they burst into a massive circular chamber. It was full of automatons, row upon row of them, as many as had poured down on the village the night before, while Tessa had watched helplessly. Most of them were still, but a group of them, in the center of the room, were moving and engaged in a fierce battle. It was like seeing all over again what had happened on the steps of the Institute, as she had been dragged away. The Lightwood brothers fighting side by side, Cecily swinging a shimmering seraph blade, the body of a silent brother crumpled on the floor. Tessa registered distantly that two other silent brothers were fighting alongside the shadow hunters, anonymous in their hooded parchment robes, but her attention was not on them. It was on Henry, who lay, still and unmoving, on the floor. Charlotte crumpled on her knees, had her arms about him, as if she could shield him from the churning battle going on all around them, but Tessa guessed from the whiteness of his face and stillness of his body that it was too late to shield Henry from anything. Will darted forward. "No seraph blades!" he cried. "Fight them with other weapons! The angel blades are useless!" Cecily, hearing him, jerked back even as her seraph blade connected with the automaton she was fighting, and crumbled away like dry frost, its fire gone. She had the presence of mind to duck beneath the creature's swinging arm, just as Cyril and Bridget plunged toward her, Cyril laying about him with a stout staff. The automaton went down under Cyril's assault, as Bridget, a flying menace of red hair and steely blades, sliced her way past Cecily to Charlotte's side, shearing the arms off two automatons with her sword before whirling about, her back to Charlotte, as if she meant to protect the head of the Institute with her life. Will's hands were suddenly tight on Tessa's upper arms. She caught a glimpse of his white, set face as he pushed her toward Magnus, hissing, "Stay with her!" Tessa began to protest, but Magnus caught hold of her, drawing her back even as Will dashed into the melee, fighting his way toward his sister. Cecily was fending off a massive barrel-chested automaton with two arms on its right side. Seraph blade abandoned, she had only a short sword to defend herself. Her hair began to slip free of its fastenings as she lunged forward, stabbing at the creature's shoulder. It roared like a bull, and Tessa shuddered. God, these creatures made such sounds. Before Mortmain had changed them, they had been silent. They'd been things. Now they were beings. Malevolent, murderous beings. Tessa started forward as the automaton fighting Cecily seized the blade of her weapon and jerked it out of her grasp. Pulling her forward, she heard Will call out his sister's name. And Cecily was caught and thrown to the side by one of the silent brothers. In a whirl of parchment robes, he spun to face the creature, staff held before him. As the automaton lurched toward him, the brother swung out with the staff with such speed and force that the automaton was knocked back, its chest dented inward. It tried to move forward again, but its body was too badly bent. It gave an angry whir, and Cecily, scrambling back up to her feet, cried out a warning. Another automaton had loomed up beside the first. As the silent brother turned, the second automaton knocked the staff from his hand and seized him, lifting him off his feet, wrapping its metal arm around his body from behind in the parody of an embrace. The brother's hood fell back, and his silvery hair shone out in the dim chamber like starlight. All the air rushed out of Tessa's lungs in a single instant. The silent brother was Jem. Jem. It was as if the world had stopped. Every figure was still, even the automatons frozen in time. Tessa stared across the room at Jem, and he looked back at her. Jem, in the parchment robes of a silent brother. Jem, whose silvery hair, tumbling over his face, was threaded through with black. Jem, whose cheeks were scarred with 2 matching red cuts, one over each cheekbone. Jem, who was not dead. Tessa, jerked from her frozen shock, heard Magnus say something to her, felt him reach for her arm, but she tore away from him and plunged into the melee. He shouted after her, but all she saw was Jem. Jem seizing at the automaton's arm where it wrapped his throat, his scrabbling fingers unable to find a purchase on the smooth metal. Its grip tightened, and Jem's face began to suffuse with blood as he strangled. She drew her dagger, slashing out in front of her to clear a path, but she knew it was impossible, knew she couldn't get to him in time. The automaton gave a roar and toppled forward. Its legs had been sliced clean through from behind, and as it fell, Tessa saw Will rising from a crouch, a long-bladed sword in his hand. He reached out for the automaton as if he could catch it, prevent its fall, but it had already crashed to the floor, half on top of Jem, whose staff had rolled from his hand. Jem lay still, pinned by the massive machine above him. Tessa darted forward, ducking under the outstretched arm of a clockwork creature. She heard Magnus shout something from behind her, but ignored it. If she could get to Jem before he was badly hurt, even crushed. But as she ran, a shadow fell across her vision. She skidded to a stop and looked up into the face of a leering automaton, reaching for her with clawed fingers. The force of the fall and the weight of the automaton on his back knocked the air from Jem's lungs as he hit the ground, bruisingly hard. For a moment, stars danced across his vision, and he fought for breath, his chest spasming. Before he had become a silent brother, before they had put the first ritual knife to his skin and cut the lines into his face that would begin the process of his transformation, the fall, the injury, might have killed him. Now, as he sucked the air back into his lungs, he found himself twisting, reaching for his staff, even as the creature's hand closed on his shoulder. And a shudder went through its body, along with the ring of metal on metal. Jem seized up his staff and jabbed it upward, knocking the automaton's head sideways, even as the top half of its body was lifted off him and thrown to the side. He kicked out at the weight still pinning his legs, and then that was gone too, and Will was on his knees beside him where he lay on the ground, Will's face as white as ashes. "Jem," he said. There was a stillness around them both, a gap in the battle, an eerie, timeless silence. The weight of 1,000 things was in Will's voice, disbelief and amazement, relief and betrayal. Jem began to struggle up onto his elbows, just as Will's sword, smeared with black oil, riven with dents, clattered to the ground. "You're dead," Will said. "I felt you die." And he put his hand over his heart, on his blood-stained shirt, where his parabattalion rune was. "Here." Jem scrabbled for Will's hand, caught it in his, and pressed the fingers of his blood brother's hand to the inside of his own wrist. He willed his parabattai to understand. "Feel my pulse, the beat of blood under my skin. Silent brothers have hearts, and they beat." Will's blue eyes widened. "I did not die. I changed. If I could have told you, if there was a way." Will stared at him, his chest rising and falling quickly. The automaton had clawed one side of Will's face. He was bleeding from several deep scratches, but he didn't appear to notice. He drew his hand back from Jem's grasp and exhaled softly. "Rydyn ni'n meddwl dyfar dwi'n mynd am byth," he said. He spoke without thinking in Welsh, but Jem understood the words regardless. The runes of the Silent Brothers meant that no language was unknown to him. "I thought you were gone forever." "I'm still here," Jem said, and then there was a flicker at the corner of his eye, and he moved swiftly, spinning aside. A metal axe whistled down through the space where he had just been and clanged against the stone floor. Automatons had surrounded them, a ring of whirring metal. And Will was on his feet, sword in hand, and they were back to back. And Will was saying, "There is no rune effective against them. They must be hacked apart by main force." "I gathered that." Jem gripped his staff and swung it hard, knocking one automaton back into a nearby wall. Sparks flew from its metal carapace. Will struck with his blade, slicing through the jointed knees of two creatures. "I like that stick of yours," he said. "It's a staff." Jem swung out to knock another automaton sideways. "Made by the Iron Sisters, only for Silent Brothers." Will lunged forward, slicing his blade cleanly through the neck of another automaton. Its head rolled to the ground, and a mixture of oil and vapor poured from its ragged throat. "Anyone can sharpen a stick." "It's a staff," Jem repeated, and he saw Will's quicksilver smile out of the corner of his eye. Jem wanted to grin back. There was a time when he would have grinned back naturally, but something in the change that had been wrought in him put what felt like the distance of years between him and such simple mortal gestures. The room was a mass of moving bodies and swinging weapons. Jem could see none of the other shadow hunters clearly. He was aware of Will next to him, matching his stride to Jem's, matching him blow for blow. As metal rang on metal, some inner part of Jem, some part that had been lost without his even knowing it was lost, felt the pleasure of fighting together with Will one last time. "Whatever you say, James," said Will. "Whatever you say." Tessa swung around, bringing her dagger up, and plunged it into the creature's metal carapace. The blade punched through with an ugly ripping sound, followed by, her heart sank, a gravelly laugh. "Miss Grey," said a deep voice, and she looked up to see the smooth face of Armoros. "Surely you know better than that. No weapon that small can cut me apart, nor do you have the strength." Tessa opened her mouth to scream, but his clawed hands seized her, and he swung her up into his arms, clamping his hand over her mouth to stifle her cry. Through the haze of movement in the room, the flash of swords and metal, she saw Will cutting apart the automaton that had fallen on Jem. He reached to move it, just as Armoros snarled into her ear. "I may be made of metal, but I have the heart of a demon, and my demon heart yearns to feast on your flesh." Armoros began to carry Tessa backward, through the fighting, even as she kicked at him with her boots. He tore her head to the side, his sharp fingers ripping the skin of her cheek. "You can't kill me," she gasped. "The angel I wear protects my life." No. It is true I cannot kill you, but I can hurt you, and I can hurt you most exquisitely. I have no flesh with which to feel pleasure, so the only pleasures left to me are causing pain. While the angel at your throat protects you, as do the orders of the Magister, I must stay my hand, but were the angel's power to fail, should it ever fail, I would rip you apart in my metal jaws. They were outside the circle of fighting now, and the demon was carrying her into an alcove, part hidden by a pillar of stone. "Do it. I'd rather die by your hands than be married to Mortmain." "Don't worry," he said, and while he spoke without breath, his words still felt like a whisper against her skin, making her shudder in horror. Cold metal fingers circled her arms like manacles as he drew her into the shadows. "I will make sure of both." Cecily saw her brother slice out the automaton, attacking Brother Zachariah. The roar of metal as it collapsed forward tore her eardrums. She started toward Will, seizing a dagger from her belt, and then toppled forward as something closed about her ankle, jerking her off her feet. She hit the ground on knees and elbows and twisted about to see that what had caught at her was the disembodied hand of an automaton. Sliced off at the wrist, black fluid pumping from the wires that still protruded from the jagged metal. Its fingers were digging into her gear. She twisted and pivoted, hacking at the thing until its fingers loosened and separated, and it clattered to the ground like a dead crab, twitching faintly. She groaned in disgust and staggered to her feet, only to find that she could no longer see Will or Brother Zachariah. The room was a chaotic blur of motion. She saw Gabriel, back to back with his brother, a pile of dead automatons at their feet. Gabriel's gear was torn at the shoulder, and he was bleeding. Cyril lay crumpled on the ground. Sophie had moved to be near him, slashing out in a circle with her sword, her scar livid in her pale face. Cecily could not see Magnus, but she could see the trail of blue sparks in the air that indicated his presence. And then there was Bridget, visible in flashes between the moving bodies of clockwork creatures, her weapon the blur, her red hair like a burning banner, and at her feet. Cecily began to fight her way through the crowd toward them. Halfway there she dropped her dagger, picking up a long-handled axe that one of the automatons had dropped. It was surprisingly light in her grasp, and made a very satisfying crunch when she drove the blade into the chest of a mechanical demon that had reached to seize her, sending the automaton spinning backward. And then she was leaping over a crumpled pile of fallen automatons, most of which had been hacked apart, their limbs scattered, no doubt the source of the hand that had seized her ankle. At the far end of the pile was Bridget, whirling this way and that as she beat back the tide of clockwork monsters threatening to advance on Charlotte and Henry. Bridget spared Cecily only a glance as the younger girl darted by her and dropped to her knees beside the head of the institute. "Charlotte," Cecily whispered. Charlotte looked up. Her face was white with shock, her pupils so wide they seemed to have swallowed the light brown of her eyes. Her arms were wrapped around Henry, his head lolling back against her fragile shoulder, her hands locked about his chest. He seemed entirely limp. "Charlotte," Cecily said again, "we cannot win this fight. We must retreat. I cannot move Henry. Charlotte, he's past our help now." "No, he's not," Charlotte said wildly. "I can still feel his pulse." Cecily reached out her hand. "Charlotte, I am not mad. He is alive. He is alive, and I will not leave him." "Charlotte, the baby," Cecily said. "Henry would want you to save yourselves." Something flickered in Charlotte's eyes. She tightened her grip on Henry. "Without Henry we cannot leave," she said. "We cannot make a portal. We are trapped in this mountain." Cecily's breath went out of her in a little gasp. She had not thought of that. Her heart pounded a sharp message through her veins. "We are going to die. We are all going to die." Why had she chosen this? My God, what had she done? She raised her head, saw a familiar flash of blue and black at the corner of her vision. Will? The blue reminded her of something, of sparks rising above the smoke. "Bridget," she said, "get Magnus." Bridget shook her head. "If I leave you, you'll be dead in 5 minutes," she said. As if to illustrate her point, she brought her blade down on a charging automaton, as if she was splitting kindling. The creature fell to both sides, sliced down the middle in 2 equal parts. "You don't understand," Cecily said. "We need Magnus." "I'm here," and he was, appearing above Cecily so suddenly and soundlessly that she stifled a scream. There was a long cut along his collar, shallow but bloody. Warlocks bled as red as humans did, it seemed. His gaze fell on Henry, and a terrible, fathomless sadness crossed his face. It was the look of a man who had seen hundreds die, who had lost and lost and lost, and was facing loss once more. "God," he said, "he was a good man." "No," Charlotte said. "I am telling you, I felt his pulse. Do not speak of him as if he is gone already." Magnus dropped to his knees and reached out a hand to touch Henry's eyelids. Cecily wondered if he planned to say, "Awe Akwe Wale," the requisite farewell for shadow hunters, but instead he jerked his hand back, his eyes narrowing. A moment later, his fingers were against Henry's throat. He muttered something in a language Cecily didn't understand, then slid closer, his hand rising to cup Henry's jaw. "Slow," he said, half to himself. "Slow, but his heart is beating." Charlotte took a ragged breath. "I told you." Magnus's eyes flicked up to her. "You did. I'm sorry for not listening." His gaze dropped back down to Henry. "Now be quiet, everyone." He raised the hand that was not pressed to Henry's throat and snapped his fingers. Instantly the air around them seemed to thicken and warp like old glass. A solid dome had appeared over them, trapping Henry, Charlotte, Cecily, and Magnus in a shimmering bubble of silence. Through it, Cecily could still see the room around them, the battling automatons, Bridget laying waste right and left with her black smeared blade. Inside, all was quiet. She looked quickly at Magnus. "You've made a protective wall." "Yes." His attention was on Henry. "Very good. Couldn't you just make one of those all around us and keep it that way? Keep us all protected?" Magnus shook his head. "Magic takes energy, little one. I could hold such a protection together for only a short time, and when it fell apart, they would fall upon us." He leaned forward, murmuring something, and a spark of blue leaped from his fingertips to Henry's skin. The pale blue fire seemed to burrow in, striking a sort of fire through Henry's veins, for as if Magnus had touched a match to one end of a line of gunpowder, trails of fire burned up his arms, tracing his neck and face. Charlotte, holding him, gasped as his body spasmed, his head jerking forward. Henry's eyes flew open. They were tinted with the same blue fire that burned through his veins. His voice was rough. "What happened?" Charlotte burst into tears. "Henry! Oh, my darling Henry!" She clutched at him and kissed him frantically, and he threaded his fingers into her hair and held her there, and both Magnus and Cecily looked away. When at last Charlotte let Henry go, still stroking his hair and murmuring, he struggled to sit up and slumped back down. His eyes met Magnus's. Magnus looked down and away, his eyelids drooping with exhaustion and something else, something that made Cecily's heart tighten. "Henry," Charlotte said, sounding a little frightened, "is the pain bad? Can you stand?" "There's little pain," Henry said, "but I cannot stand. I cannot feel my legs at all." Magnus was still staring at the floor. "I am sorry," he said. "There are some things magic cannot do, some injuries it cannot touch." The look on Charlotte's face was awful to see. "Henry—" "I can still make a portal," Henry interrupted. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with his sleeve. "We can escape this place. We must retreat." He tried to turn, to look about him, and winced, whitening. "What is happening?" "We are far outnumbered," said Cecily. "Everyone is fighting for their lives." "For their lives? But not to win?" Henry asked. Magnus shook his head. "We cannot win. There is no hope. There are too many of them." "And Tessa? And Will?" "Will found her," Cecily said. "They are here, in the room." Henry closed his eyes, breathed in hard, and then opened them again. The blue tinge had already begun to fade. "Then we must make a portal. But first we must get everyone's attention. Separate them from the automatons, so that they are not all sucked through the portal to the Institute together. The last thing we need is any of those infernal devices winding up in London." He looked at Magnus. "Reach into the pocket of my coat." As Magnus reached out, Cecily saw that his hand was trembling slightly. Clearly the effort of keeping the protective wall solid around them was beginning to take its toll on him. He withdrew his hand from Henry's pocket. In it was a small golden box, with no visible hinges or opening. Henry's words came with difficulty. "Cecily, take it, please. Dig it and throw it. As hard and as far as you can." Magnus handed over the box to Cecily with shaking fingers. It felt warm against her hand, though she could not tell if that was from some heat inside it, or simply the result of its having been in Henry's pocket. She glanced down at Magnus. His face was drawn. "I'm letting the wall down now," he said. "Throw, Cecily." He raised his hands. Sparks flew. The wall shimmered and vanished. Cecily drew her arm back and threw the box. For a moment nothing happened. Then there was a dull implosion, a vanishing inward of sound, as if everything in the room were being sucked down an enormous drain. Cecily's ears popped, and she sank to the ground, clapping her hands to the sides of her head. Magnus was also on his knees, and their small group huddled together as what seemed like a massive wind blew through the room. The wind roared, and joining the sound of the wind was the sound of creaking, tearing metal as the clockwork creatures in the room began to stagger and stumble. Cecily saw Gabriel dart out of the way as an automaton fell at his feet and began spasming, its iron arms and legs flailing as if it were in the throes of a fit. Her eyes darted to Will and the silent brother he fought beside, whose herd had fallen back. Even among everything else that was happening, Cecily felt a shock go through her. Brother Zachariah was Jem. She had known, they had all known, that Jem had gone to the Silent City to become a silent brother, or die trying, but that he would be well enough to be here now, with them, fighting beside Will as he used to, that he would have the strength. There was a crash as a clockwork monster crumpled to the ground between Will and Jem, forcing them to spring apart. The air smelled like the air just before a storm. "Henry!" Charlotte's hair blew about her face. Henry's face was tight with pain. "It's a sort of pyxis, meant to detach demon souls from their bodies before death. I haven't had time to perfect it, but it seemed worth trying." Magnus, staggering to his feet, his voice rose over the sound of crumpling metal and the high shrieks of demons. "Come here, all of you! Gather, shadow hunters!" Bridget stood her ground, still fighting two automatons whose movements had become jerky and uneven, but the others began to run toward them. Will, Jem, Gabriel. But Tessa? Where was Tessa? Cecily saw Will realize Tessa's absence at the same time that she did. He turned, his hand on Jem's arm, his blue eyes scanning the room. She saw his lips form the word, Tessa, though she could hear nothing over the ever louder shrieking of the wind, the shuddering of metal. "Stop!" A bolt of silvery light shot down like a fork of lightning from the top of the dome and exploded through the room like the sparks of a Catherine wheel. The wind stilled and stopped, leaving the room filled with a ringing silence. Cecily looked up. On the gallery, halfway up the dome, stood a man in a well-cut dark suit, a man she recognized instantly. It was Mortmain. "Stop!" The voice echoed through the room, sending chills through Tessa's veins. Mortmain. She knew his speech, his voice, even though she could see nothing past the stone pillar that hid the alcove Armoros had dragged her into. The demon automaton had kept a tight hold on her, even as the dull explosion had rocked the room, followed by a biting, vicious wind that had blown past their alcove, leaving them untouched. Silence had fallen now, and Tessa wanted desperately to tear away from the metal arms that held her, to run into the room and see if any of her friends, those she loved, had been harmed, even killed. But struggling against him was like struggling against a wall. She kicked out anyway, just as Mortmain's voice rang through the room again. "Where is Miss Grey? Bring her to me." Armoros made a rumbling noise and lurched into motion. Lifting Tessa by the arms, he carried her from the alcove into the main room. It was a scene of chaos. The automatons stood frozen, looking up at their master. Many were crumpled on the ground or hacked into pieces. The floor was slippery with a mixture of blood and oil. In the center of the room, in a circle, stood the shadow hunters and their companions. Cyril was kneeling upon the ground, a torn piece of bloody bandage wrapped around his leg. Near him was Henry, half sitting and half lying down in Charlotte's arms. He was pale, so pale. Tessa's eyes met Will's as he raised his head and saw her. A look of dismay passed over his face, and then he started forward. Jem seized his sleeve. His eyes were on Tessa too. They were wide and dark and full of horror. She looked away from both of them, away and up at Mortmain. He stood at the railing of the gallery above them, like a preacher at a pulpit, and smirked down. "Miss Grey," he said, "so good of you to join us." She spat, tasting blood in her mouth where the automaton's fingers had raked her cheek. Mortmain raised an eyebrow. "Set her down," he said to Amaros. "Keep your hands on her shoulders." The demon obeyed with a low chuckle. As soon as Tessa's boots touched the ground, she straightened her spine, raising her chin and glaring viciously at Mortmain. "It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding day," she said. "Indeed," Mortmain said, "but bad luck for whom?" Tessa did not look around. The sight of so many automatons, and the ragtag band of shadow hunters who were all that stood before them, was too painful. "The Nephilim have already entered your fortress," she said. "There will be others behind them. They will swarm your automatons and destroy them. Surrender now, and perhaps you will keep your life." Mortmain threw his head back and laughed. "Bravo, madam," he said. "You stand there surrounded by defeat, and demand my surrender." "We are not defeated," Will began, and Mortmain hissed out a breath through his teeth, audible in the echoing room. As one, all the automatons in the room snapped their heads toward Will, a terrifying synchronicity. "Not a word from you, Nephilim," Mortmain said. "The next time one of you speaks will be the last time you ever draw breath." "Let them go," Tessa said. "This has nothing to do with them. Let them go, and keep me." "You bargain with nothing in your hands," Mortmain said. "You are wrong if you think other shadow hunters are coming to help you. At this very moment a significant part of my army is cutting your council to pieces." Tessa heard Charlotte gasp, a short, stifled noise. "Clever of the Nephilim to handily assemble themselves all in one place, that I might wipe them out in one fell swoop." "Please," Tessa said, "turn your hand from them. Your grievances against the Nephilim are just. But if they are all dead, who will be lessened by your vengeance? Who will atone? If there is no one to learn from the past, there is no one to carry on its lessons. Let them live. Let them carry on your teachings into the future. They can be your legacy." He nodded thoughtfully, as though he were weighing her words. "I will spare them. I will keep them here, as our prisoners. Their captivity will keep you pleasant, and it will keep you obedient." His voice hardened. "Because you love them, and if you ever even try to escape, I will kill them all." He paused. "What do you say, Miss Grey? I have been generous, and now I am owed thanks." The only sound in the room was the creak of the automatons, and Tessa's own blood pounding in her ears. She realized now what Mrs. Black had meant by her words in the carriage. "And the more knowledge of them you have, the more your sympathies lie with them, the more effective a weapon you will be to raze them to the ground." Tessa had become one of the shadow hunters, if not entirely like them. She cared for them and loved them, and Mortmain would use that caring and love to force her hand. In saving the few she loved, she would doom them all. And yet to condemn Will and Jem, Charlotte and Henry, Cecily and the others to death was unthinkable. "Yes." She heard Jem, or was it Will, make a muffled sound. "Yes, I will take that bargain." She looked up. "Tell the demon to let me go, and I will come up to you." She saw Mortmain's eyes narrow. "No," he said. "Amaros, bring her here, to me." The demon's hands tightened on her arms. Tessa bit her lip with the pain. As if in sympathy, the clockwork angel at her throat twitched. "Few can claim a single angel who guards them, but you can." Her hand went to her throat. The angel seemed to thrum under her fingers, as if it were breathing, as if it were trying to communicate something to her. Her hand tightened on it, the points of the wings cutting into her palm. She thought of her dream. Is this what you look like? You see here only a fraction of what I am. In my true form, I am deadly glory. Amoros's hands closed on Tessa's arms. Your clockwork angel contains within it a bit of the spirit of an angel, Mortmain had said. She thought of the white star mark the clockwork angel had left on Will's shoulder. She thought of the smooth, beautiful, unmoving face of the angel, the cool hands that had held her as she'd fallen from Mrs. Black's carriage toward the churning water below. The demon began to lift her. Tessa thought of her dream. She took a deep breath. She did not know if what she was about to do was even possible, or simply madness. As Amoros raised her with his hands, she closed her eyes, reached out with her mind, reaching into the clockwork angel. She tumbled for a moment through dark space, and then a grey limbo, seeking that light, that spark of spirit, that life. And there it was, a sudden blaze, a bonfire, brighter than any spark she had ever seen before. She reached for it, wrapping it about herself, coils of white fire that burned and scorched her skin. She screamed aloud, and changed. White fire blasted through her veins. She shot upwards, her gear ripping and tearing and falling away, light blazing all around her. She was fire. She was a falling star. Amoros's arms were torn from her body. Soundlessly, he melted and dissolved, scorched by the heavenly fire that blazed through Tessa. She was flying upward. No, she was rising, growing. Her bones stretched and elongated, her lattice being pulled outward and upwards as she grew impossibly. Her skin had turned gold, and it stretched and tore as she hurtled upward like a beanstalk from an old fairy tale, and where her skin tore, golden ichor leaked from the wounds. Curls like shavings of hot white metal sprang from her head, surrounding her face, and from her back burst wings, massive wings, greater than any bird's. She supposed that she should be terrified. Glancing down, she saw the shadow hunters staring up at her, their mouths open. The whole room was filled with blinding light, light that poured from her. She had become ethereal. The divine fire of angels was blazing through her, scorching her bones, searing her eyes, but she felt only a steely calm. She stood 20 feet high now. She was eye to eye with Mortmain. He was frozen with terror, his hands gripping the railing of the balcony. The clockwork angel, after all, had been his gift to her mother. He must never have imagined that it would ever be put to this use. "It's not possible," he said hoarsely. "Not possible." "You have entrapped an angel of heaven," Tessa said, though it was not her voice speaking but Ithuriel's speaking through her. His voice echoed through her body like the ringing of a gong. Distantly, she wondered if her heart was beating. Did angels have hearts? Would this kill her? If it did, it was worth it. "You have tried to create life. Life is the province of heaven, and heaven does not take kindly to usurpers." Mortmain turned to run, but he was slow, as all humans were slow. Tessa reached out her hand, Ithuriel's hand, and closed it about him as he ran, lifting him off his feet. He screamed as the angel's grip scorched him. He was writhing, already burning, as Tessa tightened her grip, crushing his body to a jelly of scarlet blood and white bones. She opened her fingers. Mortmain's crushed body fell, crashing to the ground among his own automatons. There was a shuddering, a great creaking scream of metal as of a building collapsing, and the automatons began to fall, one by one, crumpling to the ground, lifeless without their magister to animate them. A garden of metal flowers, withering and dying one by one, and their shadow hunters stood in the center of them, looking about themselves in wonder. And then Tessa realized that she did still have a heart, for it leaped in joy to see them alive and safe. Yet even as she reached for them with her golden hands, one stained with scarlet now, Mortmain's blood mixing with Ethereal's golden ichor, they shrank back from the blaze of light around her. "No, no," she wanted to say. "I would never hurt you." But the words would not come. She could not speak. The burning was too great. She struggled to find her way back to herself, to change into Tessa again, but she was lost in the blaze of fire, as if she had fallen into the heart of the sun. An agony of flames exploded through her, and she felt herself begin to fall, the clockwork angel, a red-hot lariat about her throat. "Please," she thought, but everything was fire and burning, and she fell, senseless, into the light.